Fleet Mall, PhD, is an author, meditation teacher, mindset coach, social entrepreneur, and peacemaker. He founded the Prison Mindfulness Institute and the National Prison Hospice Association while serving a 14-year mandatory minimum federal drug sentence, and later the transformational education platform Heart Mind Institute. He also co-founded the Engaged Mindfulness Institute, where he trains trauma-informed mindfulness teachers to work with people impacted by trauma and marginalization. He is the author of multiple books, including Radical Responsibility, How to Move Beyond Blame, Live Your Highest Purpose, and Become an Unstoppable Force for Good.
So welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm Robin Alfred, one of the hosts of the conference, and delighted to welcome back Fleet Mall, who has been featured in our summits before now. Warm welcome to you, Fleet.
Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be with you again.
So I know currently you're passionate about healing trauma and releasing post-traumatic growth, and particularly looking through the lenses of choice, embodiment, and bearing witness. And I wonder if you could just maybe start by just talking a bit about each of those topics, like choice, embodiment, bearing witness, and kind of how you practice that, and what's your senses of how those focuses support the integration of trauma.
Sure, Robin. I think I'll start with bearing witness, actually. There was an anthology put together by the Buddhist Peace Fellowship quite a few years ago, in which an article of mine was included. And I was very proud to have my article included. These were articles from their magazine that they put into an anthology. And the title of the book was Not Turning Away. I've always loved that title, Not Turning Away, which is another way of saying bearing witness, right? So I think this is where it begins, because we instinctually want to turn away from suffering and pain. And I don't think we should feel bad about that. We all have very tender hearts. We've all had our share of suffering in life and share of bruises and so forth. So we almost instinctually want to, sort of protect. And that's natural. Unfortunately, constriction actually leads to more suffering. And it's kind of counterintuitive. In fact, there's something in psychology called the pain paradox, that the ultimate transformation of pain and moving beyond pain is by moving through pain, not away from pain. And so we shouldn't feel bad about our instinctual kind of withdrawing from or not wanting to look. But the healing really begins with turning toward and embracing. And of course, that requires strength, resilience, courage, a lot of self-compassion and self-care, to have the strength and resilience to do that, and to be able to turn towards suffering without then engaging in self-shaming. So the importance there of self-compassion, and I think through various contemplative practices, really reinforcing our own faith and confidence in our own innate goodness, our own innate unconditional goodness and worthiness. And of course, the greater faith and confidence we have in our own innate goodness and worthiness, then that's what we tend to see in others as well. We begin to recognize that human beings are innately, unconditionally good and worthy and whole. And that doesn't mean we don't have all kinds of issues we're dealing with, but most of that arises, at least in my view, out of a lack of faith and confidence in our innate goodness. And thus, we're trying to get our needs met in fear-based ways. And that brings us into conflict with other human beings, and also within the best interest of the sustainable living on our planet. So turning towards bearing witness, I've been involved in what we call bearing witness retreats, for well over 20 years, maybe 20, where are we, 2024, for about 25 years, I think. And primarily at Auschwitz-Birkenau in Poland, where I've been going every year with the Zen Peacemakers. I've been one of the leaders of that retreat for a long time. I also co-founded a Bearing Witness retreat in Rwanda, bearing witness to the impact of the genocide there. We did 4 retreats back around between 2009 and 2012, I think, or 2013. Other colleagues have done bearing witness retreats kind of under the umbrella of the Zen Peacemakers in Northern Ireland, in Nanking, China, at various atrocity sites in France and other death camps in Germany, and so forth. But I guess of the Zen peacemakers, kind of the mothership, if you will, of the Bearing Witness Retreat has been the annual Auschwitz retreat, and most of the people that have then gone on to create other Bearing Witness retreats, they've been inspired by first attending that retreat in Auschwitz, and I'll be going back there again this November. Just as an example, there we gather people from around the world who come there, inspired to come there, and they're from generally many from North America. We've had participants from Latin America as well, many from Europe. We always have participants from the Middle East. We have Jewish and secular Israelis. We have Palestinian Israeli citizens, and we've had Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza. We've had Christian Palestinians, and we have a lot of people of Jewish heritage who have family connections to the Holocaust, profound in many cases, have directly lost many family members, and in many cases at Auschwitz in particular. We also always have a lot of German participants, and many of them have family members and are descendants of family members who were involved with the Nazi Holocaust as in the military or even as camp guards and so forth. And the idea is always to really try to include all the voices and include everyone and have recognition of any of the kind of those who are not there, the voices that are not represented, always have that awareness of that. And then you're coming together and you're bearing witness to the reality, right? So we go to Auschwitz, and the Polish government, with the help of the international community, has done a wonderful job of preserving those camps as an artifact and as a memorial. And it's largely a memorial to the over 2 million people, Jewish people who died there, but also the homosexuals and the Russian prisoners of war and the gypsies and others who were murdered there. And so we spend 5 days in the camps, practicing meditation, reading the names of those who were murdered there, doing various ceremonies in different places in the camp, just wandering into camp, just being there. And one's impulse, I doubt if anybody has ever visited that place and not felt like turning away or running away. I remember the very first time I went, I could barely stay in the place. Every part of my body, mind, and heart just wanted to jump up and run out of the place. And so we deal with that part of ourselves that wants to turn away, and we face that with compassion, with self-compassion and courage, and gradually we learn how to, what my first Buddhist teacher, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, called, could be another term for bearing witness, holding your seat in the midst of these challenges, the difficulty, the suffering, right? And then there is a transformational process that then occurs. And that work is based on what we call the 3 tenets of the peacemaker work, that we call these retreats, as well as the street retreats, where we take people out in the streets with no money for days, weeks at a time, to experience that world of the unhoused and the homeless. We call these plunge practices. You're plunging into something that is so unfamiliar that our usual way of making sense of the world and ourselves and our place in it just breaks down, falls apart. And so there you are, kind of in this state of not knowing, which is the first tenet. You're just kind of almost forced into this state of not knowing. And that's a very open place to be. And then from there, you bear witness. You're willing to just let the joy and suffering of life really touch you deeply without the protection of your knowing. And then what peacemakers throughout space and time, throughout history, have found that if you're able to do those first 2, what comes out of that is wisdom-based action that's appropriate, which has been called healing, loving action, compassion action, but it's grounded in those first 2, bearing witness from a place of not knowing. So that has really guided a lot of my social engagement work and my healing work of all kinds, one-on-one work, the prison work that I do, all kinds of work that I do, even work I've done in the corporate sector. Of that framework, I've always found it very helpful to continually find ways to we call not knowing, letting go of our fixed ideas about ourselves and others. And then from that place, simply bearing witness, right? So that's obviously easier said than done. And but it's a practice. And the great thing about these plunge practices is they kind of just take us there, whether we want to go there or not. But I think all the contemplative practices of all the world's contemplative and inner traditions, indigenous and modern and Western and Eastern, are really all about how do you get out of conditioned mind and experience reality directly, right? And so that is the practice of not knowing. So I think that's the first one, bearing witness, is this idea of not turning away and realizing that we need to take care of ourselves to do that. We need to do it with self-compassion. We need to develop resilience and strength to be able to do it, and that it requires courage.
Right. That's so powerful. I just want to, before you go to look at choice and embodiment, and I know you also work with psychedelic assisted modalities at the moment, so we want to have time to look at that as well. There's a couple of things that are coming up for me. I mean, firstly, I also went to Auschwitz many years ago and had maybe a similar experience to many of going in and feeling that it was almost unbearable to stay. I felt like this is what evil smells like, feels like, tastes like. As I was walking through, that was what I felt. And I'm also curious what you think about this, because there was a place in me, for example, that wanted to retreat and not look, but there was in a way a stronger part of me that wanted to go back more, to kind of feel it more, in a way, witness it more. And I feel like there's these two contradictory pulls in us, which is, I guess, is also what you work with in the retreat, the part that wants to turn away and the part that also feels impelled to look.
Very much so. I think there is that movement and that tension, if you will. And the part that wants to look, I think it can be a mix of things. I think it's the heart of compassion opening and drawing us in, drawing us toward the suffering of our fellow human beings. I think that's the positive aspect of it. The human could be somewhat shadowy, but still very human part of it can also be a kind of fascination almost, right? With, this, what seems like a representation of evil, right? But I think the more we stay there and the more we come back and the deeper we go, we find that, at least for me, I definitely think there is impact and kind of momentum and energy in the world that you could describe as evil. I'm not sure it's the most helpful term, but it's a very loaded term. But still, you could describe it that way. But I don't think it's something that resides in. I don't think it's ultimate or fundamental or that it resides in anyone. I don't think any person is evil. I think it's more like a virus that keeps getting circulated around in human life, and it's really it's the result of suffering. I mean, hurt people, right? And healed people can heal people. The idea of the wounded healer. So there's tremendous amount of science and research showing even the victims of the Holocaust have often passed down a lot of abuse within their family lineages, because it's just when you experience that level of trauma, it comes out as anger and it comes out unintentionally as often abusive behaviors, right? And so I think this, every time another human being experiences forced migration, a dislocation, war, genocide, child abuse, and internalizes that shame and oppression and violence, it's going to come out sooner or later. Thomas's description of that in terms of working with collective trauma as kind of a frozen tundra, right? Of the trauma. It becomes frozen. The collective trauma is frozen. But it always erupts. It always erupts as further violence. And if we really want a less violent world, we've got to do the work. We've got to do the work to heal what's there. And we have to really focus on preventing more harm, preventing every bit of child abuse we can prevent, every war, every dislocation, everything that does this trauma to human beings. We need to really focus on prevention, and we need to focus on the healing, because only in that way are we going to have a less violent world, because it will continually get recycled. But I don't think it's ultimate in human nature. And I brought up earlier this idea of innate unconditional goodness. And I also think that's really important to go deeper into the bearing witness work. And then this will come back to talking about embodiment and choice, that um, because our tendency is to want to externalize something and call it evil. So you go to Auschwitz, it's the Nazis, and initially it may just be the Germans, and then maybe you get a little more reflective and realize, well, it's not all Germans. It was this particular terrible movement called the Nazi movement, National Socialist Party within Germany, that arose out of the suffering of World War One, is what that arose out of, and it became this horrific force that just decimated Europe and caused so much suffering and pain and horror throughout that era of the Nazi era in Germany and Europe. And so you begin to see it's not the German people, it's this thing, it's this move. And then you may then want to think, well, it's the Nazis, and it's particular Nazis, it's that Nazi, it's Goering, it's it's these, but hopefully with further reflection, you see these are human beings that caught a virus basically, and were overtaken by this viral energy, this vital force. But like every human being, they have tender hearts. They want to be happy. They were once innocent children full of awe and wonder that in many cases were damaged. You begin to find, the longer you stay, you begin to see the humanity everywhere. One of the amazing things that happened, probably, let's see, in 2096, maybe 7 or 8 years after the first um, bearing witness retreat at Auschwitz as Zen peacemakers. It was well into it. There had been, year after year, there were a lot of German participants. They're often saying, "Can we do a healing ceremony for the Germans, or even for the German guards?" And and that created a lot of discomfort and a lot of dialogues and arguments, and things kind of almost blew up several times. And we were finally able to do it one year. There was an Israeli Jewish rabbi with us on the retreat, whose family had been in Israel for 400 or 500 years. He wasn't someone who came over in 1947 or earlier or later. His family had been there for 400 or 500 years. Deeply trained Orthodox rabbi, but also very progressive, kind of an unusual person, very progressive politically, and deeply trained Orthodox rabbi, and deeply spiritual person. And he was willing to do the ceremony. They didn't do it inside the camp because, that's really felt as hallowed ground, almost like a cemetery in a sense. But the ashes of more than 1 million Jewish people are there. So they decided to do it in the guard tower at the entrance to Birkenau, up in the second floor, and that you can go up in that guard tower. So he did it up there. And he led a healing ceremony for the Germans, for the Nazis, for the soldiers, for the guards that had been there, for their souls, for their energy. And it was very powerful. And at the end of it, he was just pale as a ghost. And we went back to not far away to where we stay at night, the Dialogue Center, with him. And we always have the staff, gathers, the teaching part of the staff, that the council facilitation part of the staff gather when we get back from the camp each day, and have our own council and support each other. So we brought him into that, and we just held him in a circle and literally physically held him for like an hour, just helping him to regain his energy, because it had really been. So it was amazing that it was been able to happen, and something like that has continued to be part of the retreat going forward. But it takes time. It takes time to get beyond and to help people. You can't just do it yourself and expect others to do it. It's a collective process of getting to where we can see the humanity even in the face of evil. And and I think that's ultimately part of the healing process, right? But it's deep work, and along the way that can be completely a hard no for a lot of people. No, I won't go there. And you're crazy to ask me to go there, right? And we have to honor that. I was actually in Rwanda in circles with uh, um, Tutsis, who generally the Tutsi people were the victims of the genocide there, and Hutus who had been perpetrators, and in some cases in circles with Hutus who had perpetrated violence or massacred family members of Tutsis in the room. So we're in the same circle. And there were some examples of forgiveness that blew my mind. I almost had a hard time accepting it myself. How can you, this person literally with a machete, hacked up your relative, your mother, your father, your brother, your sister. How could you, and I kind of questioned it. And there were other Tutsis in the circle that said, well, no, that's crazy. But there were some who were able to forgive. And so it's always it's deep work. It's deep work, but we just have to, with courage, hang in there and accept, honor where any of us are at in that process at any given point in time, and try to be inclusive in creating a space in which we can all humbly work our way towards healing ourselves, healing each other, healing others, and rediscovering that humanity in each other in a collective way.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, it's deep work and it's extremely important work. And as you're speaking, it's sparking so many associations in me. I live in the Findhorn community eco-village in the north of Scotland, and I set up German-Jewish dialogues about 20 years ago. And we just used to sit in circle and listen to each other's stories, which was not so easy sometimes, but it was necessary to do because we have Germans and Jews living in the same community, and we wanted to bring about whatever healing that we could do. I'm also thinking about the work of Thich Nhat Hanh, who, is compassionate listening circles and listening to ourselves, listening to each other, doing joint projects together. It's sparking many associations for this kind of what can come out of the capacity to bear witness. I'm curious, I definitely want to get into looking at these other elements of choice and embodiment, but I'm also curious as we talk further about, maybe you just want to spend a moment or two describing to our audience what drew you to this kind of work. As you say, it's not the kind of work for everybody, but it's clearly your calling. What's your own kind of biography that drew you to this kind of work?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. It's an interesting question. And just as an aside for a moment, you mentioned Thich Nhat Hanh. So his famous poem, Call Me by My True Names, is really a wonderful example of what we're talking about, right? Being able to see ourselves in the other and the other in ourselves across the divides of victim perpetrator and so forth. Um, so I grew up in a middle class Roman Catholic family in the 1950s. So I was a bit traumatized by a pre-Vatican II Catholic education. I had these nuns constantly telling me I was going to go to hell. But we also had alcoholism in my family, sadly. It was a good family, but my beloved mother suffered from alcoholism. Not only, it was kind of periodic, sometimes once a week, once every other week. You get home from school, she'd been drinking, and the whole house would just go into absolute chaos. And she went from being the beatific mother to this really terrifying rageaholic. And my father didn't know what to do with it, didn't know how to handle it. And so, that created a lot of splitting in myself. And I arrived in adolescence with a pretty big hole in my gut and a lot of pain and very alienated, went headlong into the counterculture of the time with a lot of, the whole drug, sex, and rock and roll thing, but also just a lot of confusion and shame and disorientation and so I was always a spiritual seeker for what reason, I don't know, but from early on, and so I went down those paths. But I also ended up getting very, very alienated politically and culturally from my country in the U.S. and very caught up in the counterculture, and left eventually, went to South America just to kind of both to get away from the hard drug culture that I'd gotten involved with, but also just to get out of the U.S. and I continued journey, a lot of positive things about that, but I fell into smuggling as a way to live outside the system and justified that with all this us versus them thinking. And it took me a long time to untangle all that. And before I could, I ended up in prison. I served 14 years in prison, in a federal prison on drug charges. So, and I remember the first time I went to Auschwitz, although, the prison I was in was not a fun place to be at all. But it doesn't compare in any way to one of the Holocaust death camps. I want to make that absolutely clear. Nonetheless, when I got there, they're both prisons. And when I got there, the architecture was very similar. They were built around the same time. The federal prison I was in was built back in the late 30s, early 40s. So they are built around the same time. And so just being in that place, it felt so familiar. And yet at the same time, so strange because I mean, the place I was at, people were not being exterminated. It wasn't a death camp. And the place I was at, you got decent food and so forth. But still, there was something energetically and architecturally about the place that was so familiar, right? And so I think in many ways, whether it's being out on the streets, I go back into prisons a lot. Um, and whether it's going back into prisons, being out in the streets with the street retreats, or going to places like Auschwitz, there's something about, there's an expression in Vedic culture and in Buddhist Asian culture called the charnel grounds. And the charnel grounds were like sort of like a cemetery, but it was just basically a wild place where people whose family couldn't afford a proper cremation, couldn't afford the wood for the cremation, couldn't even afford the cloth to wrap the body in. Their bodies were thrown out in these wild places and just were then devoured by wild animals. And so these became classic sort of places that scare you, like the name of one of Pema Children's books. And many of us when we were children in the West probably on a dare went into a cemetery at night or something, right? So the kind of scary thing. Well, this is that on steroids, obviously. And traditionally, yogis would go live in these places to confront their deepest fears, sometimes making a meditation seat out of human bones or constructing a little hut to live in, and to really confront their deepest fears. And so charnel grounds have become kind of a metaphor for these places of profound suffering and really scary places to turn toward, to bear witness to, right? And so I think, this has all become kind of charnel ground practice for me. Now, we don't need to go searching for a charnel ground. We all have one between our ears, with our own suffering. And, that expression, hold your seat, from my first meditation teacher, Chogyam Rinpoche, was really about sitting in the hot fire of your own personal charnel ground and not running away from your own experience, but sitting there with compassion. And by willing to stay and not run away, there's, it's kind of over time, what's not needed burns away, and what's left is authentic presence and the capacity to hold space for others, right? And so what we call in the Zen Peacemaker is not knowing, bearing witness, and loving action. He called it finding your seat, finding and taking your seat through non-conceptuality, holding your seat, and then holding space for others. And so a lot of parallels there. And so I think, I guess that's me kind of talking out loud and figuring out why do I keep coming back to this work? There's something about it. Well, I'll say one more thing about it. When I'm in these places, I can't kid myself about my present level of compassion or lack thereof, because in these places, you feel your heart directly contracting to protect yourself. And thankfully, you feel it at times opening. And you can't really kid yourself about it when you're at Auschwitz. I'm sure you have that memory, or when you're out on the streets, or you're in other places where there's a lot of suffering and a lot of hungry ghost energy, a lot of suffering and addiction. And you feel yourself contracting, and then thankfully you feel yourself opening, which obviously feels so much more beautiful and wonderful, even though contracting to protect yourself is human and normal. But I'm right there on the edge. It's where the rubber meets the road, or as they say, rock meets bone. So I think I'm drawn to that reality testing for myself.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's very powerful to hear your own journey. I think it's very interesting to see that our gifts often come out of the hardships that we've experienced in life. I think that's common with many of the people that we interview for the conference. So maybe we could go on in a way. You've already started to talk a little bit about embodiment, but maybe you could speak a bit more about embodiment and choice, like two of the other key themes that you touch on.
Yes, I think maybe I'll start with choice. So I've developed a model called Radical Responsibility, and it's the name of my book, and I'm working on the second version, the book, Radical Responsibility book too. I'm not sure exactly the title yet, but the first book was really about personal responsibility, because I feel that's where it starts, embracing choice in our own life and letting go of any kind of victim mindsets we find ourselves getting caught up in, and seeing the power in embracing choice, like where do I have choice? Not that others may not have contributed to the circumstances I find myself in, but okay, what are my choices now? And what choice is going to create the most benefit for myself and others? So, and the second book I'm working on is going to be about collective responsibility. And ultimately, I see radical responsibility as the integration of personal and collective responsibility. Now, politically, certainly in my country, but I think in many countries, there's this divide across left and right, and conservatism and liberalism, or even more radical, kind of right-wing energy now, and pretty, fairly what I think is somewhat radical left wing. I've been a progressive my whole life, but the progressives in my country have gone a little far afield for me. I guess I'm more of a center left kind of person these days. But in that on both sides, as you go to the extremes, the one side doesn't want to hear anything ever about collective responsibility because they feel that's the slippery slope away from personal responsibility. The other side doesn't want to hear anything about personal responsibility because they figure that's the slippery slope away from collective responsibility. I was actually in a meeting at a meditation community that I'm part of, a local one that I was part of, and we were addressing it. We had a big circle. There were probably 30 people in the room, and we're dealing with some community issues outside this local, some internal communities and some external, and some social action kind of stuff. And I brought up the notion of choice and personal responsibility. And someone, I remember directly across from me, reacted, really, really intensely. And how could you use the word personal responsibility? Don't you realize that that word is so painful and anathema to those of us who are fighting for justice? And I was just going, yeah, I get it, but where does that lead us? I mean, I get that he probably felt that way because the right has used it as a weapon, but both sides weaponize it, right? And I think any kind of, reflective person will come to realize we need both, right? We need both. And I think even though it's very well intended to be out there trying to change the world and, exercise collective responsibility and bring about justice and change the world without first having embraced personal responsibility, I don't think works out very well. Maybe some battles are won, but again, I think you just keep setting up the reactions and the back and forth, and so I think it needs to begin with personal responsibility, and part of it is also that context of basic goodness and developing self-compassion for oneself, compassion for others, and seeing oneself in the other and the other in oneself, and seeing goodness in all. Then that helps us overcome that tendency to want to demonize. We've all been enculturated kind of in a culture of blame and shame. There's always got to be somebody at fault. There's got to be somebody to blame. And of course, we don't want to be blamed anymore. We've all experienced enough blame and shame. Thank you very much. So we almost instinctually deflect, and we want to find somebody to blame. If you look in our political discourse, it's just all about blame and the tactics of shame. And although I understand why people I get angry too. I get angry at this side or the other side, but I know that those tactics aren't going to lead us anywhere, right? And so for me, this notion of choice is about also it's recognizing, where am I complicit? Where am I? Not to blame myself, but radical responsibility it's not about blame. It's not about blaming others, obviously, but it's not one iota about blaming ourselves, and it's not about blaming victims. It's I look at, where am I complicit? What is my role? What am I contributing? Not to blame myself, but to learn. Because if I see, here we are, and I made this contribution to get it, well, I could do something different in the future. I'm trying to develop insight and wisdom into how life works, right? And so I want to continue learning. And if I'm continually blaming, then I'm not going to be doing any learning, right? And so, and of course, people are terribly victimized. So when I say moving away from victim mindsets, I'm not in any way invalidating or being in any way dismissive of how terribly people are victimized. But I think we all realize that, as difficult as it may be to shift out of that for anyone when they've been terribly victimized, if they remain stuck there and their identity is woven around that, it's going to be very limiting in their life at the least, right? And it may be almost miraculous to find, but people who have experienced the worst kinds of victimization imaginable have found their way forward. And often they dedicate some lives to preventing it from happening to others, but they find some way to transform it. They find some way to not deny the fact that they're victimized, but embrace, okay, this is part of my life now. I have to take responsibility for healing myself, and it is my responsibility where my life goes forward, right? And so embracing that kind of choice, I think, is critical to our ultimate transformation. So we can stop looking for enemies and start owning all of our responsibility to heal ourselves and open the doors to healing for each other. So that's really the choice part of it. And unfortunately, I think a lot of as I say, I feel like my progressives have moved a little far afield from me, and I love them, and that's still what I kind of identify with. But strategically, there's a lot of strategies of blaming and shaming and demonization of enemy, and I just don't think it works in the long run, right? And also, I think there's almost identifying certain categories of people who've been victimized, around socioeconomic status or race or other thing, and almost encouraging them to take on the mantle of victimhood as an identity, as a way to get power. It can be a way to get, but again, in the long run, I don't think these are the transformative things. I think we need to acknowledge and bear witness to the suffering, the victimization that's happened, but all collectively find a way together to go beyond that. So that's the notion of choice. And I realize I'm trying to speak about that in the most nuanced way possible, because I realize this can be a difficult conversation for people.
Yeah, but I think you express it very eloquently, and also from an embodied sense, also from your own experience. And I love this description of radical responsibility as the meeting place of personal and collective responsibility. And I think your description of the political kind of weaponization, as you called it, of those two dimensions is also very apt. So, but maybe we can move on, just where our time is kind of rapidly moving on, and there's so many things I'd love to talk with you about, but I definitely wanted to make some time for you to talk a bit more about embodiment. And I'd also love to make some time to hear your thoughts and your practices around psychedelic supported inquiry.
Yeah. So for me, the work of bearing witness and in healing trauma collectively, individually and collectively, it happens in the body and through the body. And there is our own body, our own physical body, which also is the place for our emotional body and our spiritual body. And then there is the collective body, right? There's the collective body and there's the one body. I mean, we live in this energetic matrix that we're all part of and participate in and are not separate from. So, you can talk about the one body, and I think that's very important, again, to collective healing, to move beyond us and them and demonization into the one body. But I think it starts with connecting with our own body. And that's why I teach a model of meditation that I call neurosomatic mindfulness, which is neuroscience informed, trauma informed, and deeply embodied. Now, we can take any, with mindfulness awareness practices, generally you begin training your mind by having a focal point, and what it's often called an object of mindfulness that you focus on. And the mind wanders, of course, you bring it back. The mind wanders, you bring it back. And you're gradually training your mind to settle down, be more focused, and gain access to deeper states of awareness. And you can focus on anything. You can work with any sense perception. You can work with thought itself. You can work with emotions. But those can be very ephemeral and difficult, and unless you already have a fairly stabilized mind. But the body is like the most accessible, the most tangible. And so by focusing on the body and really feeling the body, not and moving beyond the concept of body, which is just a word, but into the landscape of actual tactile physical sensations on the surface of the skin, as well as, very importantly, within the body, because the body is a living organism and it's sensory all the way down to the bones and including the bones, all containing neuronal cells, even the marrow of the bones connected to the central nervous system. So this vast internal landscape that we access through what's called interoception or interoceptive awareness. And there's a lot of neuroscience that shows the deeper we develop our interoceptive awareness, it heals trauma. We tap into a profound inner resonance or coherence or flow that can be profoundly healing for trauma. It increases our emotional intelligence. And the same neural circuitry involved in deep interoceptive awareness is also involved in connecting with others and creating safety and connection with others. So the more we develop that deep embodiment and that interoceptive awareness, not only are we healing ourselves and much more tuned into our own selves, emotionally, spiritually, physically, cognitively, but we're actually able to connect with others and invite others to have their social engagement systems online, to use the polyvagal language and create connection and intimacy and safety and so forth. So I think this, and the deeper you go into the body, to begin with, you talk about gross physical sensation, very much connecting with sensation and touch. But, even closing your eyes and now focus on physical sensation, already it's more of a mental experience, right? So you're going into the body-mind spectrum, and the deeper you go, you're going into subtler and subtler and subtler sensations. You're getting into subtle body, into subtle mind, and then basically into consciousness and spirit or beingness at the most profound levels. So this can take you into deep states of flow and samadhi. And it happens much more readily because many people, when they start meditating, they have this very busy mind and they're just constantly struggling with the thoughts in the mind. They're practicing from the neck up, and it's very hard, and they lose hope or they quit, or it's boring, it's too difficult. But we know from current neuroscience that when you focus on feeling, when you really yoke your attention to feeling physical sensation, that activates what's called the task positive network. Now, any focus will do that, but again, the body is a very tangible thing to connect our attention to. That activates the task positive network. And that the more we activate that, what's called the default mode network, which is not to demonize that, it has its place. But for Westerners, it's very overactive, and it's responsible for all that busy mind, the racing mind, self-sensing opinions, ruminating about the past, fantasizing, worrying about the future, the very busy mind we're all familiar with. That's the active default mode network that's active when we don't direct our attention. So by focusing on feeling the body, we don't have to struggle with thoughts. We let thoughts just be there, but the mind just gradually quiets down and quiets down and quiets down. And the task positive network leads to attention stabilization that leads to more and more profound states of awareness, all the way into the deepest states of flow and samadhi. And so to me, it's a very effective way. And we find newcomers, intermediate practitioners, and people who have been practicing for 40 years all respond to it. It makes it easier for newcomers, and for more experienced practitioners, they find it taking their practice to a much deeper level. So for me, it facilitates healing individually and collectively. And just to bridge that into the psychedelic work, one of the things I got very interested in that movement. I had my own time with psychedelics back in the 60s. It was a mixed bag. Some of it was very spiritually oriented. Some of it was recreational and a bit crazy. But then I spent a lot of time in South America as well, got very much into plant medicines down there. And so, I had that experience back then, and I was away from it forever. And then as I saw this re-emerging movement emerging, what's been called the psychedelic renaissance, and then especially the beginnings of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, and I started reading the research and seeing, the very compelling results that it's providing for people suffering from, extreme depression, anxiety, panic disorders, PTSD. I got very interested. Initially, I was a bit skeptical. But I got very interested. So I started doing the research, and we ended up doing a big summit through Heart Mind on it. And so I've gotten quite involved in the movement, know many people. But one of the things that I just want to focus on here is I used to do a lot of transformational seminar training work, right? I was a road warrior. Before the pandemic, I was traveling all around the world, week in, week out, leading deep trainings with 20, 30, 40, 50 people at a time. And I haven't really been doing that since the time of the pandemic. And I really yearned I don't want to go back on the road and do it continually, but I do want to do it. And so now I've had the opportunity to work with some colleagues integrating ketamine-assisted therapy, which is the only legal psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy right now, with this deeply embodied meditation training, and also some of the process work that I used to do in seminars, often dyads and triads in small groups, doing presencing training and how to presence oneself, how to presence others, how to invite our social engagement system online, doing really deep healing work together. And so we're now integrating. We did a pilot retreat in Nebraska back in June. We're going to do another one this fall, and then we have 4 planned for next year, where we're going to be integrating this deeply embodied approach to meditation training, deep process kind of healing work and dyads, triads, small groups with ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. So I'm really inspired about that and see a lot of possibilities. And I've had the opportunity to participate in a couple of other retreats that were doing that with Dick Swartz, the founder of Internal Family Systems, and Sonny Strasberg, another ketamine-assisted psychotherapist. But I'm working on these retreats with my colleague Gita Vade, a psychiatrist and expert in ketamine-assisted psychotherapy. So that part has really interested me in the healing work. And again, it comes back to healing because, the reason this is getting attention is because we have so many people out there suffering so profoundly from trauma. And this is showing tremendous promise for veterans and others who are suffering with really difficult to treat PTSD, depression, anxiety, panic disorders, addictions, and so forth. And so this again that's one of these charnel grounds, but it's coming in with a new set of tools that I think shows tremendous promise.
Yeah, thank you for referencing that. And I just want to ask you if you think there's also potential dangers to it, because when something becomes very popular, I notice I also become a little bit suspicious that sometimes it can feel like it's a bit of a fad and then lots of people want it. And my sense is that for some people, it's a very deep process. And sometimes it can feel like people go to it for a kind of quick fix for the things that I can't really do for myself. So let me get a bit of a boost from the psychedelic work. And I wonder if you feel like there's a downside to it also.
Oh, absolutely. I have the same concerns. And as I said, before I really started doing the research, I was pretty skeptical. And I was seeing, all this kind of plant medicine tourism arising and the kind of neo-shamanic movement here in the U.S. I have nothing indigenous. The indigenous shamanic traditions, obviously very genuine, have long lineages, but I was a little skeptical. And now I've gotten in touch with many different sectors of it and recognize there's really a lot of wonderful people doing really good work in all these sectors. But yes, there is that tendency to see things as a fad or a panacea. And so what our summits focus on are really focused on best practices around safety primarily, and then really focusing on thorough preparation, really safe and skillful session management, and then really deep integration, really well done, thorough integration, and really training ourselves to do that work and to really do it properly and to figure out what are the delivery systems. We're working on the business side of it in the summit, like how is this going to get rolled out? As if some of these get rescheduled, like MDMA and psilocybin, how is this going to get rolled out in a way that it won't just be for an elite, that we can actually make it available widely to people who will benefit from it? And how do we continually train clinicians and guides to really do this with integrity? And how can we be aware that things are going to go off the rails here and there? Because, um, inflation is always there, and ego inflation can be exacerbated with psychedelics. And some people will be drawn into roles as guides or therapists, and they'll get off the rails. So we rather than demonizing saying they're the bad apples, no, we need to really create inclusive communities and structures and institutions to help people keep within the guardrails. And if somebody gets outside, to find a way to help them, get back. We really need to take care of each other and take care of this movement so that we don't experience the kind of backlash that happened back in the 60s. And in some ways, I think the genie's out of the bottle, but we still need a lot of caution. We need to really do it right this time. But one of the things that impressed me as I was doing my research, unlike back in the 1960s and early 70s, there is, I mean, I don't know how, there's many, several hundred at the very least, nonprofit organizations involved in this movement now that are really working to do it right this time, very thoughtfully, around all kinds of issues, including the issues of diversity and inclusion and accessibility. And so I do have hope for the movement, but it's important. We bring up in all our summit conversations the concerns about overpromising, the concerns about wanting to spin the research too positively, or the concerns about it being seen as a panacea, or the concerns about, as we roll it out, it not being people cutting corners and not doing it properly, and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. And doing it properly means, as you said, like clear preparation, sessions, integration, clarity of intention, the promise being appropriate at an appropriate level, like many other things. Thank you so much for everything you've shared with us. You've also very generously given us, our audience, a bonus gift, which you've already referred to, a free gift of your ebook, Neurosomatic Mindfulness, A Direct Path to Awakening. So huge thanks that you're offering that to us for free. And for those people who are wanting to take that up, that bonus gift is available while Fleet's talk airs for free, or by purchasing the Collective Healing Conference All Access Pass. So maybe in closing, you could just maybe speak to kind of the times we're in and the work that you do. Like many people are coming into the Collective Healing Conference, I think often feeling a bit overwhelmed by the poly crisis and all the challenges that we face. What is it that gives you, and how through that might you offer a kind of word or two of kind of hope, encouragement, optimism as we orientate towards the future?
Well, I think I've always been an optimist by nature. I mean, I think of myself as a realistic optimist, not kind of rose-colored glasses optimist, but a realistic optimist. And that has been challenged in recent years, I have to tell you. In worldwide global spiritual traditions, there's, some threads are talking about we're on a trajectory to a new golden age, perhaps, and others that we're moving into the dark ages, right? And there's a lot of different spiritual traditions. And I've always resisted the kind of dark age stuff, right? That we're flipping into dark times. And but in recent years, I've had at least, give it a fresh look. But nonetheless, I choose optimism and I choose to believe in human goodness and that's more powerful than all the momentum of evil that we see in the world. And we've all seen examples of where there can be amazing seismic shifts towards goodness. And of course, now the way we're so interconnected, on the World Wide Web and the way we're all connected can be a place where some of these negative viral energies will circulate, obviously. One of the biggest occupants on the World Wide Web, I guess, was pornography. But nonetheless, they can also circulate goodness and hope and change, right? And we've seen that time and time again. So I strongly believe that human nature is innately good and that will always win out in the end. I do believe because there's so many of us on the planet where, our level of industrialization and so forth, that we are up against an existential crisis with climate change. So we have to get our act together and be willing to make the tough decisions to change how we're living on this planet, or we are going to be, in real trouble. So there is a time thing, but I still have hope that we can do that. And, even in my own country, politically, well, I think what's happened just in the last week has been a breath of fresh air and has renewed hope among people who would like to see, whatever political party you are, at least to see leadership that honors democracy and, not what we're seeing from some. And so I think there's a bit of renewed hope and inspiration there. And around the world, we're seeing there's this rise of authoritarianism and right-wing authoritarian movements in some countries. But, Poland, which has been under the control of a fairly I go to Poland every year. I have a lot of friends there have been under control of these two pretty right-wing brothers for a long time, and they finally got voted out. And in Poland, they have a more progressive liberal government in control now, whereas in France, there was a danger of, something else. And it's always moving, it's always changing. But again, I think the human spirit wins out in the end, and I think it's essentially good. So I choose to be an optimist.
Beautiful. What a lovely way to close our time together. And I love that emphasis on choice. Thank you so much. And I just really want to honor you, Fleet, for decades of work at the kind of coalface, let's say, and it's embodied work. You chose to do it. You've been bearing witness to a lot of suffering for a long time. And I want to honor you and thank you for the work you've done. And thank you for your time today. People can, of course, find out much more about you and your work at heartmind.co. And any last words for us, or do you feel we're kind of complete enough for now?
Well, I think complete. I just want to thank you, Robin. Wonderful to do an interview with you again. And I really want to thank Thomas Hubel, for putting on these amazing summits and the amazing work he does and his whole team. Really important work, and I'm very grateful to be part of it.
Thank you so much, Fleet.
Thank you.
To learn more about Fleet and the HeartMind Institute, please visit heartmind.co. Fleet has graciously offered our audience a free gift of the Neurosomatic Mindfulness ebook, a 26-page ebook to optimize mindfulness meditation practices for self-healing and awakening. Barbara Easterlin, PhD, is a clinical psychologist, a member of the American Psychological Association's Climate Change Psychology Community of Scholars and Practitioners, and co-president of the Climate Psychology Alliance of North America. Her work centers on the impact of climate change and environmental injustice on mental health, and the benefits that arise from emotionally informed activism.
So what is climate psychology? I'm going to just turn on to the kind of, introduce you a little bit to this work that we're doing. As I see it, there are three levels to our work as climate psychologists. We heal ourselves, we're healing others, and we're contributing to the healing of the earth. The field of climate psychology is primarily concerned with uncovering and supporting an accurate climate science perspective, like believing the climate scientist is number one, and knowing that the dangerous increase in greenhouse gas emissions is due to human behavior. It's due to us. It's due to our fossil fuel dependence, and knowing that, and also to the fossil fuel companies, I will just say as an aside, kind of selling that to us, making huge profits from our dependence. But we also know that this awareness of this information creates a sense of threat, right? So climate change and ecological crisis really creates a sense of threat, which tends to shut down our window of tolerance. We've been talking about that Dan Siegel sort of perspective that, like on the far end of the continuum is over-arousal or hyper-arousal, and then on the other end of the end, which leads to shutdown and, not being able to engage very well. To kind of more of an under-aroused state, hyper-aroused actually is more the kind of like being agitated, being aggravated, and then the under-aroused being less engaged, having to kind of close our senses down in a way. And the optimal window of tolerance kind of allows us to have creative and meaningful engagement in the problem. So that's kind of like what we're trying to do here with climate psychology. This field, but we also know that it's important for people to get to kind of really listen to how intense it is for people as well, and help people, kind of come back into that zone of resilience. Because that's where our capacity for creative and meaningful engagement is with the problem. This field of climate psychology focuses on entering into and validating emotions that arise in response to the truth of climate change, feeling in our bodies what is revealed when we do tune into the collective damage and the collective trauma of the climate crisis. Also, understanding our responsibility for climate change is really important in terms of healing, both at the individual and the collective level, understanding that the privileged in the global north, like most of us, are using way more than our share of resources, and looking into what is under that overuse, our own desires, as well as the individually and collectively repressed truth of extraction, colonization, all these things that climate change is actually a result of. Enslavement, massive trauma, and a neoliberal economic system that continues to benefit the more wealthy on the planet at the expense of the poor and an overwhelming number of people of color around the globe. Climate psychology is invested in supporting people on the front lines, journalists, scientists, we talked about that a little bit, Thomas, activists, people who live in climate impacted areas, and especially indigenous people who are seeing their land further damaged and destroyed after enduring centuries of ethnic cleansing through forced relocation. It's still happening, destruction of their land, and until fairly recently, at least in North America, outlawing their spiritual practices and land-affirming rituals. We know that human behaviors cause global warming. And for me as a therapist, I know that for most, behavior can be changed. Behavior is hard to change. It's not immutable, but it's not immutable. So, but the truth is, people can't just change their minds, right, about something. Where we are in our behavior is deeply entrenched in our bodies and in our unconscious systems, especially when addiction is afoot. And I would call climate change a product of our collective addictions and codependencies. We can't bypass just like if I, have an addiction, you can't bypass the painful reality that underlies why we're using something, or in this case, what underlies our fossil fuel dependence. If we live in a wealthy country, our social networks make us feel that simplicity is not enough. And if we're coming up from poverty, I'm going to want for my children what the wealthy have. So these are profound kinds of dependencies, I would say. Psychology involves the study of why we behave the way we do and what it takes to change our behavior. And psychology is also an inquiry into our deeper selves, our defenses, the unconscious dimensions of psyche, and the outer world of relationships, our attachment relationships, and how those come together through our different ways of functioning. Climate psychology takes this knowledge and applies it to the problem of climate change. So what does that actually mean? It means taking care of our own mental health during stressful times so that we can engage with this and with this topic, and also exploring our own contribution to global warming. And so I want to be clear, I don't mean only us as in our individual carbon footprints. That's kind of like, this idea of a carbon footprint and that, we're all responsible is actually a marketing kind of device that the fossil fuel companies kind of began to recruit as a way to, deflect attention from the bigger, kind of economic and profit systems that are going on there. But it is true that we do have our own individual carbon footprints, and we can narrow those quite a bit if we have social support to do that, and actually political support and legislative support to do that. But we also have to look at our society's role in the historical legacies of injustice that have created this ecological breakdown that we're involved in. And that's a moral dilemma, to begin to look at enslavement, genocides, wars, and our economies, that are fossil fuel dependent. Yeah. So, just re-regulating and dropping back into my body again. I want to say the main thing I want to talk to you about today are the communication difficulties. Like all of that is the background, right? All of the psychology piece of it. And I'll go into some practices around connecting with those without shame. Or in addition to, kind of like how to process that shame, because shame actually makes us not want to talk about things very much. But, if we feel into it, it usually has some message for us. But climate psychology concerns itself with communication difficulties that people have in individual settings, like with my family, with my friends, with my colleagues and groups. It's hard to talk about this topic. I mean, how often does the room go silent if we bring up our concerns about climate? I talk about it frequently. I've learned to wait a few minutes and see where people are at. I try not to polarize around the topic. I try to listen. But it's an awkward topic to bring up. It's often awkward because it is a complicated topic and we don't feel like we know enough to talk about it, but we do if we stay connected to actually what we feel in our bodies. So finally, this discipline concerns itself with identifying psychological resources like the resilience and courage and hope and new forms of imagination that support change. And I do want to say there's a new emerging literature that has some great data associated that there are some therapy models, therapeutic approaches to help ourselves and our clients enter into and endure these big feelings as part of a roadmap to collective action, because that's where we're going. We don't need to just feel these feelings, right? We actually want to find what our threat is in the fabric and move forward with that. Okay. So this slide said the climate crisis, climate emotions, and building resilience for difficult times and transformation. So generally, I do lengthier trainings for clinicians. So it's a real rare treat for me to get to distill my talking points into the most important themes and takeaways for you all. I'm going to be talking about how to build resilience for difficult times and transformation. And I'll just cut to the chase and say that many people ask me what the number one thing is that they can do to make a difference with climate change. And I just said this, in my opinion, it is to talk about it, get the conversation going. And that means to speak with confidence that the truth of what we actually feel in our bodies about it matters, not necessarily what we read. That's helpful too, but our bodies know when we tune into the natural world, we feel that relationship and we feel what must be done. And that's a first critical step in catalyzing actions. So yeah, what I want to say about that, I mean, I think Thomas's language of attunement really makes sense here, because if we know we know our internal worlds are not separate from our external ones, we can feel the planet too, and to realize that our attachment systems, our internalized sense of security and safety, indeed do actually include the wild world beyond our usual spaces that we inhabit in our minds and in our homes. We know that these internal thoughts, feelings, and our nervous system are in constant communication. They communicate within us individually and very much between us and others. We are feeling and mirroring all of the time, and we depend on that for our lives. And we can extend this knowledge and this feeling beyond the body envelope to attune not only to other humans, but to the more than human world. And I think as we do that, it really is quite helpful in, in finding our place in this. So the four main points that I'm going to make with you today is that the climate crisis is real and urgent. We're going to take that as a given. I'll talk about it a tiny bit, but not a lot. The second piece is that I want to talk about are what feelings does the climate crisis and the ecological crisis mostly evoke? Like, what are clinicians, what are my colleagues hearing in the room? What am I hearing in the room, consultation room? Our climate feelings are important sources of information. So when we talked about bypassing, this is like the piece we don't want to miss, because if we move right from awakening to what's happening on the planet to action, we burn out very, very rapidly. And then we need to build skills to stay present, grounded, aware, and ecologically attuned. So, courses like this, or being in a therapeutic setting with a climate-aware therapist, somebody who actually, can open into this dialogue without a lot of anxiety, is a really great idea. All right, let's see if I can move this slide forward. There we go. Okay, so the first thing, I said I'm not going to belabor this. The climate crisis is real, urgent, and it is human caused. And this piece, the human caused piece, is super important, not to blame ourselves, but because if it's human caused, it can, when we look at the behavior that caused it, our wheelhouse as, transformers on the planet, transformative agents on the planet, is to change behavior in a sense, change beliefs and feelings and behaviors a bit towards something that's more sustainable. So again, I'm not going to belabor, the huge amount of biodiversity loss that's occurring right now as I speak, the sea level rise, the fact that our air is getting more polluted, and as it gets more polluted, the parts per million are contributing to greenhouse gases, and that we're warming up quite a bit. It's June 9th today, and we are on our way to one of the hottest months of June in history. You might have read about this. This actually made me cry, was that a heat dome moved up from Mexico. Howler monkeys were falling out of trees last month from heat exhaustion. If you've ever seen these or heard these amazing creatures, it's very sad. They're very, very tough. And they were falling out of trees from heat exhaustion during the hottest May on record in Central America. So we've caused these heat events, and we can fix them, but we have to wake up to the truth of this. I mean, those are not just canaries in the mine shaft, these little events. These are actual, like, we're beginning to see the emergence of what may be tipping points. It's often referred to, climate change, as the wicked problem because it's big, it's complex. There's not just one solution. It's a process. It's not an event. It's also unfamiliar and difficult to relate to. So I look outside, it looks fine. What climate crisis, right? What's familiar to me, I have to really think about it and feel into it. Yeah. Even if it's brought to heel within 10 years, which would be a massive reboot, right? Given that our countries thrive on increased productivity, consumerism, spending, there is the fact that 70% of species on the planet have been lost since 1970. And the impact of 8 billion people on the natural world is causing huge depletion of resources as we speak. So I know that's alarming. I also know that we feel it in our bones and we feel it in our hearts when we think about how this is going to impact the people we love, our children and their children, and that is motivating when we feel that. It's also the case that, we have the technology to change this, actually. But it's got to, again, be changed by changing human beliefs and behavior. We need 3 to 5% of the population being very vocal, getting involved in collective movements to make social change happen around this. So we have a very important role to play in this. If you're a therapist or a facilitator, educator, your wheelhouse is finding values that motivate this kind of behavioral change and helping people make plans to kind of reorient around this, much like we would if somebody wanted to go, okay, I want to change my career, right? We would help them with that. In the same way, we help people with this topic. Okay, so just drilling down on the three primary health-related conditions that are being generated by our changing climates. The three major ones are rising heat, air pollution, and infectious and vector-borne diseases. Those are all increasing, and they have interactions with one another. And in terms of mental health, hot days make people less patient, more edgy, and more despairing. These conditions result in increased depression and anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, suicide, suicidal ideation, especially among youth, and outbreaks of violence. I'm not going to give you all the stats on that, but you're welcome to connect with me if you'd like to see some of the studies. The elderly, the poor, and children, and the people who are living on those equatorial bands that are really hot are among those who will be most psychologically vulnerable. And a specific group vulnerable to the effects of extreme hot temperatures are people with pre-existing mental health conditions. So if you're on a medication, it can interact with heat, and as our bodies sort of get a little bit more dehydrated, it's associated with worsening mental health conditions and higher mortality. So the second point I talked about of the four, what feelings does the climate and ecological crisis often cause? This mental health emotions wheel was created by our colleagues at the Climate Mental Health Network. You can see that the inner circle has four main valences of emotion: anger, sadness, fear, and positivity. That's really important to know that the emotions we feel when we think about the plight of the planet are not all downers. Note that the blue area there, the positivity area, contains interest, empathy, gratitude, and other positive feelings. So, this is a thing about, climate change feelings, is it's not just one thing. Emotions are compounded, meaning like, we might feel sadness and hope at the same time, or anger and regret, or, so just checking those out, right? Anxiety is just a small part of climate emotions, yet it gets the most press. There has been, I looked this up, there's been a 4,590% increase in Google searches for the topic, for these topics, climate anxiety and eco-anxiety, from 2018 to last year. That's 40 times higher, these searches, meaning that for every single search in 2018, we're now seeing 40 searches. So it's really a huge order of magnitude. People are worried about this and looking for insight and information about it. Also, my colleagues and I at Climate Psychology of North America have been interviewed many times about climate anxiety. And we always try to educate journalists that there's this range of other feelings that you see in this wheel here. It's so important for people to know that the feelings wax and wane, because when we see something like climate anxiety over and over in the news, it feels like something unmovable, or sort of like that's how people feel. And the truth is that it waxes and wanes among all these feelings from day to day, hour to hour. If you think about your own feelings, right, they don't just stay in one place. And if we feel like we're just going to feel anxious about it because that's what we read in the paper or our news feeds, we're less likely to engage in feeling our feelings. So why would anyone want to explore these uncomfortable feelings, like in a therapeutic context or just on your own? Anxiety, guilt, and shame, those kinds of, in the, kind of the sadness realm, especially, are not ones that we generally like to feel, because they cause a little bit of a rupture in how we feel about ourselves and our deeper sense of our identities. And then they lead to defenses, right? Especially the hardening of many types of denial. So as I said in the beginning, like denial has a function and a purpose that really helps us kind of keep going on a day-to-day level when there are threats out there. It also, is really important. Like, I'm not living in this all of the time. I have to be able to kind of shut that down, go into a little compartmentalization. So I'm not saying all defenses are bad around this. But it's exactly through letting all these feelings emerge and exploring them with curiosity and looking into the tension that they create internally that we begin to repair the rupture, this alienation between what we feel is inner and outer. Okay. Let's see. So, and again, why do we do this? Is because when these tensions and feelings are successfully held, processed, integrated, a vision can emerge, which can illuminate an engagement that's really practical and really creative. So, and it's especially when someone's sort of awakening for the first time to what's happening on the planet, that can be quite a difficult time. It's like, if I had a loved one who had a terminal diagnosis, that would take some time to, kind of get from that immediate like denial kind of place. My defenses would lock in, right, to a place of like looking at the facts of the biological facts and saying, okay, so what can we do here? That is sort of where, we want to go with this. So you can see that a climate-informed therapeutic community, or even just people who are aware of these, just you don't have to be a therapist to be aware of these feelings, it has a vital role in helping people begin to talk about climate change by providing support and in deepening our understanding of how climate-related feelings play out in both our individual lives and in culture. Because these get magnified at a very big cultural level. And what we want to do is just stay awake to our feelings, and I'll give you a practice on how to do that in a couple minutes. Just a little caveat here, climate anxiety, all climate feelings are rational responses to a planetary health crisis. They're not psychopathology. They can kind of go into a place that might need a little therapeutic help if they kind of amplify, kind of existing maybe anxieties and depression, and I'll talk about that in a sec. But they also include a complex range of challenging feelings. I mentioned that. It's not just one feeling. It's like sometimes there are 5 feelings in there that I feel. And so if we're going to talk about these things, we kind of have to take our time. They're also sustained over time. There's no resolution to this right now. There's no resolution to these feelings, but they wax and they wane, and that's okay. How do climate emotions affect us? These are the 4 that come up mostly. This is from our literature, but I can also tell you that in my own work, these are the ones that come up. And a lot of them have to do with what we love, like the loss of place and the gift of nature, people worrying about losing those things. Big worry about facing extinction on the planet. Worry about future generations comes up prominently, like in many different ways, actually, like not only for my own children, my children's friends, children I know and am connected to, and others that I, just know about. But also the choice to have children is coming up. About 40% of women in childbearing, that a small childbearing age, actually, kind of like span of 16 to 24, 40% of them are saying that they're questioning their decision to have children, mostly because of climate crisis, but also because of racism and the poly crisis in general. And then this last one is the one that kind of brings up shame for people in talking about it, like letting go of lifestyles. I want to travel. I want to go to Europe. I want to do my bucket list. I want to have the big house that I've been conditioned to want. But what's important is that we kind of like look at that, like, oh, I'm so attached to that, but it's actually having a big cost, right? And it creates tension within me to know that there is a cost with that. Just a little bit on whether our climate change feelings pose a threat to our mental health. And a colleague of ours, Susan Clayton, who kind of started this field with Thomas Doherty a number of years ago, were kind of really instrumental in starting this. She says, for the most part, no, it doesn't pose a threat to our mental health. But there are some mediators, like, we are more vulnerable to climate change and, kind of overwhelm if we don't have a support network, if we're already feeling ineffective, like low locus of control, we have pre-existing mental health problems or trauma, like we're already depressed or anxious, like I said, if we live in an area vulnerable to climate disasters, wildfire, then we're more likely to have some kind of like alert reactions that are kind of maybe PTSD organized. And then if we're thinking about having children. As therapists, we are in the same predicament as our clients. So one thing that I want to say to you all who are in mental health fields or in educator fields, you can see that little comic up at the top. We're basically on the couch with our clients. I don't use a couch, but that just illuminates that. Over 50%, though, of therapists report that their clients have expressed concerns about climate change. 72% of therapists themselves report that. About 52% of therapists report that some of their clients would actually be open to discussing this topic with them based on what they know about their relationship with their client, their client's capacity for talking about difficult topics. But fewer than 33%, this was just last year, of 700 therapists who were surveyed for this. So 700 therapists across North America were surveyed for this. Fewer than 33% report feeling well prepared to have that conversation. So it's not unusual. If you don't know how to talk about it, people who are actually engaged in the business of talking about feelings are having trouble with this too. Now, the truth is that the majority of people do care about climate change, and the majority care about future generations. We know, and I'm not going to give you the survey results from this, but it's across a number of different polling agencies. We know that 7 in 10 Americans believe that, and I know some of you are not in America, but I suspect that this holds in Europe and other countries as well, more and probably even more if you live in the global South. But more than 7 in 10% Americans believe that climate change is happening, and 6 in 10 are worried about it. They report feeling worried about it. But 2/3 of Americans rarely, if ever, talk about climate change with the people they care about. So this is a huge choke in the system. We have feelings about something, and yet we can't talk about it, right? So we call this kind of a great silence. One of the problems that emerges is that, we just go quiet. And this has to do, I think, with the work you're learning here about how trauma sort of collects within us, prior trauma, generational trauma, makes it very difficult to kind of unlock the emotions and the ability to articulate what we're feeling. The problem with this is that in that silence, the majority of people who do care about this underestimate the number of people who do care. And this creates a false social reality for us and adds to the sense of being kind of a freak if I do talk about it. Now, I work with people who do this work all the time, and that's so good for me. But if I start going outside of those environments, talking with family members or people I don't know as well, there's this feeling like if I talk about this, I'm going to sound like a crazy person, like I'm in some kind of a cult. So that is interesting, right? It adds further to the silence and to the moral injury of not doing anything about climate change. It also contributes to making me feel bad about myself for having these very feelings, right? And it makes me want to ignore the truth and somehow behave as if it's business as usual, even though I know it's not. So it's like living in a very dysfunctional global family. It makes me feel stupid for being aware. And it contributes to, not me personally, but I'm talking about the collective, me. And it contributes to a really pervasive shutting down to something that we can't contain. So as my colleague Rebecca Weston said in a recent talk, when you put all this together, there's a sense of inevitability, of fear, outrage, with no place for those feelings to go. And she and my social justice friends in psychology say we have to ask, and I'm really curious about this, who does this shutdown benefit? These feelings operate in a political system and an economy that benefits from people feeling alone, shut down, and disengaged from the conversation about climate change. Why? Because our whole system that we live on, gross domestic product, consuming, would have to shift. So we can use our heartfelt spaces to open up these climate conversations. And we can validate emotions. We can change the polarization, that numbing neutrality that we feel, that business as usual. We can engage with our feelings. Our feelings are powerful in this to combat the inevitable story, that business as usual kind of story, that magical thinking, that says, yes, we might be on a sinking ship, but somebody's going to come to our rescue, right? So we need to elevate the work of serving those feelings to awaken us. And we also need to really create a space for the people who are on the front lines, the journalists, the climate scientists, the activists. They're part of the solution. So these people are our heroes, and yet they're attacked over and over again by, kind of the more conservative right-wing media as being nutty, right? So in summary, most people do believe in climate change, want to do something about it, but they don't talk about it and they don't know where to start. So this creates this big choke in the momentum required to make change, and it exacerbates fear. Collective self-silencing is occurring. So how do we get through this? Well, actually, I just want to say, Thomas alluded to this earlier. We see these kinds of headlines like climate change added a month's worth of extra hot days in the past year. This is just from last month. I won't read the rest of them, but if I settle into how these feel in my body, they don't feel good, these kinds of headlines, right? What we want to do is move from a vicious cycle between climate change and mental health towards a virtuous cycle. This is a simple drawing from our colleagues at Climate Care Center at University College of London. We just want to, how do we do that, right? So that these are not, so messaging about climate change is not hurting mental health. So just looking at a few headlines that are more in sort of good news about climate change, and you have to kind of look to find these. They're not often in the mainstream media, but these are some really valid headlines and big headlines from the past month that highlight awareness and action to slow global warming and to increase educational programs, like more universities are creating climate change programs to meet student demand. I mean, that's good news. People want to work in green jobs. So our job is to nudge the cycle of climate change and mental health into a more virtuous cycle that not only brings well-being benefits, such as feeling more calm and resourced, but also helps people connect with their agency and sense of personal and collective impact. I already talked about this a bit. I'm not going to kind of go back into this again, except to really reinforce that one thing that we can do is, because media amplifies all feelings, the positive and the more painful, is to make sure that we're creating a media diet that doesn't overindulge in one or the other. And also we can demand that our media go beneath the what of what is happening as a result of climate change, like the big disasters, and also the ways in which our governments and big business do not want us to really know, more sort of positive approaches to this in a way, because there's some benefit in kind of keeping a negative story going. But yeah, so I won't go too much more into that. But we do need to bring something new into the world with respect to the messaging here. All right. The third point I want to make is our climate emotions are important sources of information. We don't want to bypass our emotions. So rather than kind of pushing them away or let them overwhelm us, it's so important to acknowledge them, to normalize them, to share them, because if we don't, we generally suppress the useful information that they provide. So we got to get comfortable with these feelings about the climate emergency. And I will just say it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay to live there. What we want to do is kind of not be kind of overactivated about this or shut down about this, but we want to move more into that grounded space. So the fourth and final point is we need to build skills to stay present, grounded, aware, and ecologically attuned. I'll just read this quote by Andy Goldsworthy, the environmental sculptor, because it bears on attunement. And I love this. It's crucial. We often forget that we are nature. Nature is not something separate from us. So when we say we have lost our connection to nature, we've actually lost our connection to ourselves. So when we say we have lost our connection to nature, we've actually lost our connection to ourselves. So the way back in is to connect to ourselves. Therapists can do this by being, kind of familiar with this topic themselves. I self-disclose sometimes that I'm worried about it too. That actually is validating for people. I want to teach you one trauma-informed approach that climate-aware therapists use, which is just a really simple approach called compassionate listening, because it helps us get to some of the hidden feelings in the language of climate distress if we're really open to being with these feelings compassionately. What we want to do is rest in our direct experience of climate distress. What are you experiencing right now? We want to stay with the what questions, like what actually are you experiencing? How is climate distress expressing itself to you in your thoughts, your feelings, your actual experience? How are you experiencing this in your body? Where in your body, or what is the sensation? Tingling, coolness, heat? Is it in my chest? It is in my head. So all the things that we do as somatically grounded therapists. And what is it like to pay attention to this experience? What's my experience of being with this experience of, distress or, difficulty in some way? Can I bring some curiosity to it? What is it telling me? What does the feeling want to say? Because that's where the gems are. It usually says something like, listen, it's here, right? Now, I don't make people do this on a huge scale. I try to bring people into a feeling of like, if we had a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least distressed and 10 being the most distressed, I'd want to start this sort of like around a 3. And so just be careful with that. When we listen to climate feelings, what we want to remember is that all feelings are normal, even, kind of the more, kind of ones that are, kind of shielding kind of some self-blame around this or blame of others. We want to strive to keep the feelings within the window of tolerance, so a 3 on a scale of 10. Being with and turning towards these emotions and exploring them with curiosity and compassion can be healing and transformative. And acceptance requires admitting something difficult oftentimes, possibly involving an opening to feelings that are uncomfortable, such as our own complicity, our own denial. It's okay. We all have that. But what the point is not to get us, kind of outside of that zone of resilience and attunement. We're going to touch there if we're human, right? We're going to feel worried and anxious. But what we want to do is sort of come back into attunement, so that I put this picture. This is actually a photograph near my place where I'm staying right now in Wyoming. And you can see the mirroring there that goes on in that lake. And the idea is to come from this place of compassion, compassionate attunement to ourselves and others. Yeah. Okay. And the next slide, I think we'll just make my final slide. I just want to say, this is a headline. Climate change is keeping therapists up at night. It was in the New York Times Magazine last October. But the subline, the sub that underneath in small print, how anxiety about the planet's future is transforming the practice of psychotherapy. We are engaged in really trying to move out of that individual model of one-on-one psychotherapy, and especially around life satisfaction issues or relational issues in particular. So we're listening often when we do this work, and we're bringing it to places like this. Psychologists are to try to kind of shift our work into something that's more around justice and climate justice and humanity justice. So there's some wonderful resources for this. Vanessa Andreotti and her work with Gesturing Towards Decolonial Futures is one resource. Jennifer Mullen's work on decolonizing our work and actually turning the light back on, like, what are we actually doing? We need to really, in our bodies, in the collective, there is so much pain around how we have treated people on this world, and people of color in particular, Indigenous people, environments, ecologies. Okay, so just taking a deep breath again and kind of coming back into ourselves. Thomas, we have some time for a little discussion and maybe some questions from the audience.
Yes. First of all, thank you so much. It speaks to my heart when I listen to you, and it resonates a lot. Like, I resonate with everything you just said. And I'm curious if you can expand a little bit on how, because in my understanding, the what you just said before, the collective traumas of colonialism, slavery and racism, the Holocaust, genocides, like whatever is going on in the world, like in all kinds of, and has been going on, oppressive regimes. I'm wondering how the trauma layers of the last hundreds of years that are embedded in our bodies, in our psyches, in our social systems, are actually creating like a break or like a holding or a freeze to us, like as a society and also as individuals, to be responsive. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering about the feedback loops of, like, open feedback loops. So we receive data, we feed data back
Yeah.
into the system, or it's broken. Maybe you can speak a bit to that.
I will. I owe a debt to my colleagues at Climate Psychology Alliance in the UK for articulating this really beautifully, which is we have to restore what is repressed, right? We have to, if we're going to solve this problem of climate change, we have to be able to turn towards all of the things that you just mentioned, all of these kind of episodes in human history that are still ongoing, where, there's been huge oppression, there's been theft, there's been, kind of the impact of colonization. I mean, that's just a phrase, right? But it brings us into such a depth of, what Eurocentrism and, sort of the history of taking people, taking resources, and using them for profit. And we all have benefited from that, at least in the global north, we have benefited from that hugely. And we burn those resources all the time. And so, we have to be able to look into that, but, we have to look into it beyond a shame level, right? Because that's the thing that keeps it, locked in, is shame and guilt. And oftentimes when I do these exercises, especially with therapists, guilt is kind of the number one thing that comes up for them, the complicity kind of piece of that. But it keeps us really from wanting to look at it, because we don't want to talk about the things, the mistakes, right? We don't want to talk about that, or we want to blame it on other people. Like that was my, grandparents' generation or their grandparents' generation, but the truth is that I've come to the place that I am in this life through all of their experiences, right? And so I do have to look at that, and we have to look at it individually, and we have to look at it as a collective and make repair. We have to do land back. We have to do, we have to have large scale systems change around that collective trauma.
Yes, I very much agree. And I love that you speak to the urgency also, that we have to do this repair individually and collectively, and we need to find collective containers, architectures, ways how to do this in collective spaces, right?
Yeah, so the one area that I have some influences is with the mental health professions, and so training clinicians on different forms of psychotherapy that include liberation kind of concepts, essentially, that we're actually locked into mental systems and societal systems that really bear scrutiny and looking at in terms of their damage, and that they're embedded in our training. So for me, my positionality and how I was trained, I wasn't trained on those concepts. It took me quite a long time to kind of, I mean, my family was a union family. We believed in the collective, that sort of thing in the United States. But I wasn't trained on these architectures, as you call them, of really looking at what our view is, what the view is that we're looking out for. Yeah.
Yeah, I was also wondering, like when you asked, like when I was journaling, I that's something that I'm kind of dealing with also in our work, is, since we know that, as you said, and around the whole, there's this ring around the globe where within decades, like we will have hundreds of millions of climate refugees.
will. Yeah.
And then how we prepare ourselves, or we are living by ourselves and then might be living in an area that is affected by the uninhabitable zone around the world. And I think that also on the one hand feels strangely, when you ask me what do you feel, and then I say, yeah, I feel empowered, because it feels like a challenge to take on, and it also feels like there's something, okay, let's find ways, let's turn this into like something we can face. And then also a bit worrisome if we are able to create the structures to be able to channel that. And that needs a huge collective growth and maturation to be able to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. I think that, this kind of arbitrary sense of boundaries or borders or all of that is going to break. It just isn't possible to try to create. I mean, it'll either go into wars and authoritarianism, or, as we're already seeing. But so I agree with you that the place for me to reside is in that sense of empowerment, that we actually can do this, that we actually can, we have the kind of, for lack of a better word, mental technologies to be able to expand our awareness, to be inclusive and develop those empathy and mirroring systems at a deeper level. And that people, it might take people getting it might take a lot more suffering, honestly. It might take people getting really hot, floodwaters raising, getting really wet, sea level rise, before people want to do this. But I think it's so important for people to have a choice around this, and to be able to see that, safety doesn't reside necessarily in, control. It resides in taking care of one another.
Yeah, and that's exactly. I'm happy you're mirroring this back, also the sense of empowerment, because one reason for me to do this and to invite you also here is that we as a community start to look, okay, what actually empowers us to and brings our agency back online, and also that we see just here. I mean, it's a course. There are many people from around the world just to tuning in with that, and there are so many other people, as you said, that are either concerned or active. So there is a movement in the world, and I think feeling part of that movement and getting that movement going stronger, I think is very empowering. So I love that sense that you spoke to.
To learn more about Barbara and her work, please visit barbaraeasterlinphd.org and climatepsychology.us. Claudia Pena is the co-founding director of the Center for Justice at UCLA and is on the faculty at UCLA School of Law and in the Gender Studies Department. Her work addresses how trauma intersects with the legal system. She teaches both students and attorneys how to practice trauma and healing-informed lawyering and advocacy, and she has trained a multitude of legal service providers, including those serving vulnerable communities. Claudia is a restorative and transformative justice practitioner, an artist, and the former executive director of Four Freedoms.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm Maria Leister, one of the hosts of the conference, and our next guest is Claudia Pena. A warm welcome, Claudia.
Hello, Maria. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
So the conference this year is called the Collective Healing Conference. Could you share a little bit about what brought you to do the work that you do and how your work contributes to collective healing?
Oh, that's such a good question. How far to go back? Let's see. Okay. In my own personal life, I have noticed that both trauma and healing is never an individual experience. It's always collective. If someone gets harmed, if someone experiences trauma, the manifestations of that impact everybody around them, the people they live with, the people they work with, folks who are friends, people out just in the community. Everybody experiences the impact of when people are harmed and they're sort of disconnected from their core. And the same is true for healing. When someone goes through the sometimes painful, sometimes liberating process of healing, it's a collective experience because my healing begets other people's healings. The way that I end up experiencing the world around me and the way that I end up showing up in my environments, everybody else is impacted by that. And they can have that experience of being around someone who is more connected to their core. And sometimes that'll inspire other people to do the same. I did this work with a good friend of mine, Beth Rebay, years ago. We started an organization called Repair, and we were very interested in how systems of oppression, like racism or transphobia, how they impact our health, our mental health, our physical health, the health of individuals, and the health of whole communities, and how healing had to also be addressed sort of at scale. It's individual, but it's also something that's collective at the same time, always. So this is my interest in this particular topic, and I'm so glad to be part of the conversation.
Wonderful. And we're so glad that you're here having this conversation with us. And I wanted to connect that your thoughts on collective healing to the natural world. So let's broaden the focus a bit and talk a little bit about, I know one of your the topics that you're passionate about is our relationship to the natural world and also with each other. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yes, with pleasure. Let's see. It's my perspective that we are where we are now as a society, especially Western, especially US society, but sort of globally, because we're pretty good at importing our bad ideas, exporting our bad ideas. We are where we are now because of pain from colonization and harm from colonization that is impacted our interpersonal relationships, has impacted our communities spiritually, emotionally, physically, and impacted the land. It's my perspective that we have treated each other the way we treat the land, right? To the extent that we think human beings are expendable, we think land is expendable. And to the extent that we think that other humans are our relatives, whether or not we can see them on the family tree, we also treat the natural world like they're our relatives. And so there's a healing that is needed in terms of the way that we think about each other, whether or not we actually recognize our oneness, right? Because we are all connected. We are one super organism. And sometimes people don't recognize that. And so they other folks, those people over there, I can treat them this way because they're not in my in group, without the recognition that something you do to somebody else, you're doing to yourself. That's just a reality. Some of my friends call it, what's the phrase they use? Woo woo. They refer to these things as woo woo, but in indigenous communities, my people are the Nawa. We hail from Central America, from a land that was once called Guscatan, now referred to it as El Salvador. We know it as a fact that we are all one and that we're all connected, and that something that you do here is something that's being done way over there. Something you do to somebody else, you're doing to yourself. And so again, that is exactly what happens with our relationship to the land. I can say more, but let me know which direction you want to go.
Yeah, I would love to take a couple steps back and ask you about what you started talking about in terms of colonialism, what impact that had on people in the global South, on others from, people not from Western societies. So could you just share a little bit about what it means to you connected to your work around like healing relationships and healing those bonds with each other?
Yes, let me start by saying I am certainly not a scholar on colonization. So there is more in-depth analysis and probably much prettier words that other people use. However, for my purposes, I believe colonization is just a group of people arriving somewhere new and insisting on bringing their mores, their ways of being, their philosophies, their ideologies, and imposing them on the people that are already on that land. It's a pretty simple definition from my perspective. As opposed to arriving somewhere new and saying, hey, what you guys got going on? How can I integrate? How can we collaborate? How can I bring my ideas and learn from yours? And so colonization, the way that it was practiced from Europe to most of the rest of the world, it was practiced in a way that was incredibly oppressive, violent, insistent. And it was not the case that people who came over to the Americas, North, South America, the Southern Hemisphere, it is not the case that they were bringing over better ideas per se. Perhaps if you buy into like hypercapitalism, the ideas seemed more sophisticated. But when it comes to our relationship with the natural world, and ensuring that it's being taken care of and ensuring that things can be sustainable so that we always have what we need to build lodging, to feed everybody else, to ensure that there's joy. All of those ideas that have been practiced by Indigenous communities across the world for centuries and centuries, those were almost completely destroyed. But I'm happy to say that we're in a time now where people are recognizing the importance of those practices and making room for re-indigenizing.
In the short time that I've had an opportunity to speak with you, what I've caught on to about you is that you have a great capacity to hold both the suffering and the struggle and the possibility and the joy. I don't know how, if you would term it that, but that's what I'm feeling from you and sensing from you. And I would love to know a little bit more about your journey to get there, because that's a skill and an art. And I would love, and it, to me, it feels like you've come on some amazing journey. Can you share a little bit about that? It would be lovely to hear, perhaps, how you got here.
Thank you for that question. I also wish I could ask you that question. I think you'd have an interesting answer too. Let's see. I was raised in a family that was incredibly conservative, Christian, Pentecostal, at times. We were raised with the ideas of like a very punitive world, with a very punitive God. And my generation, I think, was the first generation to be raised in this way. There was so much that was beautiful about the teachings that I was exposed to as a child. So much of what the Bible has to teach is beautiful, right? The idea of forgiveness and compassion, but there was so much that didn't resonate even as a child. And so I ended up being the only family member who was not baptized, because in the denomination that we were a part of, people were supposed to choose to be baptized at a certain age. And I chose not to, much to the chagrin of most of my family, who thought that meant that I was going straight to hell. But there was just a knowing inside of me. There was a voice inside of me that would tell me, some of this is very useful. Some of this can be very helpful to showing up and serving the communities that we're a part of. And some of this is pretty harmful. So it was that voice that grew stronger and stronger as I got older and was exposed to more knowledge and was exposed to different cultures around the world. I have the great benefit and privilege of having been the daughter of someone who worked for the airlines. And so I got to, even though we were very poor growing up, by the time I reached adult age, I was able to travel to a couple of places at a pretty early age in comparison to my colleagues, the other people my age. And it was those experiences living in other countries that really helped me develop this idea of being able to see the world from a spiritual, but maybe not religious perspective for myself. I have a lot of regard, deep reverence for all the religions. I love the holy books. But for my own practice, it has made sense to have reverence for all of them as opposed to one at the expense of the others. There's also lived experience that plays a role here, where I experienced some traumas growing up, some traumas from having a father that had zero interest in being a father to us, and who was a violent man, or engaged in violence at times, from being poor. And we lived in El Salvador at one point during the Civil War. And then, of course, I was sexually assaulted. And so I have these traumas that I was working through still at a young age, and finally came to the point where I decided I needed help. A couple of friends suggested that I needed help at a time where I was still saying things like, I don't need therapy. I'm just fine exactly how I am. You have a problem with it, you can go somewhere else. But I came to terms with the fact that I actually wanted to feel more whole. I wanted to be connected to my core. And so I did a lot of healing work, lots of different healing modalities. Hypnotherapy worked really well for me. That's not to say that it works for everybody. I had a really great practitioner who understood me. Before then, and even after then, there was talk therapists that I worked with who I felt like I was therapizing them. So working with her worked really well for me because it helped me just get to a deeper consciousness. And through that healing work, I came to the recognition that, this is life. Life is joy and pain, and it's happiness and sadness, and it's tragedy and miracle. It's all of these things all of the time. All of the time. I am not working towards a time where we do not experience sadness or anger. That is not, I have no interest in that. But I am working towards people having more of their faculties available to them as they face all of these things that are a reality of the life around us.
So it was really, what I'm hearing you say is that at a very young age, you had a pretty good sense of a core truth, or you could see the core truths in life, and that you were able to take from those truths what worked for you personally, and just sort of leave aside what didn't really work for you, and that was okay. And I love that you were able to sort of navigate life in a way that you were capturing those realities and those truths, and they were like little lessons for you. That's wonderful. And that you're not immune to harm or struggle or pain, right? And that nobody is. And that's a great reminder for us that to weave those core truths with the pain and the suffering, that's just a part of what life is all about. I'm curious to know, though, what does harm mean to you then within that context?
Yeah, that's a good question. What does harm mean? Harm means that there's something that's kind of knocked you off your course for a second, shaken you up in a way that is painful. Harm means that you've lost your ability to pay attention to whatever it was you were paying attention to right before that, right? Like suddenly this thing has sort of like bullied you into its existence. And harm to me, to use the language that I normally use, is something that, knocks your core a little bit. For me, your core is sort of the, like, some people like to say your North Star. I like to say your South Star. It's it's the thing that makes you who you are. It's your soul. It's your spirit. It's your spiritual center. Maybe it's your chakras, to try to incorporate everybody else's language. And so harm is something that shakes that core. Sometimes it kind of knocks it all the way off or takes it offline. But it's something that requires attention in a painful way.
And then moving from harm, or that event of harm, because the way that you describe it, it seems like it's an event. It's something that's happening or happened. How do you then shift to a state of healing?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked it that way, because now harm is for me something that's imbalance. imbalance, right? It's something that takes the balance off. If this is where you usually are, harm does this. And so when I think about healing, it's about finding the balance again, right? Finding something that can bring you back into the space. Sometimes that is reparations, right? Which is like a literal bringing balance. When I think of, you know, Egyptian, they call it mythology, but I wouldn't do it that disservice. Egyptian teachings. There's the god of Maat, Maat. Okay, so you know Maat. A lot of lawyers know Maat. And so there's this idea, right, that you show up after you've died and your heart is weighed. And if there's stuff that you haven't dealt with and your heart's too heavy and it brings the balance, then, your soul is sucked out and you don't get to continue to live in the afterlife. But if there's balance, then you get to continue to live in the afterlife. And that's what I feel like healing is, right? Like we always have this need to put things back to a place that makes sense, a place that can create thriving for people, a place that allows for expression. And for me, it's about balance. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense to me, because when we think about trauma and harm, as you term it, being knocked off your balance, and how do we go from the pain and the trauma to a place of healing and repair? And it's a sort of a narrative structure. When I think about it, there's a narrative structure, and this is where you mentioned personal experiences and our personal narratives, and how important those are when we talk about all these things that we're engaged in conversation about. What I am interested in, because I know that your work involves speaking about the land and the importance of trauma of the land. How does that connect to what we're talking about now? Or why is that so important for us to know about?
Okay, this is so glad you brought it to there, because we can continue the conversation around balance with land. So the quintessential sort of example that people know about and love to hear about is the wolves in Yellowstone, right? In this country and in many countries across the world, humans decided they were the most important, and that allowed them the permission to do away with anything else that they didn't find convenient. So predators was one of these, right? Especially apex predators. Humans decided to try to exterminate them whenever possible so that we could have our land, our farmland, so we could feel safe, so everything could be convenient. And we almost completely got rid of wolves in the United States. Well, it turns out, after much studying by scientists and Native people for decades and decades talking about how important it was, it turns out that wolves play a huge role in the ecosystem. And when they were reintroduced into Yellowstone, we saw so much thriving of hundreds, perhaps thousands of species that did not exist for many decades once the wolves had been removed. So that's a really fun, exciting example, because it's pretty sexy. It's wolves. But this happens when you decide to remove asphalt or remove cement. Right, we bought a property in Altadena that we are stewarding now, and we have 100 feet of concrete. It's 100 feet of concrete in the driveway. That destroys so many organisms and so many species. I listened to this talk last year that said 51% of the organisms in the species that exist in this world are below ground level. We don't even get to see them. We don't know they're there, but they're playing an important role, because guess what? Everything that exists plays an important role in the ecosystem. So something like removing asphalt or concrete is another way of bringing healing and bringing balance back to the land. There's a huge movement now to undam rivers in the United States, mostly on the West Coast. And the Klamath River was one of the most recent. But dams are incredibly harmful to the local ecosystems. The fish have nowhere to go. And when you don't have fish that can travel in the ways that they're supposed to, it impacts all the different plants and other organisms. And that impacts the people who live off of that river. And so I know that dams are really exciting to human innovation in terms of energy, but it's also incredibly destructive and part of the reason we are where we are now with climate change. So there's also removal of non-native plants and planting native as much as you can, because helping local ecosystems is the one very easy thing, sometimes kind of expensive depending on where you live, one very easy thing individuals can do. And if everybody is doing their part with the parcel of land that they are stewarding, and then we can see the healing and the beautiful expressions that comes with that healing.
And what does that mean? So we're talking a lot about the land and our sort of relationship to the land and the ecosystem, but then what does that, or how does that translate into the relationships that we engage with each other?
Yeah, so we were talking about how humans have considered themselves sort of the most important dominators of flora and fauna. And that promotes this idea of domination, of somebody being the most important, right? We often hear man is at the very top of the food chain, right? Just that concept alone is incredibly harmful to thinking of the natural world as oneness. But all of those ideas that went into harming the land, right? Like allowing these toxins to go into the land and just thinking, well, it's toxic and it's harmful, but it's something I have to do in order to make $1. Excavating or extracting minerals from the land, just taking what you want to take, because again, it makes you $1. All of the ways in which we have been taking advantage of the natural world and not being in a reciprocal relationship, but being in an extractive relationship. These are things humans learn to do to each other. We have human beings being really extractive with each other and not recognizing the importance of reciprocity and really being about me, and having a very individualistic approach to this world that will lead us to the destruction of humankind. Right? That sort of individualism has only one conclusion, and that is that Mother Earth shakes us off and says, try again. I don't want you or your kind. Let's do it again and see who we get next. So these practices are things that we're doing to each other and the ways in which we're showing up. The consumerism that exists in this nation is wildly out of control. The desire to just buy something and it can show up tomorrow without me having to get off the couch. I understand convenience. I get it. There are parents with little children who don't have the time to go to the store. There are people with disabilities that don't have the ability to just, move around town easily. All of that I understand, but none of that, none of those sort of necessities can really explain how consumerist we are. And again, this is something that we've exported to the rest of the world. We don't need this many things. And the creation of this many things is part of the problem, because where do they go? There's an entire mountain of clothing in Chile. Just clothing that nobody wants anymore. And it's just sitting in a mountain. If you Google it, it's horrendous. Everybody knows the amount of plastic bottles that are in the ocean, just like creating an entire island out of plastic bottles. These sound small, but these are the ways in which we interact with each other, right? It's someone else's problem. I can do this because I need this. It doesn't matter that if I do it, everybody else does it. And then it becomes really destructive. I have this example that I use sometimes. It cracks me up, but I see it all the time in LA, where there's a line to exit off the freeway, but a lot of people think that what they have to do is more important than everybody else. And so they go and cut the line, right? One person is like, I have a really good reason, so I'm going to cut the line. But they don't recognize that 40 people, 100 people think they have a really good reason. And so now they've doubled, tripled, quadrupled the time of the people waiting in line to get off the exit. There's no regard for how it impacts the collective, no regard for how it impacts the land. The only regard is for my own convenience.
And your message is so beautiful. Not just that message, but the content of what we discussed a little bit earlier too. And I'm curious, in the work that you do, particularly with students and other groups, and also in the legal profession, how do you share this message with them in a way that they hear it, and in a way that they can take your message and begin to make some change and begin to make impact?
Maria, this is like one of my favorite things, because some of these things I've been saying for a long time and nobody cared. Nobody batted an eye. And most of what I say now, not just me, everybody who's singing the same song, by the way, I'm not singing an original here. People are very interested now. Part of it, I think, is this generation. I love Gen Z. I adore Gen Z. Many of my colleagues have their complaints and critiques. I see them. I don't care. They do not overcome how incredible Gen Z is when it comes to all of the things that we're talking about. They're very interested in healing. They're very interested in intergenerational trauma and harm and breaking cycles. They're very interested in disabusing us of systems of oppression. They're very, very, very easygoing when it comes to gender and LGBTQI plus issues. They're just like, what are we even talking about? This is passé almost at this point. They're so much better on race than any generation ever was. They're committed to sustainability. They are using their dollars. They're, the youngest generation is usually the generation has the least resources, and yet they will spend more to support sustainable companies than Gen X or millennials even, or people that are older than us. They are the most committed to addressing climate change and environmental justice. They're not ignoring the intersection between race and the environment. I think Gen Z is where it's at. And, it's funny because we always think the next generation is going to save us. Like, I remember that pressure being put on us. I became an activist in my teens. And I remember feeling that weight of like, oh, we're supposed to figure this out, but we don't know anything. Gen Z knows stuff. That generation as a collective is tuned in to their intuition, and they are listening to it. And I am so happy to follow them.
So you just gave me some hope, because I'm feeling in what you're saying is that they are already primed to create change and make change, because they're getting all of the other unnecessary conversation out of the way. That's already out of the way, and they're just ready out the gate to make that change and create impact. And so the messages that you have to bring them, I'm hearing that they're ready to receive the message, and they're ready to do something with that message.
They're also ready to teach us the message. It's their responses and ideas. Part of the reason I continue to teach is because of how much I learn, right? There's been so many moments in class where a student says something and I'm like, hey, can you just come to the front of the class and just teach the rest of this class? You're killing it. And everybody needs to hear what you have to say. And that's why they're taking to TikTok and other social media, which I have my, critiques of, but they need platforms because these young folks have a lot to teach.
Yeah. And in your work too, and the work of many of those who are in this conference this year, it's about relating to each other and treating each other well. And on the other side of treating each other well, I want to hear from you as an example. In the United States, what would be an extreme example of how we're not relating to each other well at all, that groups of people need to come in and create change? What would you say needs the most focus right now based on the work and the research that you do?
I have two answers. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
One is mass incarceration. I consider people who are in prison to be our scapegoats. They're the people we lay our sins on. To the extent that anybody who's incarcerated has committed a crime, that's a collective failure. It is not that that person is bad or a monster or just like a rotten apple. It is a collective failing. It's usually a result of people are in prison mostly for three reasons. One, mental illness. Two, unaddressed trauma that they are trying to self-medicate with drugs. And three, crimes having to do with poverty. Most of the people in prison and in jails across this country are in for those three reasons. Are those good reasons to put people in cages? Not that there's any good reasons to put people in cages, but specifically those three, that's a wild, wild response. And it is ludicrous to think that that would help any of us become better. It's ludicrous to think that that would help any of our communities thrive. Separating children from their parents, throwing families into further poverty in order to stay in communication with their loved ones because it's so expensive to make phone calls and video calls. These cages are rife with drugs that are being brought in by people who work at these facilities, which leads to a lot of violence, which leads to more trauma. So when people come out, they're further traumatized. It's outrageous. And so many people believe that we can just go on with our lives because we're so happy that those scapegoats have taken the weight of our sins with them. Most people don't know what their closest facility is in terms of a jail or a prison. They don't have to. That's the definition of privilege. Privilege is when you don't have to pay attention to something. You don't have to know it. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to care about it. And yet it is our collective responsibility, not only just to care about each other, but to care about the ways in which the way we set up this particular society has resulted in the largest number of people behind bars in the entire world. That's something everybody should care about. That's my first. The second is, I don't think it's my line of work. I don't know what I have to add to it necessarily, but the issue of people who are isolated and lonely and who the manifestation of that isolation and loneliness is violence. I'm speaking mostly about white men here in the United States, but this can happen anywhere and to any demographic, I believe. But in the United States, it's a particular issue right now with white men who are feeling unsupported and feeling isolated and lonely and for lots of different reasons. And that leads them to join groups that have pretty violent ideologies, whether it's verbally violent or physically violent. For me, it's the same, it's harm. I think that for many people who care about the same issues I care about, they put them in a category over there, like those folks just deserve to be experiencing what they're experiencing. Those people are our people too.
So in both groups, both situations, whether it's loneliness or solitary confinement, where we sort of just throw people away. It's okay to just throw people away. We're out of relationship with each other. We're neglecting people, and there's no care for a whole population of people. And to look at the population of people that we've cornered off and to see them as people that we've neglected, it really feels sad. It brings up a lot of sadness in me to know that we've neglected to care for so many millions of people for generations.
For generations, right? And how did we come to being okay with that? Because we've been convinced that certain people aren't human, or they're not deserving of being part of the category of human, or from slavery to mass incarceration, part of the story that has been sold is that Black people, Indigenous people, poor people are not real people. And so people didn't have that cognitive dissonance, right? We would have cognitive dissonance if we said well, that person's a person just like me, but they're being treated in this way. Doesn't compute. So instead, the story is that person is not just like me. In fact, they're an animal version of me. And it makes sense that they're treated that way, which is really interesting because why would we treat an animal that way? Right? Like, why would we treat any aspect of the natural world that way? Why is there anything that is dispensable? You know, Susan Burton, who runs a great organization out here in LA called A New Way of Life Reentry Project, she always says there are no throwaway people. And I completely agree. There should never be throwaway people. And I believe trees are people and the mountains are people, right? In Aotearoa, otherwise known as New Zealand, there's an incredible organization of people who are working really hard, who have been working really hard to get personhood rights for a mountain and a river and a lake. And here in the United States, we've given personhood rights to corporations. So to the extent that we re-indigenize and recognize that there is so much to learn from the flower people and from the soil people, and that we cannot have any throwaway people, then we will finally find balance.
Oh, I love that. I really love that, the flower people and the mountain people, and it does give me a renewed sense of hope. It truly does. And I'm thinking about a quote. I actually wrote it down when I watched your TED Talk, that you said, nature isn't shy about its beauty, and neither should you be. I love that. If you want to say a little bit about that quote, please feel free to do so. But I just needed to share it with everyone because I thought it was beautiful and kind of weaves nicely into our conversation as we unfortunately wind down our conversation. But yeah, take the floor if you want to say more about that quote about beauty.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to say more about it, because I meant to say more about it during my talk. But, you know, these things just happen and you flow, and then you walk off the stage and say, oh, I missed so many things I wanted to say. Nature's not shy about its beauty. I was talking about the fact that we are all artists. Some people are more shy to admit it, but we are. In so many native languages, there's not even a word for artist, because it's just understood that the creator created you to create. Each one of us is a creator, and that's what it means to be an artist. If you bring something from your imagination and you bring it to fruition, you're an artist. That's it. You don't have to paint on a canvas and sell it for $50,000 in order to be an artist. You're an artist because you are you. You are the only version of you in this entire world of 8 billion people, human beings, and hundreds of billions of other people, right? And so we each have something to bring, and yet there's so much about the way that we've set up our society, this idea that people need to stay in their lanes, right? This idea that you should only do something that you're really good at and can make money doing. This idea that only some people have the privilege to experience beauty and others don't. Like, all of those concepts are so harmful to the fact, the inarguable fact, that each one of us is an artist, and we approach it in all kinds of different ways, right? Some people are artists with the way they story tell, right? Your favorite aunt or uncle who always captures the table, the attention of everybody at the table. They're an artist in their storytelling. The friend that is a really great jokester and always makes you laugh when you need it, and they're the ones that you call the one that you call when you're down. They're an artist in their humor. And there are people who are incredible artists with spreadsheets. I love seeing a beautiful spreadsheet with color coding and, you know, it's legible. That's artistry. And I think that the more that people wake up to this idea and admit it to themselves, and in one panel that I was talking about this, I was speaking to a lawyer, and she finally said, okay, I'm going to come out as an artist on this panel. So the more that people come out as artists, get out of the closet, and just recognize that you have beauty to bring in. It's actually a human right to experience beauty. Human right to experience beauty. And of course, beauty can be defined all kinds of different ways. I don't really care how you define it. But as long as you know that you should have access to it and that you can make it, that's also going to help us bring balance.
That's lovely. And in my organization, the Harvard Program in Refugee Trauma, we do say there's no healing without beauty.
I love that. I might promote your motto.
I think it's a great motto because it really applies everywhere. There's no healing without beauty. So thank you so much, Claudia. We appreciate you sharing your wisdom, so much wisdom, and I know you have so much more. And if people want to watch that TED Talk more, because you beautifully connect then the creativity, imagination to then creating change, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And Maria, I love that you keep calling it a TED Talk because of the headphones and everything. It was with Bioneers. Bioneers is a conference that's been around for 30 plus years, addressing all kinds of issues, including climate change.
I'm so sorry. Bioneers, yes. So if people look that up, and is that on the centerforjustice.org website?
We should put it on our website. That's a freaking good idea. But
Okay.
if people could also just YouTube Bioneers and my name and it'll come right up.
Perfect. Perfect. So to close our conversation, Claudia, can you share with our listeners something to inspire us with hope for the future? What are ways that you see your work taking root?
I have something. The pandemic was fascinating to watch how people responded. Of course, there was all the pain and trauma of the loss of life and illness and people still dealing with long COVID. That is a tragedy and crisis. It was also really fascinating to watch the way people responded to it. People, what did they start doing? They started baking bread. Everybody bought like 1,000 plants and ended up with like a jungle in their office. People started to garden. People got really interested in growing their own food. People started cooking new things that they'd never cooked before. Lots of people took up new artistic medium. What does that tell you? That we know what we need, right? In a time of crisis, we turn back to the basics and we know exactly what can bring us internal balance. We know exactly what we need as individuals, which of course grows into what the collective needs. And so we have the information. We have been gifted this information for generations. I believe that our bodies are made up of matter that has been here forever, right? And so we have the cellular memory of all of these things. And so the thing that gives me hope is that in the time of crisis, we knew exactly what to do and we took care of each other.
That is beautiful because I did all of those things during the pandemic. I'm not lying. All of them. Picked up a new hobby, gardened, baked sourdough bread, the whole thing. That's amazing. Beautiful. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
Yes. One more thing. And that is that we are all called to do what we can do at any given moment to the best of our ability. No more, no less. So sometimes we have a lot of capacity and we can do so much, taking care of that elderly neighbor and taking her to all kinds of grocery stores, because my neighbor likes to like buy the cheapest corn from one grocery store and then drive her to the next grocery store so she can get the cheapest peas. Sometimes you have a lot of capacity and sometimes you have a little bit, and that's okay. Just whatever that you can do in any particular moment to the best of your ability is all that the Creator ever asks of us.
Beautiful. So, Claudia, people can learn more about you and your work at centerforjusticela.org. And maybe soon we'll see that video, the Bioneers video on your website, but otherwise they can just Google search Bioneers and your name, and a wonderful video will pop up that people should watch. It's about 20 minutes. It's a great 20 minutes. So I'm grateful for you sharing your wisdom and experience with us today. And on behalf of the Collective Healing Conference team, thank you.
Bayush, Maria, thank you so much. So wonderful to hang out and have this lovely conversation as part of this conference. Thanks for having me.
To learn more about Claudia and her work, please visit centerforjusticela.org. Stephen W. Porges, PhD, is a distinguished university scientist at Indiana University, where he is the founding director of the Traumatic Stress Research Consortium in the Kinsey Institute, and recipient of a National Institute of Mental Health Research Scientist Development Award. He is the originator of the polyvagal theory and the creator of a music-based intervention, the Safe and Sound Protocol.
Hello and welcome again. My name is Thomas Hübel. I'm the convener of the Collective Healing Conference, and I have the pleasure and the honor to be sitting here with you, Dr. Stephen Porges. Stephen, a warm welcome. And I'm so happy that you join us again.
Well, thank you, Thomas, and thank you for inviting me. Looking forward to our discussion.
Yeah, me too. We had already multiple discussions in various contexts, and I always enjoy them. And recently you gave a beautiful presentation at one of our training programs, which I enjoyed thoroughly. So I thought it was a really great transmission of the deeper understanding of the polyvagal theory. So I think it landed well with our audience, and also it was very interesting for me to hear more of the background details. So that was great. And I think now many people know about the polyvagal theory. So let's start first with what's exciting for you at the moment. And like when we teach something over and over again, so what stays exciting for you to keep being excited about?
Okay, so if you think of the theory as a scaffolding, of literally a model upon which we can craft different strategies of either intervention or understandings, the theory continues to be a guide for me. So let me just put it that way. So it's not like it's a pedantic belief system. It's really a neurophysiological understanding of our evolutionary heritage, and kind of understanding who we are helps us literally to manage who we are. And it's kind of that latter point of being aware and managing. So in the world of trauma and the world of distress, there's this whole concept of numbness or feelings within one's body. And within contemporary psychology and psychiatry, feelings never got, in a sense, were never really acknowledged. So they were always viewed as optional and not obligatory. So polyvagal theory really gives a science to what feelings are. And what I'm dealing with that in terms of my work is being able to focus on this whole issue of what are life's problems, what accounts for most, let's say, a large percentage or variance of our difficulties. And they happen to be what I would call biobehavioral state regulation. We get upset, and people around us are upset. And when they get upset, they're not very smart and they're not very nice, because their bodies are shifted into a threat state of self-survival. And we can see this politically. We see this, around the world. And we think that the human evolved to be this rational species, that all we needed to do was tell them what was the right thing to do, and they would do it. But we know that when bodies get into states of threat, the right thing to do for that body at that moment is to stay alive. And that we haven't really, really appreciated, that we don't solve problems when we're frightened. We solve problems when we're safe with others. We cooperate, and we then are able to use our brains to solve problems. So what I've been learning, let's say really learning, because we're all on literally this complex shared journey. It's not a shared journey of just living. It's a shared journey of trying to understand what it is to be a human being. And through that understanding, can we optimize our experiences and the experiences of others? And that's my journey. And what I've come down to is really the basic problems the basic problems tend to be associated with biobehavioral state, meaning we react, we lose control of ourselves, we disappear, we shut down, we go through various states. And then we see clinical disorders that we call anxiety, which is a physiology and chronic threat. We have sleep disorders, we have gut disorders. In a sense, what we've done is that our sense of feelings has disrupted our body's ability to do its job. So I'm interested in signaling the body, signaling the nervous system, hey, it's okay. You can regulate yourself. You don't have to fight. You can be really the very precious and generative, benevolent human that we all are underneath that veneer of defensiveness.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what I hear you to say is that basically one contribution to our world that is sounds very simple, but is not that simple at all, is feeling safe, feeling safer in oneself with each other. And so how can we, because it seems like that when we feel safe in ourselves, and it's safe and it's feels lovely and joyful and beautiful and open and regulated. But we very quickly seem to get triggered out of that safe state. So if we think about like a collective, like when we look at what we can contribute to, let's say, collective healing, to like that our societies can feel safer and that we feel safer with each other. What can we contribute to that? How can we learn that? And how can we deal also with the fact that when we are not safe,
Thomas, we can go in a sense, we can be very concrete about this because we can talk about what's going on in Israel. And we can talk about my interactions with therapists who contacted me after October event and really wanted my help to understand what was going on. And to me, the most insightful experience for me in that interaction was to really understand the biobehavioral state of the therapists who were asking for help. The therapists were in a state of anger and fear, a very interesting hybrid state. And Thomas, you're in Israel right now, and you probably sense that within the country because the sense of feeling safe enough has been compromised. And when that compromise occurs, our whole, we could call it our personality, or we could call the repertoire of what we have, our resources, get changed, and we are become very good defensive organisms. And what we are very poor at is empathic and generative, benevolent, connective, and supportive. And so we know that that's the other side, but our body moved into the state of threat. And in the state of threat, it does things that we basically have to understand the limitations of. It's not merely a motivator to survive. It's a restrictor of our ability to literally be connected with other. And in a sense, your world is about collective relationships. And when we're under states of threat and fear, it's going to turn that system off, or it's going to restrict the ability to connect with others. And connection from a polyvagal perspective is this beautiful bidirectional interaction among individuals that enables co-regulation. In a sense, it builds trust, safety, but it doesn't just do that. It supports our basic health.
right. And so when we stay with that concrete example, so if there is a situation that is not safe in like if there's a reality of non-safety, and at the same time, we want to add like something positive and meaningful in terms of safety co-regulation. But our systems might get threatened. So all kinds of influences, news, whatever interactions, stuff that happens. So how do we practice when the environment is also very fragile, fragmented, or polarized?
Yeah. Okay. This is, let's say, the big question in how do we manage our individual lives when the society is in a more, let's say, chaotic and less predictable. It's not giving us the safety shield that we'd like. And the answer is we have to identify individuals who are close to us that can help us feel safe with them. So going back to the therapist, when I was on the Zoom with them, I realized that the intonation of their voices, their muscle tension, they were really upset. And what I also realized was that they couldn't be the therapist. They couldn't be helpful to the clients and to the people that was their life. They were therapists. They wanted to be helpful. So with the sense of fear and threat, they had to be there. They wanted to go to the places that needed them, and they wanted to, in a sense, be good therapists. But what they didn't understand was in that physiological state, they couldn't be a good therapist. Now, what they had to understand was that their bodies were broadcasting exactly what they were trying to help in others. So their bodies were broadcasting fear, threat, and anger, and dysregulation. And so the only way of solution, you're asking the solution question, is you have a colleague that you're working with in a clinic. That colleague and you have to understand that your state, your biobehavioral state is dysregulated. You have to learn to feel safe enough with your client to give up those defenses to now work with your clients. You have to be able to do that. Now, this may mean that you can't do as many hours of therapy. You may need to take breaks. You may need to go for a walk with a safe individual, but you need to be aware of the biobehavioral state that you're in, because you have to take responsibility for that, the fact that that state can be broadcasting signals of threat to others. So even though your intention is to be helpful, you may not be helpful. Not an easy task. The other help is that sometimes people aren't working in teams. They're working by themselves. So how do they regulate? How by themselves? Well, they could have a pet, a dog or a cat. They could go for a walk where there's a safe place. They may basically have some visualization, something positive, have a loved one, or some sense of safety with another, some sense of co-regulation. A lot of people, when they are triggered, visualize something very pleasant in their life, or a unconditional relationship where someone is always going to be there.
Yeah, that's beautiful, because you're also speaking to a sense of resourcing of a system that is under-resourced in that moment. And even you coming in to speak to them is resourcing them, because you're sitting in a different place, in a different environment. So, and I'm wondering about, because you're speaking to how to be resource more crisis zones in the world. So our German NGO is also working a lot with Ukrainian therapists. So there is like a resourcing, and that really works well already for 2.5 years. And you can see how that supports the therapists who ground themselves more and to then be more helpful. Exactly what you said. All of this is happening there. And so I'm wondering if that's also a form that in general, as a global society, we need to focus more on how the places that are safer support places that are less safe. Maybe you can speak a bit to that.
I will, because I'm going to go back and actually use the same example you're using, Ukraine. So I've given talks in Ukraine, and I've been literally shocked by the fact that the therapists will come out of the bomb shelter for this podcast or this webinar with me. And I'm now feeling very responsible and wanting concern. So actually they came out for this podcast I was doing with them. And I said, what were you doing in the shelter? And they said, we were singing songs together. I said, what kind of songs? They said patriotic songs, but basically, and they started to smile when they were singing, they were doing polyvagal exercises. They were vocalizing, using intonation, face-to-face contact. They were doing everything correct intuitively. And so the whole hour that I talked with them was about the intuition that people have to co-regulate each other and to literally leverage that to enable them to be good therapists.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Also, that there's a natural built-in intuition, what's right.
Yeah. And to respect that intuition. Mm-hmm. And remember, with therapists and under challenges, we think that people are trained. And what we mean by training is we think they have been given the secret doctrine of how to treat people. And we think physicians get that when they get their medical degree. And what is always missing is the language to treat the body, so that the body is accessible and feels safe enough to heal, whether it's mental or physical illness. That when our body's under a state of threat, the resources for healing are basically marginalized. I always like to use the analogy of the spaceship Enterprise. And basically, it's all about using energy shields, and the energy shields are effective, but they're using resource. And so there's this compromise. You can use your defenses And what are you giving up? You're giving up the ability to travel, to engage, and to basically use the resources for other levels of productivity.
Yeah, but that's also something that I really appreciate in your work, and the whole what polyvagal theory contributed to the whole therapeutic community is also that knowledge and understanding and academic knowledge is great, but the embodiment of that knowledge, like really to live it and transmit it and be in that resonant relationship, that's another level of professional training, so to speak. And that has that's not just given just because you learn and know.
The paradox is that this concept of manualized therapy kind of creates this intentional brain that kind of inhibits the intuitive aspect of who we are. So it's kind of a paradox that if we become too learned, too focused, too knowledgeable, and too much locked into explanation, we kind of turn off the parts of our brain that allow us to feel and to basically connect, to become accessible. It's an interesting dialectic to be able to feel one's body and yet be aware of it, to understand what your body is doing at that moment. I think everything starts with an understanding or acknowledgement of an awareness of our own bodily feelings. So if I were to, and I'm not, if I were to structure a therapeutic model, so remember, I step back from that, the first thing I would deal with is interoception, in a sense, experiences of feeling and developing a language of feeling one's own body.
Exactly. And then that's the basis of being in a resonant relationship and have the similar perception of other people's bodies. You described this beautifully. You felt the muscle tension, you felt the stress level. Like how much our nervous system really feels is amazing when it's in that state.
Yeah, but remember what a lot of therapists are taught, I should say, not as recent, but when I was in a medical school actively teaching that, the psychiatrists were taught not to look at in this class, they were not taught to look at their patients' faces.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
right.
I found that really just remarkable because our bodies have great anticipation of someone looking back at us when we look at them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's beautiful. So I'm aware that your new book is here and is out, and so it's Polyvagal Perspectives. So maybe you tell me a little bit about.
I will. I really am pleased to talk about it because it is, I would say, it is a book that contains lots of attributes of the theory. And I wanted it to be the go-to volume that if people had it on their shelf, they would find the information about the theory, including the neurophysiology, the application. It's really papers that are quite recent. Most of the papers have been written in the last 3 years. It's structured it's a different type of book. The first book that I put together was published in 2011, and it really was very dense and very scientific papers that were edited for a volume. This is much more integrated, but much more up to date. So if we think about what the book is providing, it's providing the pillars of the theory. And the first 4 chapters are really very theory oriented. One is basically a chapter on the neurophysiology, including very clear explanations of what criticisms have been made against the theory, and basically document that the criticisms haven't been vetted. They're not real criticisms. They're straw man arguments. They're misrepresentations of the theory they're arguments that the theory is wrong because of these statements, but the theory never makes those statements. So this is kind of an interesting issue for me, and that is how can a scientist or anyone argue about something and incorrectly reference it or articulate what that theory is. But over time, what I realized was the theory was complex and required a knowledge base across so many disciplines that it made sense to me now, in retrospect, that an anatomist or a neurophysiologist or an evolutionary biologist might not get it, might not even understand what this is about, because they have learned their own discipline. So the first chapter is really all about up-to-date neurophysiological validation and also understanding what criticisms have been made and the fact that they are not about the theory, they're about something else. Then it also hits on two other basic themes. One is the importance of social or sociality in the survival of our mammalian species, humans. Trust and social interaction are everything about our society, cooperation. And there's a neurobiology behind that. And that's what this paper, the second or third chapter is on. It's all about the fact that cooperation and connectedness is not, again, it's not optional, it's obligatory. It's part of our nervous system. And another chapter is on literally the biology or neurophysiology of safety. And it's trying to force the statement that feelings of safety are not optional. They're obligatory and they're dependent upon the neuroregulation of our physiology, and that we don't even have an option of feeling safe when our homeostatic processes, our neurophysiological substrate, is disrupted and in defensive states. So we have to understand that our first job is literally to calm our body. And once we calm our body, the mind does what it's supposed to do. It becomes very creative, benevolent, and expressive. The fourth chapter is something that I think you would like, Tom. It's really a chapter on transdisciplinary sciences or transdisciplinary studies. I was invited to give a keynote to an international meeting on transdisciplinary disciplines or transdisciplinary, whatever the next word would be. And what I realized as I started going through writing the paper was how transdisciplinary polyvagal theory was. And that also gave me a better understanding why, even though the intuitive aspect of the theory is easy to grasp, the understanding from the science becomes much more complicated. So I use the metaphor of a Rubik's Cube, and where each side is a different cluster of sciences, that basically there's a core feature, and that's polyvagal theory. You just have to rotate the information to put it together to get the succinct understanding of the core. Then the book deals with applications like vagal nerve stimulation, and basically, I wanted the book to convey first the basis, but also the applications. The book came from a title from a 2007 paper in which polyvagal perspective in the singular was used for the paper. By 2007, I thought it's not just a theory. It's a strategy of asking questions and looking at the world. But in retrospect, that 2007 paper is quite narrow compared to where that book is. So the book deals with many disorders, including senses of anxiety, empathy, compassion, hypermobility syndromes, a lot of things that people have engaged me with and asked me, how does it look like through the polyvagal lens? So the book, to me, is really my most recent or most complete and recent expression of what the theory is and how it can be used. The idea is the theory is it's scaffolding for everyone to use.
Beautiful. No, first of all, I'm very interested. I will definitely get it and read it. It sounds amazing. And as I said very often to you, I think in the places where I teach and give talks, I think polyvagal theory is always part of the mix because it's also, as you said, it's so intuitive. Like just from a human perspective, it's so intuitive to grasp, and it makes many things with simple ways understandable because we experience that. It's congruent with how we feel as human beings. So it's fantastic. I was just thinking, just when you spoke about the anxiety, I was thinking of many patients in hospitals that are kind of, I think, often in chronic anxiety states, given their health issues, or also being sometimes isolated, or being in this kind of state of kind of not knowing where life's going. And then I thought about, as you spoke about the healing process. So when you're in a chronic state of anxiety, so what can be done just in this one sphere for people to activate their self-healing mechanism much better?
Yeah, well, what you're doing is you're talking about my passion. Okay. My passion is to solve that basic question. Now, okay, let's assume now that I've solved that. So the issue is, how do you deliver to the nervous system signals that it can now regulate itself without being locked into a state of threat defense? And so we know that, okay, let's start talking about medicine, which is part of what you're leading into. Basically, so much medicine is based upon a belief system that symptoms have an underlying pathophysiology, and that pathophysiology has an underlying genetics, and that the smart people will create drugs that will rectify all the problems. And so with that belief system, how well have we done? And we can start with the initial assumption, and it comes from a term called nosology, which is really goes back hundreds of years, about how physicians were trained to look at symptom clusters. And it was that belief that there was an underlying pathophysiology. Now, let's just take a common internal medicine subdiscipline, gastroenterology, GI, gut problems. About 50% of the clinical visits don't have pathophysiology, meaning that they can't do any assay that identifies any damage to the end organ. The end organ becomes the target. Is there pathology in the organ? They will use blood tests or they'll use biopsies. Now, the assumption here is that disease is an end organ phenomenon. It's not the fact that diseases may have a functional characteristic long before they have a pathophysiology, meaning your gut is dysregulated and you call that irritable bowel. But there may be no tissue damage or maybe no neural marker as done now. Polyvagal theory says this is neuroregulation, which is really the first step that might lead to pathophysiology. But medicine doesn't have many tools to study neuroregulation. The only tool that comes close, and I would say, even though I was the innovator of it, because in the 60s, I actually quantified heart rate variability long before it became this popular. But the whole idea was that you could measure dynamic shifts in neuroregulation. And part of the problem, even with heart rate variability, is that it got co-opted as a descriptive statistic implying health or resilience or everything. And the important part was that if you were clever with your metrics, you could extract from the heart rate variability an index of the vagal regulation of the heart. So you could start getting more nuanced indices of how the nervous system was working. And that's where I think the future is in terms of a whole battery of neuroregulatory measures. But in general, polyvagal theory says you could do that. That's great if you're a scientist. But if you're a clinician, you could be smart. You can look at people's faces. You could listen to their voices. You could look at their muscle tone. So you're getting that all broadcast to you if you can decode it. And insightful, sensitive human beings, I'm not even going to say therapists, know exactly what's happening. They know the intonation of voice when it changes in a person. They know that something's wrong. And when the voice is melodic and calming, they know, well, I'm enjoying that. And the answer is really simple. The intonation of vocalization is a vagal phenomenon. It's like heart rate variability, but you need to know how to decode it. And so on one side, we can use our intuitions and say, oh, I like that person's voice. I like what they're doing. I feel comfortable in their presence. And we can use any level of metaphor. We can talk about energy, or we could say, well, that person is signaling my nervous system that they're safe to be around. And polyvagal theory would basically lean to that latter explanation. Now, but where has led me to is the possibility that if my nervous system calms down to a melodic voice, or a baby does to the mother with the melodic voice, can I send signals with certain rhythmicities to the other person's nervous system? And will their nervous system listen to those rhythms? And that's what we're doing. So we're basically created an acoustic intervention that basically stimulates or tells the brainstem, signals the brainstem that, everything's okay out there. So we have to use the metaphor of the vagal nerve stimulator. The vagal nerve stimulator is either implanted or it's non-invasive on the neck or in the ear. And what it does, it's a signaling system. It signals to the brainstem. that the organs are doing their job, but the organs aren't doing their job. They're basically sending information up the sensory vagal pathways in a way that's similar to when the organs are doing their job. So in a sense, the vagal nerve stimulator is not stimulating the vagus. It's informing the brainstem with, let's say, optimistic information that things are fine. And guess what happens? The brainstem knows that signal and says, yeah, I'll start sending signals back down to the organs. And then things start normalizing. And that's exactly what we're doing with this acoustic intervention.
That's beautiful. And maybe, and most probably that's also what you're doing, that because in a way, teaching polyvagal theory means you need to be polyvagal theory, because only when your nervous system is able to be in those states, you can transmit them. So that's actually like a very beautiful correlation to authenticity.
One person actually wrote in her book, she says, I've heard Steve talk for over a decade, and this book was published over a decade ago. And she said somewhere along the line, somewhere along that, the line between his theory and the person disappeared. And I found that really kind of a remarkable. Then I reflected on that and said, as the messenger of these ideas, that's the only way the ideas could ever get any traction. If they were pedantically presented in an aggressive way, it wouldn't get any traction. Now, I won't say that that was the pragmatic. The issue was I like interacting with people. And when I talk, I look at the audience. And so, yes, there is this co-regulation occurring, especially when you're doing, quote, a good talk, you're getting the co-regulation. And that became the rewards or the experience of giving talks. It became so, I would say, socially nourishing for me that I forgot that people have social anxiety. I didn't even understand for a while that people don't like giving talks. And this leads me to an intervention type of question. And this goes back about 15 years ago. I was giving a talk at a lifelong learning conference run by a good friend, Marion Solomon. And it was on basically I was going to be introduced the next morning, and at a party the night before, the person who was going to introduce me comes up to me and says, Steve, I'm really, really anxious about introducing you. And I said, don't worry about it. I'll fix it. And then I walked off. The night went on. Next morning, a few minutes before 9, when she had to make the introduction, she comes up to me, really anxious, and says, Steve, fix this. And I looked at her and I didn't say, look, you shouldn't believe what people tell you at a party. I didn't say that. But what I did was I looked at her and realized that she was inhaling on every word. And I realized now I was putting on my academic hat and saying, what's this person doing? This person's hyperventilating and creating a state of panic. She's actually, through her breathing patterns, creating the panic that she anticipates feeling when she's on stage. So what I said to her, I said, extend the duration of your phrases. Add another word before you take a breath. And it was hard, really hard in the beginning. Then she started to add words and more words and more words. Her face changed, her voice changed. And then she went up into this great introduction. And then she started to use the method for social anxiety. Yeah, the point is that we do have some control, but where does it start? It starts with what we were talking about, a degree of awareness. And sometimes the person who's in this state of fear and panic loses a sense of awareness. And that's where sensitive people, friends, spouses, and therapists can be helpful.
Stephen, when you speak, I can feel in my body, just when you explained it with the voice and the words and the taking a longer breath. So you transmit to me that quality, and my nervous system is immediately recognizing that as relaxation. So that's amazing how much communication is happening below the radar of the words.
Yeah. So visual, or the term I start to use is visceralize, meaning feel in your body, a rhythmicity, and suddenly the body becomes open. And so we create this using music as the vehicle, the portal. Take any simple song, even like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, but don't have it the beat. Don't have it constant. Have it progressively slowing
Yeah,
up. And
yeah.
then, okay, what you do, even in your mind, you feel it's magnetic. It's pulling you in. It's
Yeah.
rocking you. And that's one of the dimensions we're dealing with. That's the simplest one that you can understand, that music has always been composed with a fixed beat. The music that we're actually composing has tempo that is rhythmically changing, and the body goes literally with it, and it gets predictable. So not only do you get the change, but you don't have any fear of falling into a falling into an abyss or having uncertainty, because you know that you'll come back down. So our nervous systems love dynamic changes, but for fragile nervous systems, they want to be assured that they'll come back to where they started.
That's beautiful. And so the music that you're speaking about, just for our listeners that hear this for the first time, how can people get access to?
Okay, it actually, the technology was licensed for a clinical protocol that's called Rest and Restore. And the company that will be distributing is a company called Unite. It's the same company that distributes the Safe and Sound protocol. But we're developing other products. And the one that we're really focusing on right now, or talking about starting to develop, is actually for neurodivergent population. So, which have, let's say, they have sleep problems, they have difficulty getting out of bed, they have difficulty organizing to go to school or do their work. And so we're creating a different musical patterns that basically are signaling the nervous system to calm and relax, to sleep and restore, and then to organize and move forward, to explore. So it's kind of an interesting thing that once you know that the nervous system is really a surveillance system looking for signals both of threat, but also of safety and self-regulation, that we can send it this information from a level that you might find of interest. Is that for most individuals, they can't or have great difficulty turning off their defense systems. And what that means is they can't turn off the sympathetics and they can't turn off the skeletal motor system. So they can't literally be immobilized without us being in a state of fear. So immobilization is vulnerability. And what's interesting about that is if we think more about it, it means that the cortex is inhibiting the brainstem functions and we are literally vigilant. Good stuff when we need to be, not good stuff when our body needs to restore itself. But if you now send signals to say you can turn this off, what happens to our cortex? The cortex is no longer this inhibitory evaluative system. It turns now into this creative, expansive moment. So in a sense, we can, there's this whole dialectic about consciousness and expanded consciousness. And I think so much is missing in that dialogue about understanding that the cortex is basically an inhibitory organ. What it means is it literally keeps our brainstem under control. But if the brainstem is under that tight control, which, by the way, was the basis of some, I would say, Western religious viewpoints, was that these intuitive aspects of the body need to be controlled. We're, as a culture and a society, we're still paying the price for those belief systems because our body is unable to restore itself without being hypervigilant of doing something wrong. And the body needs, in a sense, to kind of like say, I don't need to fight, I just need to heal. So I'm really kind of interested in this notion of what our minds and our brains will do when we're able to turn off our defenses. And the interest in psychedelics, and that's also probably crosses into your community, is really an attempt to use the psychedelic to turn off the motor inhibitory systems and to literally free the brain to do what it would like to do. I think it can be done more seamlessly with acoustic stimuli. And in fact, it's a meeting that you were on virtually, but you weren't there. And I thought I was going to get to meet you. It was in Belfast.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right.
So in Belfast, my co-inventor Anthony Ngori basically played some of this music to the meeting, the Action Trauma meeting. And in the front row was Dick Schwartz, and I think you know Dick, who's
Yeah, very well.
internal family systems. And Dick says, "I know what this is doing." I said, "What is it doing, Dick?" He says, "It's turning the protectors. It's putting the protectors to sleep." Well, I said no, because I'm always kind of in dialogue. I didn't like what he's, I understood what he meant, but I didn't. I actually became more internal family than he did. I said, no, it's not putting them asleep; it's repurposing them. So, in a sense, you're not turning them off, you're allowing them to be integrated into that person's uh, portfolio or tapestry of their behavior. So, the interesting thing was he got it. He said that, in a sense, it's enabling these things these parts to reorganize themselves. And I think that is really the experience people will have. And we're actually setting up a research project uh, in Basel. This is
In
interesting because
Basel. Oh,
in
wow.
Basel, yeah, this is like next door to your old place.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful research hospital there, and what they are actually trying to create what's called an oxytocin provocation test, and that is they want to develop the ability to test the release of oxytocin in individuals who have brainstem injuries. So they want a gold standard of how to trigger this system. Oxytocin is really what my wife Sue works on, and she's the one who discovered the link between oxytocin and social behavior. And so what we think, and this is Sue and I also agree with this, we think that the music, or let's say the technology, can trigger a release of oxytocin in a reliable way. And we are setting that up in Basel to do that. And that would then be literally right now they're trying to use psychedelics, and of course, uh, the acoustic stimulation is much, let's say, less controversial, less side effects, and even if you were interested in psychedelics, the acoustic stimulation may prepare the nervous system to be more accessible to the psychedelics.
Yeah, I love that. I also felt that when I listened to some of the music that you sent me, I also felt the effect in my system, and I think it's really powerful. So I think it's a great way to have the effect that you described. I could feel that very well.
It's quite remarkable because, people feel these rhythms percolating down their body. They feel literally rhythms of hugs. Basically, it's quite a full array of experiences. And then you also get these other bits of information like people's pelvic floors becoming more, less frozen. It's very interesting. Or a woman who had a hysterectomy saying that when she listened to the music, what she went down and basically she felt that there was something missing, but it was okay. It was like the body is getting in touch, engaged with itself, and lots of things that we're getting the feedback of people having experiences that they have never had or hadn't had in their, let's say, recent decades.
Mm. Yeah, and I also think what you spoke about now, that what we call in our work, like the relaxing down into our base, and then from the base getting a sense of the land and the soil. I mean, there's so much built in, even in our language, dualism between humans and nature. Like
Yeah.
if we are separate particles within the natural environment versus we are all biosphere. And
Yeah.
and for me, this feels like very much also a way to melt the dualism and to
Yeah.
sense of
Well, it's
unity.
also a safe space for me to be in. That's so what I
Mhm.
mean safe space is that I always felt that there were endogenous rhythms that were shared with all forms of life. It was part of life systems. And I was always very careful about how to use the language. And so we can say that we can see these rhythms in people. Now we can entrain them back is literally a safe space. But the interesting part, and to share this with you, I can look out of my window, I can see the ocean and I can see the waves. Well, the waves have rhythms that are very similar to what's in our body.
Mhm. Mhm. Right.
We like, in a sense, floating on those rhythms. and we like rocking at that. So, we can talk about what it is, but the underlying bit is this dynamic rhythmicity in our own nervous system defines healthy feedback loops. So,
Exactly. And how
so
long,
we
evolutionary wise, have we watched waves come in?
that's or
Yeah.
where did we come from?
Yeah,
Where did human
exactly.
life come from? The part that's also of interest is actually if you measure uterine contractions, and it's called uterine peristalsis, the uterus has these same rhythms in it with or without a fetus. So what that tells you again, we can be more deterministic if we like that and say the fetus is entrained in utero with this rhythmicity, or we could say it's part of the DNA of being a human being.
And I think that's also like one of the separations that we created, that we got so hypnotized by individuals that we forgot a bit the context in which we exist. And so I think polyvagal theory puts us in touch with the context and how certain very old mechanisms are alive in us as we create society. I think that's really beautiful. I see the time flies with you, Stephen. It's so interesting, and it's always like such a lovely. Like also in the conversation, I feel this lovely rhythm back and forth.
Yeah.
And so, is there anything else that you feel for our listeners before we conclude here?
The only thing I would mention is, I would say, the readable book that I wrote with my son Seth called Our Polyvagal World. And that is a very accessible, readable version of polyvagal theory. It's an easy read. And if people are interested in that, that's easily accessible and available. The polyvagal perspectives is really I would say that's kind of like it's kind of like I wanted to leave a volume that had the essence of what I was writing in a more, remember, I'm an academic at heart, so I don't mind coming on, and it's not my day job, okay? I'm an academic, so I enjoy this. It's always been a fun and expansive experience for me to step into this other world because I really enjoy it. I enjoy being welcomed, and I enjoy the types of questions that come from it. But my roots and my decades of work have been within the constraints of an academic environment, both the positive constraints and also the negative ones. So this has always been I would say, a rare privilege for an academic to be so welcomed in this world that you've welcomed me into, Tom. So thank you very much, Thomas.
Yeah. No, and it's also, I think you embody like the beauty of both. Like when I listen to you, you embody the depth of the academic knowledge, and it's so rich, and it's like it's a huge world in itself. But I feel also your relational transmission of your inner states is so deep and profound that it's a pleasure. And I think that's also like how you embody the polyvagal theory in the way you present it and you speak. I think is also part of the way it could spread, and you embody it. And I think that's a gift that I see in you all the time, like that the deep academic knowledge becomes very relational and digestible, and it really speaks to the like guts of our digestion system that digests information. It's easy to take it in, and it makes so much sense. And I think that's why polyvagal theory also is so, in a way, successful or widespread already. I think that's very much also through the way you transmit it.
Well, Thomas, thank you very much for that. The part that I kind of like feel about is that when I literally say I shift hats, so I can be the academic's academic, and then maybe you don't want to interact with me. So I can get into science because I am really so. I really, when it comes to science, I respect science for what it does and not for what it doesn't do. So if we're going to talk science, we have to also understand that science has lots of vulnerabilities, and a lot of it have to do with methodology. And I'm a good methodologist. So when we get into the level of science, I can shift hats, and I may not be the warm, intuitive one, but the other part I really want to say is that when I talk about my science to the world, like we're talking about it now, I am talking to others with a perspective of what they are hearing from me. So I shift into them or into they. And I really kind of process. And what most of my colleagues do is that they talk from their perspective outward, and it doesn't have traction that way.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Stephen, it's so amazing. Every time I see you, it warms my heart and it inspires my spirit. And it's really lovely to share this with you. And I really mean it, that I think many people benefit a lot from your work. And it really is a great contribution also to the understanding of trauma, the healing of trauma, and the way we construct societies. So thank you very much for all you do.
Well, thank you, Thomas, and thank you for being so welcoming.
To learn more about Dr. Stephen Porges and his work, please visit stephenporges.com and polyvagalinstitute.org. Anita Sanchez, PhD, Nahua, Aztec, and Toltec, is an international consultant, trainer, and speaker for Fortune 500 businesses and education. Her life's work is bridging indigenous wisdom and science for business and societal renewal. She is the author of 8 books, including the internationally award-winning book, The 4 Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm Ruby Mendenhall, one of the hosts of the conference, and our next guest is Dr. Anita Sanchez. A very warm welcome, Dr. Sanchez. I want to start by saying that I love this quote from your website, and it says, "Discover and trust your gifts so that you can become a life-giving connection to all." So welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here.
And can we start with you sharing what brought you to do the work that you do, and then also how your work addresses collective healing?
When I was 3.5, in my culture, we always talk about dreams. And since then, and continue to have this dream that it was a picture of the earth and all these stick people of different colors and sizes, but we had our hands on each other's heart. And so I would share that with my grandmother and mother. In kindergarten, I shared it. And I go to C-suites and I share everywhere I share that dream. And I think that that dream, even though there was hardship, that also was happening, especially in the early part of my life with childhood sexual abuse for 9 years. And then the murder of my father, which was race related. He was mistaken for a Black man. He was dark-skinned, indigenous Mexican man. And he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Where in the 60s, mid-60s, a white man and a Black man were fighting, and he returned. He went there. He was also an alcoholic, and he went there for a beer after work. And the white man returned and just saw his profile and killed him. So I think all of that, both the dream, the creative, the having the vision of what is to be, actually what is, we need to have each other's hearts, not each other's backs. I mean, that's okay. But when we have each other's hearts, it's great. So I knew that, as well as my grandmother comes from a line of curanderas. And she used to always say, when we'd go over on Sundays, 121st cousins, now we didn't all show up, but there were a lot of us. And she would always hug everybody and still have the food going. I was always amazed by her, but she would always grab my hand and trace it and say, "Tú eres la una, tú eres la una. You are the one, you are the one." And it felt great. And as I worked with indigenous people and in Latin America, when I first went to the Amazon, every shaman looked at me and came over and traced my hand and said, "You belong over here." And I just was like, oh, my grandmother, she's so precious. Yes. So I feel this is my calling. And so I'm actually living my dream. That's what's happening.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm very sorry to hear about your dad. And I remember listening to you talk about that. And what also was extraordinary was your mother, right? When the wife of the person who killed your dad tragically, right, came to talk. Can you tell the audience?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. That was a very, very important, powerful thing, both in terms of acknowledging the pain, but also was a big thing that I had to look at to have healing. Yeah, so the week after my father was murdered, a white woman and her son, who I think was somewhere around my age 13, came to our door and knocked. And I stayed by my mom for quite a while after my father's death. I mean, it was always just next to her. And she went to the door and she didn't open the screen, which was unusual. But so she just said hello. And this woman said, "Oh, Mrs. Sanchez, I had to come and see you. I just had to let you know my husband." So she's the wife, and this is the son of the man who murdered my father. My husband would never have killed your husband if he knew he was a Mexican and Native American. He thought he was Black. And then she started going on about, and you know how Black people are. And she started saying all these, horrific things about Black people. And my mom, although short, was just like a really sturdy woman. And she was shaking. I could feel her. And then she just screamed. And she screamed at me, "Stop, stop. You don't even know what you're saying." You don't even know what you're teaching your son. I want you to know that I'm going to try very hard to pray for your soul, but you get off my porch. And then that night it was really, I can see it every time I tell it. She gathered the 6 of us kids and she said, this is the only time she ever used racism too. She said, I want you to understand that a white man murdered your father, not the white race. A white man. And then she pulled out the newspaper, the Kansas City Star, and there was my father on pictures of him in a pool of blood on the barroom floor and stuff. And she said, now this is racism. And this has to stop, because anytime a person, a Black person, a Mexican, an Asian person, Indian, whatever, if something happens to us, all the violence is put out there. But if it's a white person, it's never shown. And we deserve dignity and respect. Most people are kind, but please know some people are ignorant, and you have to discern, because they will try to hurt you, and you just use your heart, your gut, and know when to create space. And so anyway, that really stayed with me.
Yeah, I love it that she both tried to acknowledge, right, the woman coming to, say that she was sorry, but then also to stop her in her tracks, right? And then to say, look at what you're teaching your son. And then for her to sit you all down and to talk about racism and to talk about the differences, and then to not try to create a wall of hate, right? I thought it was so many things, and I'm sure like she was mourning deeply. So I just wanted you to tell that story, because I always thought it was so powerful. Yeah.
That moment was very important because in addition to all my mom, who I miss so much, but she's here with me. My ancestors are here with me all the time. But what happened was, from my dream, I began connecting hearts very early. In my early 20s, I was already doing consulting and training all over the world. I went international first and then more domestic. But in the circles in corporations where I would have circles of people of color sharing their dreams and their experiences and stuff, and white people doing the same, what I was hearing, week after week with the white people saying, my parents did teach me, not all of them, but many of them said, teach me that I'm better than you. And I love my parents, but I'm doing something different, and they're trying to change policies. They're trying to, not ever fast enough, but, trying to promote people of all, be inclusive and stuff. But what happened to me is I began having this dream, and the dream was kind of really disturbing because it was what I just shared with you about the woman and her son. But the thing is, I could see everything. I could feel my mom, everything, except I couldn't see the young beau's face. It was gone. And then after weeks of dreaming and hearing these rooms of people, what happened is the adult Anita realized something that the 13-year-old Anita had just, covered over because of her own pain and hurt, which was that I then realized that I had taken away his face. I literally took away his humanity. And that's the last thing I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to create in the world. And yet that's what was happening, because I made the assumption that young white boy was going to grow up and, if not literally murder, psychologically murder, people of color. And I put him in that box, but over time his face got so clear I knew, and I still know to this day, if I ever saw him, he has passed, but if I had ever seen him in an airport or somewhere, I would know who he was. And I realized, that summer day in 1967, my brothers and sisters, we lost our father, but that summer day, he lost his father too. And he had to grow up knowing his father was a murderer. And so I just began just sending him light and energy, just, wishing him the best life ever. And, hopefully through that energy, he could feel that he is loved and that we need him. We need all of us.
Yes, I agree. Definitely. Like the trauma, the oppression, it affects all of our humanity, right? And it affects it across generations. And so that's why it's so important for this summit and others around the globe who are really trying to look at the root causes and create spaces of healing. Yes. And then the quote was, again, from your website, discover and trust your gifts so that you can become a life-giving connection to all. Yes. And I'll use that to ask you to talk a little bit more about kind of your childhood. And I asked you what brought you to this work. And you talked about many people told you you were the one. You are the one. So say more about what that means.
I believe that we all have the capacity to heal ourselves and heal others by the way we are being and show up. However, I think what they were saying, my grandmother, my mother, and then the shamans in the sacred headwaters of the Amazon and in the Andes, when they did this on my hand, what they were acknowledging that you have a role to play. It's important. And so to follow it. And that's what I really felt for them, was not scolding me for not being on the other side of the table, but rather, this is yours to do. And we support you. And you have all of us, whether you know us or not, we're here to support you. I just really feel all of that. And I grew up, the wonderful part of what growing up is that I did have my grandmother, who's Nawa Azteca, and she would do ceremony. And despite, part of my family didn't want that. The neighbors would build walls. They thought she was a crazy woman. I am so happy for everything she taught me. I'm part of the universe and of nature and all those connections, because those were what helped me through the first part of my life too. I had 9 years, I had a secret, even though I had all these wonderful things happening and I was always good in school and all that stuff. But I had a secret, and that was I was sexually abused for 9 years, and I kept the secret. And that's what complicates it, because when my father died, it was very upsetting to have him be murdered. And I thought perhaps I caused it, because he was my oppressor. He was my molester. And so so why I share all that, and I'm glad you're talking about this, and I share that story, but also the healing processes that go through, because things happen to us, but it's not us. And in Indigenous, I was always taught everything, every being, two-legged human beings, as well as everything, trees and water, is sacred. But human beings, the two-leggeds, don't always operate in a sacred way. Mm-hmm. So we need to get back to our true nature. Mm-hmm. And that requires a constant healing, forgiveness, remembering our unity and connection, and dreaming the hope, keep imagining. So it was a mix of things. And then I don't want to leave out, and it sounds like a lot, but I know a lot of people who've gone through a lot more than even me. But so when my father died, part of the confusion too was I thought all the memories in this unconscious mind would just dissolve. They did. And not only in my conscious, but in my conscious mind, they were there. And so I did the lowest low I've ever been, which is I lost hope. And so I actually planned my suicide at 13 and a half. And fortunately, it did not work. And I'm so grateful for that. And as I was heaving and getting rid of that bottle of aspirin that I took and everything, what I saw was my grandmother and my grandfather. And I had in my living room downstairs this rocking chair. My grandfather was also a woodworker, and he made 2 little toddler rocking chairs, and one was for me. And so that, and then my brothers and sisters, I saw them, and my mom, and I was just like, please, this is a mistake. I don't want to go. I know I'm supposed to be here. And I'm always happy every day that my request was heard. And also it gives me great compassion for people, and that suicide has gone up so much all over. And I know it's youth and stuff, and it's way too big, but also it's kept secret. Adults, CEOs. There's a lot happening. And it's like, no, you can remember, when you remember that we're part of the universe and we're part a life-giving force. And this other things are things that happen to me. They're not me. And yet I can build a muscle to move through them so that I can be in alignment, being in right relationship with myself, other people, and all the earth and all the beings.
Really appreciate what you're saying about the indigenous knowledge, right? What you're talking about, how we're all connected in this integration of body, mind, spirit, nature, all of that. And I'm very sorry to hear about the trauma as a child. And I appreciate you saying that you didn't want to die, right? A lot of people in that situation, they want the pain to end, right? But they don't want to die. And you talking about kind of the things that allowed you to come out of it, to see relatives and care. And for others who may be listening who have been in that space or who may be in that space as this airs, can you kind of think what would really be helpful, or I should say that was helpful for you, or that would have been nice for you to have?
Yes. Well, I think there are a number of things. I mean, the reality is it was all there. My mother loved me, my brothers and sisters loved me, and even those who passed, my grandmother, all them, they loved me. And I think actually even my father loved me, only he was the product of his dysfunction. And so I think is being able to pause. But as a child, I was just like, oh my goodness, all this happening, and also feeling responsible for it. And so part of it was like what ended up happening is exactly what happened there, but which continued my healing was being able to speak, share. They're no longer a secret. And so that was really healing in my family. And then, of course, I ended up in 2017 writing a book with very detailed things about a lot of things. And it came out of this thing that, no, we just can't give into that. The other thing is that I got help in lots of different ways. My indigenous elders, my grandmother was gone, but others helped me. So there's so many methodologies, practices, which is so wonderful because we're diverse. But the indigenous ones that kept helping me was a course about dream, vision, that pulls. What is it? Michael Beckwith says, pain pushes till vision pulls. And I love that because that's true. And I didn't know then that I didn't need to keep spiraling down into this thing, believing that the hurt, pain, and mistreatment, the abuse was me. It was not. And when I finally got through that, using a lot of indigenous methods, talking circles, sweats, I went to regular therapy, but that didn't work the first few times because they would say these things like, oh my gosh, you should be dead. And I'm like, you don't ever say that to anybody.
Yeah, right.
14,
Exactly.
I knew to say that. Like, no, you were supposed to say, wow, you are strong. You are resilient. There's a reason you're here. Oh my gosh, I am. Let's continue the work, And in the indigenous sphere, what I found was just really a lot of open hearts, and the elders were always there. And so what I would say to people is, what I have found in this whole process is that, listen not just to this mind, because the mind is like gerbil, but listen to your heart, listen to your gut, listen to your spirit. Had I done that, I'm certain instead of being up here, I would not have ever taken those aspirins. So that's listening. The other second thing is supportive community. And I had that, but in the depth of the pain and hurt, you lose sight of that. I used to say that my well of pain was much greater than my well of joy. And that was such BS. It's not. Even in the worst of times, it was not. But that's the illusion of the separateness and of that. So listening, supportive community, love of self, then that's a continuing process of just loving yourself more, and then you're able to give it to others, and and you're able to receive it and just keep the love. And then the last thing is being in action, and I one of the things that I had to forgive myself for is I could have talked to my mom. I could have talked to my brothers and sisters. I could have talked to some of the elders about what was happening. So I had to forgive myself. And in the process of all the healing, of course, I eventually end up forgiving my father. That doesn't mean that I accepted the horrible treatment that he did and I want it to end, but it no longer triggers me. Now, when I say that, I want to, Ruby, because I always want to be so clear and honest with people. I know will never forget those things. However, they don't have a stronghold on me. And yet there's so many layers to go down. So I wanted to say in the last year, and I've written a lot, I've done lots of healing of thousands of people and working with them, Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. But something happened to me last year. I haven't told this to anybody except immediate family and some friends, which is I was going to become a grandmother last July. It happened. But in March last year, in 23, I started going, I went to my husband. I said, if I didn't know better, except for my age, I would say I have postpartum depression. He said, what? I said, yes, I'm going to go see my doc and I'm going to call some elders. See, that was a whole different thing that happened because I knew I have the muscles, I have the knowing. So I went, and luckily when I went to see the doc, because I wanted her to do all the blood, everything else, the psychologist was on the floor, so she called her in. And so I started talking, and every time they asked me questions, then I start sobbing, and it was, I thought, oh my gosh, this is so. And then I could overhear my doctor and the woman speaking, the psychologist, and she'd ask me, she goes, is she always like this? And she goes, no. And then finally, it was tapped into it. My granddaughter, I was going to have a granddaughter. And there was another level deep in here that needed healing. Like, can I protect my granddaughter? Oh my gosh, the mind went in, the unconscious mind, the patterns that might still be there. And so I've had to do all the work around that. And she's such a gift. But my doctor said to the psychologist finally, she goes, are you sure we should let her go? She goes, she's going to be fine. She'll probably write about it to help people. And I could hear in my sobbing saying that. But that's some of the differences. When we continue to our healing, it doesn't mean we're not going to have some traumas, pain, hurts, mistreatments. What it does mean is we build that. So then there's a knowing, not a forgetting about my sacredness and all that I'm part of that is there supporting me all the time. So I can reach out.
Yeah. I love when you talk about the knowing, right, that we all have. And I work with a lot of young people, and I encourage them to listen to their knowing, to listen to your body, right, and to ask questions. What are you feeling? And you're right to be able to speak it. But even sometimes, I should say, and even sometimes in my work, like I mentioned, I create wellness spaces, wellness stores where young people can just come and be, so they don't necessarily have to raise their hand and say, I'm hurting, right? I'm overwhelmed. Life is hard. I have a lot of stuff going on at home that people don't know about, right? Like, how can you just create a beautiful, safe space for them? And I love when you talked about dreaming, right? Like where they can dream despite that. And so many people ask, like, can you dream in tough circumstances? And I guess it's up to the individual, but hopefully they can be offered an opportunity to dream and to have someone on their behalf to act on those dreams that they have and bring them resources. So that's also part of the store. So I love when you talked about the different parts that was healing was to activate your system, your ecosystem, right? And that's what we also try to build upon. And then you talked about forgiving the unforgivable as part of your healing. And then can you talk some about the ego hoop prophecy and kind of your work there?
Yes. So, yes, I'm so happy. I'm a messenger of the ego hoop prophecy. And it's a prophecy that came about in 1994, and I learned of it in 1995. And at that time, I was really like, I wanted to get out of inclusion, diversity. It was too hard. Give me mergers and acquisitions, anything else, because you're talking about people's beliefs, so you're getting into their trauma. It's a lot of work. And I didn't feel like things were moving fast enough. So anyway, I'm there, I'm volunteering my time at this every year with Indigenous youth who are about to graduate, go to college, go into business, and sort of teaching them, how do you keep your values, your culture in places that might be antithetical to that. So I would teach them what I teach in corporate, but we would get into conversation about the other part. But anyway, so I'm there. I'm like a chicken with her head cut off. My elders, every time I could grab an elder, I was asking, what's going to, help me. And they just look at me and smile. And I know that was not because they weren't helping. They were letting me know, you already know, and you're here in a safe space, and And so the second night we go into this room, or cleansed and smudged, and we go in the middle of this room with about 350, 500 of us, I can't remember exact number, but was this beautiful hoop with 100 eagle feathers on it. And then this elder comes forth, Don Coyas is a Mohican elder who had the vision, who heard the spirit call. And what that was about was basically at night, he had this vision. And the vision was he was asleep and a beam of light came on his forehead. And in the light, he saw a tree. And the tree went through the different seasons to, where the leaves fell off. But on this one, even the limbs fell off. And then the trunk became a circle, a hoop. And then more light came down and hit his forehead. But as it touched the hoop, the starlight that came down turned into eagle feathers. And then he heard spirits say, it's time. Human beings have forgotten how to be in harmony and balance with themselves, with other people, with the earth, with everything. And so you need to call the elders together and I will speak to you and put the gifts in this hoop. So afterwards, he went to his elders, as we basically do, to ask permission, to say, what does this mean? And they said, no, you didn't just have a dream. You had a vision and you have to do it. So he put a call out and 27 elders responded. It's another story about how you get 100 eagle feathers. That was amazing. But anyway, So people came from Europe, the Sami from the northern part, from Africa. Several elders came from there, from various tribes, all through the Americas, Asia. That weekend in Turtle Mountain, Chippewa, in 1994 in the fall, they prayed, they sang, they chanted in their own languages, and they, shared, and they had a fire. And at the end of that, the hoop was there, put together the hoop and all the feathers. And then they all heard Spirit say, and each direction put the gift into the hoop, where Spirit says, if you do these things, if you integrate them in your life, so not once, but integrate them, then you'll remember how to be in harmony balance. And so if I could, those of you who are watching or listening, I really would like to give it to you in the best sacred way I can right now, which is, if you want to close your eyes and put your hands on your heart. The first gift that Spirit told the elders to put into the hoop was the gift of the power of forgiving the unforgivable. The gift of the power of forgiving the unforgivable. Take that gift and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart and breathe that in and exhale it and breathe it in again and just continue, knowing that the power to forgive the unforgivable, that is a gift you have. And some of you might be thinking about some of the things you have forgiven, and maybe some of you are going, I don't know about that one, though. I'm not sure. But just know that is a gift. That is your gift. Take a deep breath and exhale. And then the second gift, just keep breathing. The second gift they put in the hoop is the gift of the power of healing. The gift of the power of healing. Take that gift and put it in the ceremonial part of your heart. And breathe that in and breathe it out and just keep breathing that. And we realize that, and the wonderful work that you all are doing in the summit, and Thomas Hubble and everyone that's rising up and like, it's time for all of us. This is a gift to heal. And I just have to mention, because it makes me smile, when my kids were growing up, in the morning I'd fix some breakfast and stuff when I was home, not traveling. And I would say, oh, Nico and Alex, this is a great day to heal. Gosh, it's just an amazing day to do healing. And they would go, I don't think other moms say that, but it is. And just Allow yourself to feel in your body and your heart and your spirit the things you have healed and what might be calling for healing. Then the third gift that the elders put into the hoop from Spirit telling them was the gift of the power of unity. Take that gift of the power of unity and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart and breathe that in and exhale and just keep breathing. Unity. Oh my gosh. And probably images may be coming to you or just feeling it in your bones and of all that your unity with not only those beings that are alive, but those who passed, ancestors, the places, and just maybe it's a lot of groups, your family and everything. What I ask you, because we can go deeper in all these gifts, but what I ask you, if you're not in there, your heart, your mind, your spirit, I just invite you to make sure that's in part of the unity. Because when we have those hooked up, those know to be in unity and alignment, and as well as everything, and we have so much to support us. So just breathe that in, the gift of the power of unity. And then the last gift that they put into the hoop that Spirit told them will help us remember how to be in harmony and balance with ourselves, with others, the earth, and all the beings. So take the gift of the power of hope and put that in the ceremonial part of your heart. Hope in action. And breathe that in and exhale. And part of what Ruby and I were talking about, and I know you said this, hope, all the dreams that you've had, what has come true, what have you manifested, what actions have been taken, what just magically, you don't even know, Spirit moved that had these beautiful, positive dreams come true, that this is a gift we have. It's an energy source, the hope. And I'm often hearing from people who call me that they're feeling hopeless. And they give me all the reasons why. And I understand, because we're not in denial about what's going on at this time. And at the same time, reigniting that ability to dream, because we all can do that. And it's such a powerful thing to know that we have such power individually and collectively, not alone. Even when I say individually, we have so much support. We can't even breathe without all the tree relatives and the ocean and everything else. But so that hope in action is yours. So we can do this. We know that. Just breathe that in, the gift of the hope of action. And then when you're ready, you can open your eyes and be here with us. And these 4 gifts, Spirit told these elders, the power to forgive the unforgivable, the power of healing, the power of unity, and the power of hope in action. Use these daily, not one time. Just keep integrating them in your life. And I started doing that in 1995 when I heard this. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, why? This is not enough for me to do this. I started integrating in all my work, every CEO, every nonprofit group, everywhere I went. And I would share what was happening, and they began using these gifts. And, I would help them go deeper on some of them, but you know this. This is part of you. Use these gifts. We all have, there are many gifts, but these 4, Spirit promise. And so at this point, there's been tens of thousands of people. Some say it's 1 million, Anita, because it's been in so many big communities, but that have received these gifts and are using them. And they have a sense of agency now. Again, please understand, it doesn't mean you don't have hurts and treatment stuff. You don't spiral down in them. You're able to take your energy. I want to use my life, my energy force for what I want now and to create for future generations. That's what I am not going to waste a lot of my energy here, yet I have to move through that. But when you have these gifts, when you have that vision, when you have the dream, that helps pull you along with all our relatives that are here for us.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so powerful. And I love how you just turned it into a practice for us. Thank you. And I was going right along with you. And I needed that, right? All of the things that are happening, from the wars to the political, things that are going on, to the police murders. It's like, I was telling someone that I'm feeling both hopeless and hopeful, right? Kind of both of those things at the same time, right? And And even one time when I was really feeling like hopeless, like, oh my gosh, right, we're doing all this work and things aren't really changing, right? The same things going over and over again. And then I decided to do like a joy, happy, hope campaign. And that's because I needed it myself, right? And then also I recently added love to it because as you said earlier, right, that's so important. And then also as part of, right, we train the high school students, young adults as community health workers, and we have them, we say that they already have raised their hands to be healers, right? When you sign up to be a community health worker, you're interested in healing the community. And then the Joy, Happy, Hope, Love campaign is a part of that. So together in community unity, as you talked about, we're kind of addressing that. And as she said, you aren't paralyzed by the hopelessness, right? Like you kind of keep going. And the last thing I'll say is in our Black national anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing, there's a line, when hope unborn had died, right? And I was like, wow, what does it mean that hope and doesn't even get a chance to come and to live, right? So I love your hope and action part. So
and thank you for just sharing that. That lifted me up too, is just hearing what you're doing, because what I've learned in living and dealing with all this is, our unconscious mind, holds all these memories. And the only way I know ultimately to hack these patterns that are not life-giving is infinite love and gratitude. And that's what you're giving in the well-being, creating that well-being place, the safe places for people to, dream the possible, no longer impossible, but possible, but also the work as it comes up, but in a place that's they're held in infinite love and gratitude. And when we walk and breathe in that space, then, the memories past is quite addictive. And one of the things is we get stronger and understanding that it is our nature to be well. It is our nature to be in connection to everything and to be in reciprocity, giving gratitude and infinite love all the time. Then we can do all of this. We're doing it. And I just really appreciate what you're doing with all these young people. It's just, we're doing that Indigenous community because it's just so important. And so in teaching about our ancestors and all these different prophecies that are coming into play now, because, we have a lot of things too, in terms of, people still trying to destroy the land and the rivers that we're trying to protect, still negating that we exist. We're often invisible. And so I really appreciate you bringing me here. And also for all of you who are there listening and watching, because we all matter. We're all part of the Hupo life. And we may not meet everyone who's in there, obviously, but that doesn't mean we can't send them light and love, gratitude, and we can also receive that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I love it. I love your energy, right? We're on Zoom now, but I can feel it and I love it. And so can you tell us, like, what are you most passionate about these days? Like what, as you said, like has your energy just exploding with enthusiasm and passion?
Yes. Well, for 47 years, I've been able to bridge Indigenous wisdom and science, and a lot of that has been business and global nonprofit and Indigenous communities. I think it's even a bigger time. It's expanding. I feel like it's because of all of us, and not just two-leggeds, it's these water and trees and everything else. It's just calling forth that this needs to be at an earthly planet, universe level. I mean, we need to do this. And so what I'm excited about is the gatherings that are happening in Indigenous communities. I was just in the Amazon, and that was powerful. And then I lead a group there every year, once a year. And then I was invited to go to the Arctic Circle with 130 people, mostly business leaders, mostly Republicans. And we were all, and that's not how I would identify myself, as I'm definitely Democrat. But again, we don't have to have the polarization. We can say we have differences. The difference doesn't solve the problem. It's the polarization. So anyway, we're there, and just to see the beauty of the Arctic and see the polar bears and these these glaciers are so gorgeous that have shrunk to so much smaller than they were originally. And then people, their commitment to climate and starting to put money and other resources, their time into changing this, into changing the narrative, the story they're telling about what's important. So I don't know about you, Ruby, maybe, in my 47 years, it was about 40 years ago. So the last 7 years, people have actually said, oh yeah, you're weaving that indigenous stuff. But now they're saying, can you do more of that? Can you help us understand more in the front, not in the background, in the front? And that, I believe, is because they're awakening to their own possibilities, their own sacredness.
Yeah.
And so it's just a great time to be alive. In spite of all the facts to the contrary, it's an amazing time to be alive.
Right. And the hope in action. And we all are in this together, right? That is for sure, right? That is for sure.
That's absolutely true. If I could add to that, because it's so, you made me all of a sudden looking at your beautiful face, made me flash on one of the elders that I had interviewed. It's a San Bushman elder, Elise Cooper. She's amazing. She still uses trance as part of her healing process. But when I asked her at the end, like, so what do you want to ask people? What's your dream? What's your hope? Sort of what you were asking. All of a sudden she came through when I looked at you. So I'm just going to share it because I think she's right on. She said, Anita, my dream and my hope is that tomorrow morning, all the human beings all over the world wake up and realize we do nothing alone. Given everything, And I just thought, she said it so succinctly and beautifully and truthfully.
Yeah. I love it. That's very powerful.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Anita. We appreciate you sharing your indigenous wisdom with us and also your challenges and then your healing, right? That was really powerful. And then I'd like to tell our audience about your bonus gift and leave them with some specifics that they can implement today. And so you have offered them a free gift of a song titled "In Right Relations" that was inspired by the indigenous messages in your book, The 4 Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times. And then as a reminder to our audience, this bonus gift is available for free while Anita Talk airs or by purchasing the Collective Healing Conference All Access Pass, which includes all the interviews and event recordings, workshops, transcripts, and bonuses for 50% off during the conference. And additionally, people can learn more about you and your work at anita-sanchez.com. And Anita, is there anything else you would like to share about this bonus gift?
No, it's just really beautiful. And it was a gift to me because people who are professionals in this whole thing said, your book needs a song. So 9 people sang it. It's beautiful. You'll love the words. I get emails from all over the world saying, I heard your song. I heard your song. I'm playing it all the time. I was at Necker Island last year, which I never thought I'd be at. Richard Branson's island. Was speaking and I was doing a yoga class. And at the end, my song came on and I said, wow, you people are really together. You haven't. She goes, well, I didn't know that was your song. So you'll really love it because how we heal, how we grow, how we expand, how we create is in so many different forms. So I really trust your body, trust your heart, trust your spirit. I don't want you to get rid of your mind, but just don't lead from that. Inform it from the other. And I hope you use the elders. I'm going to tell them about this interview as I do all of them, because that's what we want is to use these gifts. And please, if you have any questions, Ruby just told you how you can find me too. And I hope that throughout this summit, these amazing days, that you tune in, because I know, I can feel it, I can see it in Ruby's face, all the beauty and wisdom and truth and honesty that they're bringing to all of us. And I receive that. And I hope you do too.
Thank you. I do. I am so grateful for you for sharing your wisdom, your experience, your joy, your hope and action, all of that. And on behalf of the Collective Healing Conference team, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Be well. Be well.
To learn more about Anita and her work, please visit anita-sanchez.com. Anita has graciously offered our audience a free gift of the song In Right Relations, a beautiful song inspired by the indigenous messages in her book, The Four Sacred Gifts, Indigenous Wisdom for Modern Times. Dr. Dan Siegel is a clinical professor of psychiatry at the UCLA School of Medicine, where he serves as co-director of the Mindful Awareness Research Center. He's the executive director of the MindSight Institute and the author of 5 New York Times best-selling books that explore the practice of mindsight and how it can be integrated into individuals, families, and communities.
A warm welcome, everybody. My name is Thomas Hübel, and I have the great honor and pleasure, and I'm very curious to be having this conversation with you. Dan Siegel is here with me. So warm welcome, first of all, Dan.
Thank you, Thomas. Great to be here with you. Thanks for inviting me.
I mean, it's such a pleasure. I think you were part of every summit so far every year. And I want to say again, I think I said it also last year, that I really enjoyed your eloquence and like how your capacity to put more complex kind of scientific or whatever life processes into a very accessible language for our listeners, and it's, I always learn something when I talk to you, and it's deep and it's beautiful. So, and I feel your heart in your work. So thank you for being who you are. It's beautiful.
It's a beautiful way to wake up. Thank you, Thomas. It's probably the evening for you and the morning for me, and it's great to be across the planet together. That's true.
Yeah. I'm interested, first of all, I mean, I also read your book, Intra-Connected, and like intra-connected is something that is not easy maybe for everybody to understand. What is intra-connection? We understand connection, we understand maybe interdependence, but what is intra-connected? Being intra-connected, how does this look like, or how does this feel like? And maybe we start there a bit, because I think from there we can expand into much bigger context and collective context. So what is intra-connected?
Well, the word intra-connected is a word that emerged when I was with some systems scientists on a retreat in the mountains, and I emerged with them from the 3-day on our own experience. And everyone was trying to articulate with words what the 3 days was like. We were given separate spaces in a forest with an ancient history, apparently 20,000 years of meditating in this forest. And when we came out, people said, oh, I was connected to everything, or I felt interconnected, or I was interwoven, interlaced, interdependent. They used Thich Nhat Hanh's beautiful term, interbeing. And as we went around the circle, everyone was resonating with each other. You could feel it in the way the body was responding. And when it came to this body's time to respond at the tail end of the whole going around the circle, you know, I said I resonated with everyone. I really could feel what they were saying. Yet the words with the prefix inter didn't quite capture the feeling of the 3 days, which was not to be so much in a body, in this case, a body called Dan, connected to the trees and the sky and the creek, but that the experience of being, the identity, if you will, the sensation of it, the perspective of it, even acting on behalf of it, that experience of selfing was not that it was located within a body that was connected to others. So therefore there was an between this body and all these other things. It was something from the withinness of the whole. And I was saying all this to the group of scientists. And I said, so I don't even know what to say. And I just paused for a while. And I said, the only word that's coming to me is intra-connected. And everyone kind of nodded their head. Yeah, okay. You're trying to describe the connectivity from the perspective and the sensation of the whole, and even on how you act on behalf of the whole. So I went back to the place we were staying with everyone else and got back on technology and tried to type some notes about what the experience was. And every time I typed intra-connected, the word processor would automatically do a spell check and just change it to interconnected. So I said, there must be something wrong with the spell checker. And I looked it up, and in English, at least, there is no word for the connectivity within the whole. So I thought that's really strange. If we don't have a word to speak on behalf of the whole, then that's maybe a problem both with our language and the concepts beneath the language that then the language reinforces. So that's when I decided I needed to write something about it, about this wholeness of being that was way beyond certainly the skull or the skin. And that's what the book Intra-Connected tries to do, sort of see both the experiential side of that and also the indigenous teachings about it, the contemplative teachings about it, and now, thousands of years later, science beginning to be able to add to those ancient invitations to realize who we are is much larger than the skin encased body.
That's beautiful. Yeah, it resonates a lot for me, and also the word resonates a lot. So I'm happy you brought that in. And so because for many people their main perspective is I'm in this body, you're over there in this body, and so here we are and we're having a conversation. So maybe you can speak a little bit to your experience of like what you started already a bit before, like how is maybe transcending or opening up that level of our experience. How do you experience that? And I mean, you're using also this me, we. Maybe let's speak a bit about the individual. We're living in a hyper individualized culture, often in the West, at least. And so, how do you experience that? And maybe how can more people notice such experiences, but don't know what to do with it and don't know how to deal? So, let's talk a bit about it.
That's beautiful, Thomas. The word to start with is a really simple 4-letter word that begins with an S, self. And in German, I don't know if there's a word like that, or in Hebrew or in Spanish or French. So we have the word in English. And when I did a review, at least of the science of self, it was fascinating to see the different ways of describing what that word means. And also in our lives, I'm an attachment researcher. So how does the self of the baby develop, in utero? How does the self of the baby develop once she's interacting with her caregivers? How does it change with friends, with teachers? And in Intra-Connected, I go through a whole developmental, exploration with the reader about this. And so you get a kind of a scientific view of human development around this word self. And we use features to identify what that self is, which we'll get into a moment, but that's sometimes called identity. And then how you or others say what your identity is can shape your experience of this thing called self. And then even how you belong. So those 3 things are very interrelated: belonging, identity, and self. So it became really important in trying to communicate around this to define each of these terms as clearly as possible. So at least as we went on the journey to say, what does it mean to be interconnected, and that the self is larger than the skin encapsulated body, what did we really mean? So in reviewing all the sciences of self that I could find, I do a work where we try to find the common ground, like across indigenous teachings, contemplative teachings, wisdom teachings, from all different perspectives, spirituality, the idea that we have the arts trying to express what experience is about, music, poetry, all these things. Then there's also the field of science, which is not only a way of telling stories, but it's also a way of challenging the stories that you have about reality. So I'm trained as a scientist, so I apply that kind of human endeavor, but all the endeavors have deep validity. Science is just one of many valid ways of looking at reality. So then I said, well, what could science contribute? Like, for example, in contemplative teachings, they say, some contemplative teachings, there is no self. And the minute you think there is a self, it's a delusion that is the source of all suffering. Some views state that. And I said, well, but as an attachment researcher, I know, and as a therapist, if someone's had really troublesome attachment experiences, abuse, let's say, and their experience of self, which we'll get to in just a moment, has been violated, they will have a lifetime of unresolved trauma unless an intervention is done. And as you've beautifully written about, Thomas, in terms of cross-generational trauma or cultural trauma, we can have these things that begin in the home, then extend out, with unresolved trauma being really, I think, a manifestation of something that's called non-integrative states of chaos and rigidity. That's a whole nother story. But just to say that for me as an attachment researcher, when I was beginning my work in the mindfulness field, and people would say, you're emphasizing that there is a self, and that's a delusion, it's a lie, it's a psychotic belief. I would go, I'm an attachment researcher and a therapist. If I were to believe that about it, how parents treat children, they wouldn't turn out so well. And we have research documentation that they would actually have a lot of mental suffering because someone didn't identify their self. So what is the self that we're talking about, where some people say it doesn't exist? Some people, like attachment researchers, say it's like the most important thing. These are two caring, devoted people. How can they be so contradictory to each other? That led to some very interesting issues about the word attachment, by the way, where in some Buddhist languaging, you're not supposed to be attached, in quotes, yet I'm an attachment researcher. So is that the same word or different? And so that's a whole nother thing too. But what I found from these sciences is three things is what people tend to mean when they study the self anyway, in a formal, rigorous way. One is the S. This is going to spell the acronym SPA, the sensation you have. Where is that sensation located? Where's this experience of subjectivity located? So for a lot of people, they say, well, that's obvious. It's the body. The body has bodily sensations. The body has emotions. It has all sorts of feelings to those emotions. It has all sorts of ways it's perceiving things. There's a feeling to the perceptions you have even. So it's the body is the source of subjective experience. And you go, okay, well, that's interesting. Perspective, like looking through these glasses, or I can think of your perspective and I could say, Thomas has his perspective looking through his eyes at his screen. This body called Dan, ABCD, has its perspective. So there's two selves here. You go, okay, that makes sense. And even agency. If I say, I think I need a little sip of tea, I can bring this cup up. I can choose to have action, and you say, well, yeah, of course, because yourself is in your body, so you have action. So you can say, it's pretty obvious, Dan. Sensation, perspective, and agency is equivalent to the individual being the self. And what I would do is say, let's take a deep breath and say, that's a great place to begin. But let's just ask the question, is it a place to end what self is? And certainly as an attachment researcher, that embodied self is very important. If there's sexual abuse or physical abuse, you're going to have a violation of the integrity of that body. So you're not even beginning with the somatic self. So what I would say is yes, there is a somatic-based self, skin encased body, individual, and that's fine. But let's look at the self as a center of experience. Let's just use that phrase. And if experience is energy flow, which when you really look at all the ways of looking at experience, any experience you describe, you can actually tie to the physics notion of energy flow. And then you say, well, if the center of experience is the center of energy flow, skin, and certainly not skull, they're not boundaries that are impermeable. So energy flow happens not just in your body. So right now, let's say between you and me, Thomas, we've had a relationship over many years. And when I even saw on my calendar, you're going to be speaking with Thomas, I had this elated feeling in my body. I went running with my dog, had a great morning, and then turn on all the technology, and there you are. So there is a we, at least in this way where it extends beyond this skin encased body that my parents named Dan, to not only a Thomas in Thomas's body, but a Dan Thomas center of experience that can only be created in the relationality between you and me. And so it happens here when we met at Garrison Institute in person. It happened there in the dining hall. It happens every time we get together. So there's a process, not really an entity, but a flowing center of experience that's Thomas Dan, right? Now, right there, you say, well, there's a self of Thomas Dan. And you go, yeah, but isn't it just Thomas and Dan? And let's ask that question. Isn't it just two selves together? Why are we making this a we? Why not just me and me? Why is it a we? Well, if we really take a deep breath and look at that, there is something called synergy, which is a term that we can use that a number of people have written about. Buckminster Fuller wrote about it. But the idea is there's something from the coming together of parts of the system that's greater than the individual parts. That's synergy. Another word that's roughly similar is emergence. That there's something that emerges when you and I are together that is the we of us that I cannot create when this body's by itself. I'll take a guess. You cannot create it when you're by yourself. And now with everyone listening to us, the Thomas Dan experience becomes, if we could name all the individual bodies, we would put them under the framework of we, right? That we in this, literally, if you look at the word conversation, con is with and verse is to turn, we are turning our energy flow together. And imagine if the whole human family could say, whoa, wait a second. It's not about being interconnected, where Thomas is connected to Dan, Dan's connected to Thomas. Oh, they're interconnected. There's a betweenness of the two separate entities is what that word implies. And that's why there needed to be a word interconnected to say that if self is a center of experience, then it's energy flow, and that has a sensation, perspective, and agency that can be in the body. Yes, so we're not in any way getting rid of the self. In a sense, we're expanding what we mean by that term, and then saying you have an identity lens, to bring in the identity term, that can adjust where you're sensing the S of subjectivity, where you're doing the P, the point of view, the perspective, and how you're acting on behalf of something. So I have many other things I could do. You have many other things you could do. You, your body, this body have decided we're going to make the Thomas Dan self-experience happen. We're dedicated to it. We coordinate times across the planet, and we make it happen. So there's a beautiful way where I can say the subjectivity right now, the perspective and the agency, how we coordinated our actions, was a we, right? So then you go, wow, what if we could expand that to the whole human family, where we dissolve the in-group, out-group distinctions, literally, and see the family as the we of humanity? And what if we did it with all living beings? Then I think we have a chance to turn around what I think is the root of the polypandemics that I try to address in the book, racism and social injustice, the polarization we have, addiction to screens, the climate disaster. We're now this moment of time, everyone's waking up going, oh, it's real, like no kidding. But anyway, everyone's now going like that. And so my invitation, my plea, my deep wish is that we could identify that the modern culture view of taking the word self and equating it with the individual, called individualism, as you've written about beautifully, Thomas, and and this is what indigenous teachings have said, contemplative teaching has said it. Now science can just hop on those ancient wisdom pleas to say, look, when culture, our shared communication and how we construct meaning, when culture says the self equals the individual, which when this book came out, everyone said, this is a stupid book because of course the self is the individual. How can you say it's not? Self is a synonym for individual. I go, it is so embedded in the way you're thinking. That's the fundamental problem. And I understand the book won't be popular because it's basically counterculture. It's saying modern culture says self is the individual. Don't challenge that. And I'm saying not only challenge it, we have to point it out like a splinter in the bottom of the soul of humanity. And we're limping through the living earth, really flopping it over. So let's take the splinter out. I think the splinter is as simple as a mistaken identity of self equals individual. And the good news is you can adjust this identity lens to expand the experience of self, expand the circles of belonging, and do what Joanna Macy, who I was just with this weekend, she's 94 now, has been, begging us to think about and giving us the tools to do that, which is to promote what's called the great turning, to turn the way culture is individualistic into a more, not going collectivistic. It's not going me to we. This is where the word we is helpful. It's saying you can maintain a sense of your inner self, but then you realize you also have an inter self, the center of experience, that is a part of the larger whole of an interconnected self, this we business. And the great turning then can be catalyzed by that shift in how we identify who we are.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I resonate a lot with what you say and also your descriptions of this kind of center of gravity of self, from where we are looking, how we are experiencing. One question that comes up, maybe you can speak a little bit to that, because what I hear when I listen to you is, on the one hand, the conceptualization of that separate self and passing that on as an identity lens. That's how things are. And as you said, our culture is so much based on that. So of course your book is going to be a contradiction to that and will create first like a ripple or a kind of a confrontation, which I think also is very healthy and needed. And so because I heard from you two things. You're describing this beautifully intellectually, but when I feel you, then I also feel it, the description, through your experience. So I feel you're transmitting like a different center of gravity especially when you, I agree with Dan Thomas. I have a similar experience. And I also resonate strongly with the collective. So when we open up and there is this whole collective state. But some people hear that and they hear it first intellectually. And so what are practices, or how do you, when you work with people, like what's a guidance into also the experiential part of what you just described? And is it needed? Will it grow by itself once we confront that intellectual maybe stagnation that we bought into collectively? Or do we need to have practices to open the bigger self part up, or that we have access to that? Maybe you can speak a bit to that, because I sometimes hear people speak about, like, beautifully about what you said right now, but without the transmission. So there's an intellectual understanding, oh, there's a bigger self, or as you said, there is no self. Sometimes it's such a concept, but the fact is that that's not really the experience of that person. It just sounds, it's a very good mystical principle, but not filled with a state that makes it real. And so maybe you can speak a little bit to the whole, And what practice maybe is needed to open oneself into that?
Absolutely. I think what you're saying is fundamental, Thomas. And I think we really need to pause and just really soak it in, because, in Greek terms, there's, noesis, which is conceptual knowing, having the intellectual ideas and all that stuff. But then there's gnosis, Gnosis, which is experiential wisdom, right? And so what I try to do, even in writing Interconnected, is being very aware that we can get lost in the concepts and not have the experience, especially in a book, So in the book, I offer two kinds of practices. Well, three really. Two are in the appendix, the two appendices. So one is called the Wheel of Awareness, which is a practice I do every morning, and it begins with a fundamental stance of, energy flow is what reality is based on, and what experience is based on. And the second notion is that integration, which is how you differentiate things in a system and then you link them. And in the linkage, they don't become blended. So that's the crucial thing. It's not like, oh, just blend it all. No, integration is allowing synergy to arise. So in this practice called the Wheel of Awareness, we differentiate the things that you can be aware of on the rim in this visual metaphor. And then we put the experience of knowing in the metaphoric hub. So we're differentiating, like if I say, hello, Thomas, hello is something, it would be a point on the rim, a sound, but the knowing of me saying hello would be your awareness that we put in the hub. So you begin with that, and then what you do is you have a singular spoke of attention, like a wheel, that you move around from hearing to seeing to smelling to tasting to touching on the first segment of the rim. You then take a deep breath. This is all slowly, of course. You then go to all the different sensory areas of the interior of the body, called the sixth sense in science. Take a deep breath. You then go to mental activities, which is probably head-brain activity, emotions, memories, meaning, perceptions. Well, we just did perceptions, but images, beliefs, hopes, dreams, longings, all that stuff. You explore whatever arises. And then instead of the focused attention in the first two segments of the rim, now you're doing an open awareness where you're just seeing whatever arises into the hub. And then what you do is, in an advanced stage, you take that spoke and you either bend it around into the hub, or you retract it into the hub, or for some people, they just let the spoke stay in the hub, or they just don't have any spoke anymore. And you're just resting in the hub, basically. So it's at that moment, when I've done this around the world, that people feel the individual sense of self that in modern culture is the common starting place expand to start including, as one parliamentarian said when we did it in a parliament one day, I was connected to everyone and everything. And I've never felt so connected before. And I was crying and saying, I never felt so much love before. And people talk about love in that hub. So you rest there for a while in this timeless, open space where there are no entities anymore. There's no things of separation in time and space. There's just this unfolding energy flow. It's like a waterfall. It feels different. I do it every morning, and it feels different. People have measured the mystical experiences when people go in the hub, and they're equal. In an informal survey, we found they were equal to taking psilocybin. And you can do it every morning without any side effects, except you feel great. And then you come out of that, and then you go to this relational sense, this fourth segment of the rim, which I call the eighth sense, which is basically the seventh being mental activities, the sixth was the body, first five being outside energy flow. Now you're into this sense of feeling the relational field, which I think is a true entity, just like we can describe, electromagnetic fields. And Faraday, when he described them, Michael Faraday, they thought he was nuts, and now all of our electronics are based on what people said to him, oh, it can't exist. We don't see it with our eyes, so it can't exist. And as my dear friend John O'Donohue used to say when he was a mystic, an Irish mystic, and I said, well, John, we were teaching together a lot. I said, what does it mean to be a mystic? And I won't try to imitate his beautiful Irish brogue, but he said, Dan, a mystic is someone who believes in the reality of the invisible. And I said to John there when we were talking about this on stage, and I said, if you're then a true scientist, you know that the eyes can only see a limited amount of reality. And it doesn't mean that everything you think is real, but it does mean that many things, if not most things that are real, you cannot see. So there is a reality to the invisible. We want to be careful about it and disciplined about it. And so he and I taught for many, many years, a mystic, and whatever I am, a science dude or whatever. So in this view, then people come out of the wheel in this relational sense. It gives you in a way, a practical, this eighth sense, this fourth segment of the rim. It gives you this very practical thing. I do it literally every morning. And every day is different. Even the hub is different, but there's always a feeling of joy and love. And I can be really having a funky time with maybe some weird dreams or things that are going on in the world or in our work life, at our school or whatever, and I go there and it's just like, okay, this is a resource, meaning it's a source you can return to again and again. Now, why is it the source? That we can get into what we've got into before, but in the book Aware, in the book Mind, and even now the Developing Mind, all these textbooks I write, I talk about the source of awareness being the equivalent of a sea of potential, which is basically, in a physics terms, what people propose is kind of this quantum vacuum, where essentially it is empty of form, but full of possibility. And that's another phrase people often say when they try to describe what the experience was like in the hub. They go, it's empty but full. And you go, great, thank you. What does that mean? They go, I have no idea what it means, but that's what it felt like. Well, it literally, in physics terms, this is not poetry. This is from Arthur Zients, an emeritus quantum physics professor from Amherst in the United States. He said, it's the formless source of all form. So when you dip into that hub, I think that is what we call the plane of possibility. So the resource of that is one very practical tool. Kids can tap into it pretty readily, either just as a drawing or the feeling of it. Adolescents, they may be a little more resistant to it. Adults can definitely do it. And that's why in the back of the book, I offer it. We give it away for free, on our website. I have a couple of books all about it. And the idea is exactly what you're saying. It's a way to experientially develop what you can also get in other meditations for sure, or through the practices of the three transcendent emotions, generating gratitude, with a feeling of incredible sense of generosity and feeling of fullness about, wow, I really feel grateful for things. Awe, this expansive sense of, wow, this is beyond my understanding, but I feel this larger sense of who I am. And compassion, which, even though it's about suffering, it's really about expanding the self. So I think, as I've said to Dacher Keltner, who studies these emotions, I said, even though the old name was self-transcendent, that reinforces the idea that self equals the individual. And yes, those are emotions that transcend the individual. But I think we need, but I'm open to saying, let's find another term. I think we need a grounding term like self to not be equated with the individual. So I said, can we call those self-expanding? And, he gave me 2 thumbs up for that and said, yeah, sure, that would make a lot of sense. Your sense of who you are is expanding with awe, gratitude, and compassion. And the wheel does that as a daily practice. So those are just some simple ways. There's also an identity lens we can talk about that you can learn to adjust. So you go, yeah, I have a body. I'm not going to deny that. But who I am is more than this body. That's why often on Zooms if people are up for it, I just put A, B, C, D. And people go, what's that? I said, well, it's a body called Dan, but it took too much, focus away. So I just put my given name, Daniel Siegel. But, that's it. So I think there's some very practical ways you can have people experience that. And it's like a win-win situation, because in a way you're being released from a lie that you didn't even know you were living. And that's where the invisible becomes visible in a way we can work with it. And I know this is simple, Thomas, and I'd love to know your feelings about this. I think it's as simple as modern culture mistakenly equated self with the individual, and we're destroying mental flourishing, and we're destroying ecological flourishing because of that mistaken identity. And we can course correct. And the great turning is based on changing the way we actually define what the self is.
To learn more about Dan and his work, please visit drdansiegel.com and mindsightinstitute.com.
Welcome again. Today, I want to invite you onto the journey of attunement and self and co-regulation, which again sets a little bit the tone for our day. When we look at relationality, being related means that we are in resonance with the world. And resonance also means data exchange. So I can feel you, I can feel how you feel me is the basic building block of relating. When we feel each other, we resonate with each other. So what you say and I deeply listen, what I say and you listen, we receive each other's information, and there is a dance, and the dance is fluid. So relationality has the data exchange that has a certain level of fluidity. But when there is trauma in us, the parts that are traumatized, they lost that fluidity. So it becomes more rigid, it becomes more frozen, it becomes sometimes very activated. It looks like very a lot of movement, but actually it's hyper stress or trauma stress that is not the same like the fluidity of the movement of data when we are relating. So it's exaggerated stress or exaggerated emotional experience. On the other hand, when trauma is in the play or in the mix, so we are also often more numb, distant, indifferent. So we are not resonating at all. The resonance is anesthetized. And so in our open state, we feel interconnected, and we all know experiences or relationship where it's flow. We call it flowing, where it's open, we trust, we feel safe. But then suddenly when somebody gets triggered and the person is angry or is very scared or stressed, or becomes distant and shut down, it might trigger also parts of myself or of yourself. So then we begin to take those triggers personal, and then we often drift apart and we become more polarized, more defended. There is like a gap between us. Sometimes that closes pretty fast, but sometimes not. Like those gaps stay and they become more permanent gaps So that we say we don't like each other, or the person doesn't like me, and I start projecting all kinds of stuff onto you and you onto me. And our past, in a way, the unintegrated past that is stored in the trauma, begins to run the show. And that's very detrimental to, of course, relationships, but it's also very detrimental to global collaboration or complex collaboration that's needed to solve certain things that we need to solve right now. Certain issues that we see in our world or in organizations, in family systems, in parenting. And that's why we talk about the term regulation. And there's self-regulation. But when we look at the interplay between children and their parents, self-regulation is a result of a good co-regulation. So when kids get very stressed or when they get scared, and they can come back to their parents, and the parents feel like a safe home. So the stress that I have and the fear, maybe, when I come back to the safety of my parents, my nervous system can relax. I glide back into my body. The stress goes up and out, and relaxation comes down and in. My body opens up. The base of my body feels warm. I rest in my body. I can enjoy my body. Feels like you're stepping into a warm bath. You feel the ground. That's what we call grounded. Feels when we have a sense of the ground. And so when co-regulation works well, we internalize that as self-regulation. So what I can regulate with my parents slowly becomes my own capacity. So and as I grow as a child, I learn to regulate myself better and better and better. And as a grown-up, I feel, wow, yeah, I have stressful moments and I can down-regulate my stress. When that original co-regulation doesn't work so well, out of different reasons, then many of us learned to stay with that stress, and then we started to manage that stress because it couldn't release itself into the relationship. So we're walking around with a lot of stress, like a box full of stress, and then when the world triggers it, it becomes even more apparent that we are stressed. Maybe we can't sleep so well, we're ruminating, we feel tensions in our body, but that's stress that is stuck in a box. So now we learn more and more how our breath, our body perception can become part of a practice. So my exhalations, my sensing my body and practicing, where does my body feel safe? Where does my body feel warm? Where does my body feel open? And also that I notice, oh, now I'm getting more stressed. I have an awareness of that. When I get stressed, I can use my breath, my exhalations to down-regulate my stress. And I build this into my day as a practice. And the same is when we sit with each other, when a colleague or a family member who gets stressed, I notice, wow, your stress also triggers my stress. So I practice my own regulation. The more I regulate, I can be also more of support in listening to you, to your stress, without kind of protecting myself or getting away from you because you trigger me. And then we see, wow, my internal regulation becomes like an ecosystemic quality. More and more, I can listen to people also when they are stressed or agitated or emotional. And that helps to ground stress. So slowly it will expand into my relational environment or ecosystem as a capacity. And people will appreciate that. They will feel safer. They will feel heard. They will feel seen. They will feel felt. So feeling felt is a very important quality in creating relational safety. And the same is also true for the intake of data. When you listen here to talks and you feel, wow, it's a lot, and I need to digest it, listen to it. Just say, okay, I heard a talk. I would love to listen to a second one, but I take a break because I need to digest what I heard. And I felt that some stress came up or some emotions came up. Yes, that's great. I take a break. That's part of regulation. Or when I read something on the news, or I hear something on social media, or I see something on social media, and and I notice, wow, actually I'm getting stressed. That's great, that awareness, because then I can say, okay, I need to regulate the intake of information, which is very responsible. Because if I overload myself, I trigger myself so much that I become maybe numb. So then I'm intellectually reading the news, but I don't feel much. And so for me to stay in a regulated state, it also means relationships become more regulated, the intake of information, the relationship to the world is more regulated. So that helps me to develop a lifestyle, a way of living where I can stay connected to myself, to my body, to my emotions. I notice my stress levels. I don't judge them as good or bad. I begin to work with them. And slowly, as I said before, that becomes a ecosystem equality around me. And everybody who is more regulated invites the environment into regulation and co-regulation. And like that, we build resilient systems, because the more regulated systems are, the more resilient they become. And so they become more relational, more open, more safe. And that allows us to be together, to enjoy life more, to support each other better, to be more creative and innovative together. So that has a lot of amazing capacities. And I'm sure this day will give you much more insight through all the great talks that you can listen to today. And I see you soon with the next Daily Insight video.
Is an expert on human behavior and couple relationships. He speaks and teaches on secure functioning relationships, how to understand them, create them, and support them. He's written dozens of academic articles and 6 best-selling books. Stan and his wife, Tracy Boldman-Tatkin, Ph.D., created the PACT Institute in 2010 to train mental health professionals to successfully integrate a psychobiological approach in their clinical practices. And he's trained thousands of therapists around the world. Stan and Tracy lead couples through Wired for Love couple retreats, both online and in person across the United States and Europe.
So welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. I'm Robin Alfred, one of the hosts of the conference, and our next guest I'm delighted to welcome is Dr. Stan Tatkin. Welcome, Stan.
Thank you, Robin. Thanks for having me.
Total pleasure. And I've been a student of yours in many different ways for quite a while now. And as we know, your focus is on supporting couples to have secure and healthy relationships. And the theme of the conference this year is about collective healing. So I wonder if you could start by just saying a bit about the linkage that you see between healthy couples and a collectively healed or healing society.
Well, this just let me back up just a moment, because before working with couples, I was working with caregiver infant pairs to do prevention work, because I believed through the Watch, Wait, and Wonder program, actually in Toronto, the way it was when the Mirrors, Elizabeth and Roy Muir, ran it. In only 8 weeks, they could change the entire trajectory of the infant. Not so with the parents, but with the infant, to prevent personality disorders, eating disorders, and so on. And so I was interested in prevention. And when I couldn't get enough people in to my clinic, because in our country, prevention is not as keen a thing as it is elsewhere, I switched to couples, because I believe that that is the smallest, you can think of it as the smallest unit of a society in terms of social contract theory, fair, justice theory, and that it starts there and radiates. Their system radiates downward and to the side and all over the place in terms of influence. And so I do believe that starting with the couple is relationships first. Putting relationships first is a way to spread that.
Right. And then you have a number of very accessible, I think, kind of ways of framing secure attachment and kind of healthy functioning relationships. And maybe you could just guide us through some of the kind of core blocks of that, like the couple bubble and thirds, and some of the things that can kind of threaten relationship. And we can kind of unfold our conversation from the basic building blocks that you could share with us.
So underneath the hood, this is a psychobiological approach. So in psychobiology, we study infant brain development and brain development throughout the lifespan, along with the autonomic nervous system function. And then also, in this case, adult attachment theory and infant attachment theory. And so that's underneath the hood in terms of what we're looking at. But what we're trying to really do is to get people to be secure functioning. And secure functioning isn't the same as secure attachment. Secure functioning is a set of social contracts based on fairness, justice, and mutual sensitivity, collaboration, cooperation, that would allow a couple to reduce interpersonal stress enough to allow resources to be released or freed up, and for development to move forward. So that would be the actual making it possible for people to move into earn secure. So having said that, there are ideas here that the couple comes first hierarchically, because if the couple, this is based on the idea that they share power and equal authority, the two generals, two bosses, two leaders. If that is the case, they're in charge of everyone and everything as this unit, sort of the roof of the house. It just goes to follow that if they aren't in good shape, then nobody or anything else won't be either. So this is predicated on hierarchy. What comes first structurally? And so the couple puts their oxygen masks on first and then tends to everybody else. It's a different way of thinking, more like teams, or you might think of a three-legged race. If I were to bind their inner legs together for a month, that would say it all. That would be secure functioning. They'd have to move together interdependently or they wouldn't go anywhere. So that's basically the idea of secure functioning. And we basically use any tool necessary that would get them there. It doesn't matter which tool, as long as it gets them there. And so the couple bubble is an idea that you and I are on stage. You and I are the insiders. We're the most important people in the room to ourselves. And therefore, we have to be a very good alliance, a good union that works well together, always allies, never adversaries. And so we protect each other in public and private. That's one of the principles. By the way, protect each other as felt by the other person. So if you felt unprotected, you win. If I felt unprotected, I win. Not whether I feel I protected you. And so we have each other's backs at all times because we live in a dangerous world, always have been, always will be. And so within our ranks, basically, we have agreements to do things for each other the world probably will never do, at least reliably, and to stay away from things that would be poisonous for us and be damaging to our safety and security, because the world will not offer that option when the chips are down. So first and foremost, we see this as a survival team, because that's basically why mammals, if they do pair bond, and if they do travel in packs, we're a species that we travel in packs and we pair bond within those packs. That's how we roll. Then we want to make sure that we're protected. Have you ever heard of the dik-diks? They're the smallest mammals on the Masai Mara in Africa, and they pair bond for life because they're prey for everything around them. And so they work together, and if one dies, the other one dies. I'm not suggesting we should be that way, but it's, again, about survival, right? That's why we group together, is to protect each other from the environment, from predators. So that's the couple bubble, right? It's a permeable membrane, or we could say we're in orbit and everybody is in orbit around us in that sense, because we're organizing everything and everyone, including ourselves. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense. And I'm also very aware that I sit here talking with you from a Western perspective, and often a kind of hyper-individualized societal construct. So, and I've read some of your work, and my wife and I kind of study it and find it very helpful. And it sometimes raises this question about the couple bubble can also feel codependent. I wonder if you could say something about codependency and why it isn't codependent, and also like what's healthy autonomy within a couple bubble, because when you say like that's the primary thing and we want to make sure that that survives and that the needs of the couple are have primacy beyond all other needs, which includes my personal needs, as I understand you anyway. It's like that I want to prioritize the health of the couple first. I just wonder if you could speak a bit to that, because that's a kind of thing that naturally comes up, I think, for a number of people, autonomy and codependency, and how does that fit into your scheme of things?
So codependency was a term that was coined through the AA tradition back in the day. I was practicing then during that time. And I remember that was the co-alcoholic turned into the codependent, basically the person who is operating in a one-way sort of, I give to you in hopes that you will give back to me. I take care of you in hopes I will be taken care of. This goes back to childhood. It's a contract made, early on in the attachment world and the insecure attachment world. And it's basically a ripoff, right? I put myself in the back burner and I put you first. That is not this. This is not a one-directional operation. This is fully formed, autonomous, individuated, differentiated adults coming together based on terms and conditions, deal or no deal, not based on love, emotion, attraction. That gets you in the door, it doesn't keep you in the room. There has to be something more purpose-centered than that. And so these two people have to be the creators of this thing called a relationship, which doesn't exist in the physical world, right? It's made up, it's an abstraction. You take a picture of people, you can't take a picture of relationship. So if it's made up by you and I, and we're the creators of this thing, the architects, we both have to be hands-on. Therefore, it's interdependent, because hopefully the field is flattened, we have equal parity, and therefore we have the same things to gain and the same things to lose, which gives us both the same leverage, the same power, the same sledgehammer behind us if we misbehave, right? That's interdependence. Now we're in the area of teams. So teams have a common goal, common purpose, a common vision. We want to make money. We want to win. We want to survive. We want to succeed, right? That's what brings us together, not love, and certainly not similarities, right? The only thing that makes us similar is our purpose and our vision, what we want to do together, which is why any union in a free society has to have a centralized purpose and vision and rules of governance, or it won't maintain, right? Case in point, our country right now. Without that, there's civil war. People fragment and tribalize. Same with couples. So, so this is about two generals, not one general and another, a soldier. This is not about a pilot and a passenger. This is about two pilots of the same plane. So these are all metaphors to suggest that that we are mutual stakeholders in this thing called happiness, safety and security, prosperity, longevity, durability, happiness, right? That's up to us by agreement and permission to enforce. That's how teams have always worked.
So one other thing that often comes up in relationship, I think, and again, this is maybe more a Western construct. I'd also be interested to know how much you've been able to kind of research and maybe work in other parts of the world, because I think this kind of primacy of the couple is maybe more common in indigenous cultures, for example. But another thing that comes up often is in New Age circles is about responsibility. Like I would say, well, I'm not responsible for how you feel. Like if I say X, Y, Z and you're upset, that's really your business. I think you challenge that a bit. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that doesn't track in terms of neurophysiology. It just doesn't. There are a lot of things in our culture that we believe you got to love yourself before you can be loved by another person is bullshit. It can't be supported scientifically. We're loved first from the outside. And that's how we learn to love, right? And then it's a constant influence by the people most important to us. Self-esteem comes to us by the most important people in our lives. And that is never a set, stagnant thing. It's constantly in flux depending on our state of mind and depending on the mood of the other person and depending on whether we're hurt by the other person. So, if we were raised by wolves, how many of the human constructs, ideas that we have would be afflicted by? Probably none, maybe just one or two, like shame, embarrassment. But that's about it. So these are all interpersonal ideas stemming from the earliest time on the planet when we are introduced to the gods in our world, the parents, caregivers. And so that's nonsense. The self and other is constantly interacting and is being informed, influenced by the interactions, right? And so that just doesn't hold water. I am responsible, or I can be responsible for your happiness. I can be responsible for your unhappiness. I can be responsible for your ongoing felt sense of safety and security. If we decide that that's how we're going to play it, we're in each other's care. We're in our own care, but less so in a dyad of this kind. We're in each other's care. It's more efficient and it works better. So the way we look at things is not about healthy, unhealthy, right, wrong, good or bad. It's a moot point, all of it. What's important is what will work and what can never work in the human primate world. We're animals, and we're not very easy ones at that, especially if we're in bad moods or not feeling well, right? So we, if we don't actually put principles in place, governance, which is basically how we're going to protect each other from each other, that's pretty stupid because we're not reliable animals. And we only protect ourselves from each other with social contracts. Otherwise, anything and everything can and will happen. So, right? And so these are just understanding our species. It's not good or bad, right or wrong. It just is what it is. And we have to rise above the average ape and understand how to socialize and how to civilize and how to get along with each other, because we are very warlike animals. We're built more for war than for love.
And would you say this is a particular kind of Western phenomenon, that this kind of orientation in couples that say, well, I'm responsible for myself, you're responsible for yourself, and
very
you need to love yourself first and then you can love other people? Like where does all that stem from, and what have you noticed in other cultures in the world?
The West is much more focused on autonomy, independence, and not on collectivism, not on interdependence, right? Whereas other cultures understand they're interdependent. We did too at a different time. But given our history, the United States going all the way back to prior to the Civil War, you can understand how we would have this rugged individualism, this idea of a self-made person, which is also nonsense. That we would develop that as a mode of defining ourselves and being independent from the rule of the king, right? And that is still going on today, still happening today. And so there's a mythology that we create about this idea of autonomy, independence, that I think other people in the world understand is not true, it's a fantasy. And we know it is because human beings, are made by other human beings. We are largely determined, even though that people don't like to hear that, but it's true, given genetics, cultural history that spans thousands and thousands of years, our own disposition, our own, nervous system that is separate from yours, experiencing something different. It's all nonlinear, and determined both. So it's nonsense to think that we are that much in control. We are very much part of nature, and nature repeats itself in all of biology, and we're no different. And so there is the hubris, unfortunately, that it makes us even more warlike, actually, to believe that we're always right and the other is always wrong. In fact, it's hubris also to consider that there are others around us, not me, and those people are dispensable. And that's been part of our DNA since the beginning of our species. So again, we need to be socialized, civilized if we want to get along. Otherwise, we don't. And that's a fact of our history and our current status as well. So this is really about accepting reality. It's not about soft pedaling it, but accepting reality and knowing how to work with it, because we've been blessed, I think, with an executive function, or functions that are better than any other mammal yet that we know of, to be able to predict, plan, and prepare for things that have already happened, protecting ourselves, that we're able to imagine and create things that don't exist in the physical world and manifest them. We're the only ones yet that seem to be able to do that. We can make shit up for good or bad, right? And so we're not using that function to actually think about the importance of getting along with each other in order to ensure our well-being, safety, and security, right? And it starts with a couple. It's much harder with 10, 12, 100, 1,000, million people, right? But we're talking about two people. What's up with that? They should be able to forge agreements based on their differences, not complaining about their differences, right?
So one of the things I'm noticing is that there's a kind of quiet radicality in a way to what you're proposing, because it's particularly for people like me in the West, because what you're suggesting runs counter to a lot of the narratives around autonomy, codependency, responsibility, self-love, etc., that we've kind of grown up with, as I say, in this more individualized society. What I also really like about your work is that you take the kind of neuroscience and you take attachment theory and you create these kind of characters almost, which help us kind of understand it. So I wonder if you could map a little bit, maybe like two elements that I've been touched by. So one is when you describe islands, waves, and anchors as a kind of way of looking at attachment theory. And I think that would be a great thing just to map out, if you can do it briefly on a call like this.
Sure. So we changed the words to protect the innocent, I guess. We changed the terminology to be more nautical friendly and so on, because some of the actual terminology is kind of funky and could be taken as pejorative. And so we wanted to make it in plain language that attachment theory or attachment is really about safety and security, full stop. That's it. It's not about love. In fact, most of the things that happen between us is not even purposeful. If people really studied the way we interact on any given day at any given moment, we'd see that things are hardly at all what they seem, that it's all done from our heads, right? And so, what could go wrong with that? So if you really understand the human condition, then you see attachment as a memory of what will happen if I depend on somebody, fully depend on somebody. And so an attachment, we would say that would be a primary attachment figure, right? Like the original ones. And that primary holds a particular office, a seat, that we look to for reliability. We look to for us being able to go as a secure base to go to when we need to calm and we need to be soothed, or we want to celebrate something, right? We go to that person because, again, we tend to be a little more clingy than our culture likes to think, right? We think we don't need anything. We really do. We need other people very, very much. And so secures or anchors are people, starting from the beginning, who are unencumbered relatively of fears that are common to either side of the insecure camp. The insecure camp I group into a clinging group, ones that cling and that fear loss of a relationship, and the distancing group that distances and basically fears the loss of their autonomy, loss of their independence. So you have two types of insecure attachment. And we know that these large groups are fairly consistent. And when we look at their trajectory developmentally, they tend to share common traits because of their fears of what will happen. They're bound by those traits because they're avoiding the pain of what they anticipate based on memory, right? And so the distancing group, call them islands, are going to be more fearful of engulfment, more fearful of losing their autonomy, their stuff. They're going to feel intruded upon, interfered with. They're going to feel trapped, right? And they're going to have a major defense of flight because they can't engage fully in a relationship, that kind, without suffering the feelings of being attacked, being thrown out, being guilty and ashamed for their behavior. They're going to lose every argument, so they're conflict avoidant, right? Conflict avoidant, and they hold their cards close to their chest. So there's a lot of different behaviors, traits, defenses that are common to that group that we can identify, which is really quite an advantage, actually, because they're predictable. Now, this is not a personality. This is a memory, a defense against an adaptation that was forced upon them, as all children, because we don't get a choice. From infancy, we're being shaped automatically by the thousands of interactions between us and caregivers, and we get the rules very, very early. We see the changes in infants very early in terms of how they're adapting to the culture of their families, right? Their parents in particular. And that we can see as a trend multi-generationally. So on the clinging side, there's the fear of abandonment, fear of being withdrawn from, fear of punishment, fear of being too much, fear of being too needy, too clingy. And so there's an ambivalence there and a negativism that often their defenses appear threatening to the other, right? Just like the islands, their ways of protecting themselves will appear threatening to another person, right? They're not available. They're addicted to their alone time. They want you in the room, just not in that. They want you in the same house, but just not in their room, right? They're very difficult to deal with if you want security. And the same with the waves, the clinging group. So these are malleable. They're plastic. They can be changed in any relationship that's primary, usually a therapist, sometimes a minister or a rabbi or a Buddhist monk or whatever, best friend. But we're hurt by people, we're healed by people, and these are repeating patterns based on memory of what will happen if I or when I start to depend or someone depends on me. That's all it is. And so understanding this goes a long way towards healing it, right? If you know who you are, you know what you're going to do. That's going to be pro-self and not pro-social, not pro-relationship. If you have a partner who's this way, you understand how they got that way, and what needs to happen in order to thwart their memory system, that it's not always going to happen because I'm going to do something that's unexpected as your partner, right? I'm going to move towards you instead of go away, right? I'm going to move to your side instead of go face to face. I know how to work the animal I picked, right? And that's really what we're talking about. You know, it's expertise is knowing the animal that we chose. And noblesse oblige, the person in the know has a responsibility. I take responsibility for being the very best handler of you that I can be, or the very, very best parent I could be, the very best person that can handle you without using a stick or a whip. That's competence.
And would you say that these are also gendered? Like as you're describing it, I feel like men often fall into the island space and women often fall into the wave space, or is that too simplistic to talk about it like that?
There's a gender overlay that we always put, but this is really attachment specific, and therefore it can be either gender. There are plenty of island women, plenty. And there are plenty of wave men. So there is a gender overlay, but it's not genderized in the sense that men are from Mars, women are from Venus kind of thing. That's actually incorrect in a lot of ways. There are a lot of biological differences and neurobiological differences between men and women's brains and how nature has built us, but they're often overweighted, overstated.
Right. And coming to the brain, because you also, your work is also founded in neurobiology. You also talk about different aspects of the brain coming into play at different times. You talk about things like ambassadors and protectors. And I wonder if you can give us a little snapshot of how you see some of the main brain responses in relationship also.
So without getting too nerdy, because I can nerd out on this stuff, I divided, even further, simplifying the brain into ambassadors and primitives. So primitives would basically be, areas that are not as oxygen dependent, not as glucose dependent, subcortical regions that are more automatic, fast, but they're not discerning. They're not very error correcting, right? These are more aligned with our history, knowledge, right? Knowledge, basically instincts, right? And these areas of the brain know things to keep us alive, right? They're really good at keeping us alive, but they're not so good at keeping us in relationship. That's because these areas, if they sense danger of any kind, they should first ask questions later. So we have higher cortical areas that are error correcting, that error correct the dirty data coming up from body senses, sensory inputs. And then that's just a time thing. We're not really conscious of those error correcting units, areas. But then we have higher cortical areas, and particularly in the front, that makes us human. And these are executives, basically, different areas of the prefrontal cortex. These have functions that are limiting and restricting and inhibiting. But that makes us more human, right? Instead of murdering you, I think. Instead of running away from you, I think. I deal with you. I stay within social engagement when I want to get frustrated and break off. So these keep us engaged socially. They're pro-social areas. So the problem, though, is that they're high energy expending areas that require a tremendous amount of resources, oxygen, blood, and glucose. As soon as our heart rates, blood pressure goes up to a certain level, we lose those functions because those resources are going to other areas of the body necessary for fight or flight. And there's a change in the brain. And when that happens, we become fully automatic and we stop being collaborative. We stop being cooperative. In fact, just to nerd out a tiny bit, the smallest amount of glucocorticoids in the brain changes the way the prefrontal cortex operates and inhibits it from doing its job to dampen down areas of, like the amygdala, that are calling for action and want to do something quickly without thinking about the consequences, or maybe there's something else happening than what I'm attributing. So we're dealing with primitives that are operating on pattern recognition and higher cortical areas that are critical thinking. And we only have resources to run all of that stuff if we're at a point where we have enough oxygen, right? We're in a window of tolerance that Dan Siegel talks about. We're in social engagement that Stephen Porges talks about, or that we're in a window of safety and security that I'm talking about. And that is a necessary condition to influence each other. If you have the least amount of glucocorticoids in your brain, or corticosteroids, another way of saying it, I can't influence you. If you're the least bit unsafe or insecure, I can't influence you. And therefore we become adversarial. You're bound to protect yourself from me. That is an automatic, autonomic system. It's not personal. We all do it. And we have to know about it in order to be able to get along. We have to, there's no choice, right? That's basically human. And respecting that we have a survival instinct that's very acute. And if that gets triggered, watch out.
Right. So how can we learn to fight well?
Well, it's, the reason my marketing people like these titles, how to fight well, I don't like it because it's misleading. How to stay collaborative while under stress, I think, is really more accurate. How do we stay collaborative and cooperative with each other, one under stress? And that's not hard to do, right? As soon as you and I get stressed or threatened, we're going to turn to a one-person psychological system of me, my, I, and you. It is pro-self only and not pro-relationship. The other person gets the message and does the same. We can slip into that very, very easily. So we have to learn our person, the animal we're with. I should make myself responsible for your reactions. After all, I should know better, right? I should know where your trauma is. I should know where your core vulnerabilities are. I should know how to approach you, right? I'm talking for you, not for me. And so that's an error, right? So that's one. We should also know that we have to be eye to eye and face to face because we're legally blind on the sides. And we error correct primarily through the visual field. So we have to keep our eyes on each other, much like we were on a tightrope, right? And our lives depended on it. I'd keep my eyes on you because if you start to wobble, I've got to balance you. Otherwise, we both go down, right? That's the game we're playing. So eyes on each other, and I'm having to keep you in safety and security. And if your face goes south, I have to care more about your state of mind than the topic. Otherwise, we both go over, right? We both walk away with nothing. We have to stay away from talking about the past unless we're trying to repair the past. But if we're working on a problem, we bring up the past, we're going to fight about memory. Everyone will. We're not going to get out anytime soon. And memory sucks. Memory is not reliable, never will be, ever, 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 right? Unless it's like right now. If it's happening right now, within a few minutes, that we can deal with. But if it happened an hour ago, it's not going to work. So we got to stay with it.
Because what do we do with our memory then? Memory is unreliable because
the way it's recorded is unreliable. How we record experience is dependent upon how much sleep we got, what we ate, how much noise there is in the environment, how much light there is in the environment, how distracted we are, if we're feeling in pain or fighting the flu. These are all conditions that change the way we record experience. And then we remember by filling in the blanks. We fill in the blanks. The brain always fills in what's not there, colors it in, and now we've changed the real experience by adding to the memory non-memory elements to spruce it up. And then when we remember, we're doing the same thing. The remembering is based on our current state of mind. So state of mind and memory are intertwined. They operate in tandem in circular ways. And therefore, memory is based on how I feel today. That's not something you want to litigate over. You're not going to win, ever. And so memory is good for two things only. We're making amends, which would be forever, and no statute of limitations on harm you felt I caused. And postmortems. What do we do next time to prevent this from happening? That's it. That's it. There's nothing else. Oh, and maybe, happy memories over pictures in art history. That's nice, right? But when you're unhappy, you feel that you want your justice, the only way to change the past is to change the present and the future. That's it. There is no other way. So you think about the future. What are we going to do next? As Norman Lear said, when he was asked, what's the secret of happiness for him? And he said, know the difference between what's done and what's next, right? What's done is over. Now you got to take what you're learning and apply it to what's next. That's, I think, very smart, very wise. And yet we don't do that. So that's another mistake. Talking and working on you instead of the problem. That's the other common mistake. People tend to work on each other. That's war. Instead of working on a problem, right? Working on a decision without indicting each other, without compelling each other to protect ourselves, right? That's a waste of time. It's going to make us fight and we'll walk away with nothing. So, this is just a little bit of how we have to talk. We have to talk collaboratively. I have to say, us, what do you think we should do here? Do we want to have a relationship where we're not, where we keep each other from saying things that are mean, pejorative, that are, hurtful, painful, right? Should we put the kibosh on that? Both of us, even though I may be talking about you, I can do that too, right? I can do that. We're coming up with a policy, a principle, right? Should we put something in there that prevents us from doing that? Yes, you say. Okay, so do we give each other permission if one of us starts to do that and the other person feels they're being abused by the language to say, stop, don't? Do we have permission to enforce this? Yes. And if I enforce this, or if you enforce this, do we agree that when enforced, the other person must immediately cooperate without pushback, without complaint, without explanation? Yes. That's governance. That's how you govern. Always by agreement, previous agreement, and permission to enforce, or you'll fight.
Yeah, I like this emphasis on agreements. And when my wife and I were looking at this recently, and your work on agreements and going on a way back to our wedding vows, which in a way are the first set of agreements that we make. Yeah, but we like our vows anyway, and we renew them every year, and we kind of look at them and go, are they current? Nice. Kind of how are we doing with that, and how are we doing with it? But I think the idea of agreements,
that's great,
and just holding each other to, or supporting each other to fulfill the agreements that we make, and the primacy of the relationship feels really helpful.
If your agreements aren't working, look to the way you're doing them, not that you're with a bad faith actor, right? The first place to look is the agreement, whether it was done properly or not. Most agreements are not done properly.
One thing that you also talk about, of course, you can go to a couple therapist like yourself for kind of support around these things. You also introduced the notion of a mentor couple. And I think I really like that. And I think maybe you could just say that for our audience, because I feel like it's a helpful way to also imagine ourselves like in 50 years time, like what kind of couple do we want to be? That kind of focus on the mentoring that we can become, and also the mentoring we can receive.
I think that we've had at least two mentor couples, Tracy and I, it's my wife, and they've now aged out. Both partners, one partner of both couples have passed away, and the other one is now, not available. So, but they had mentor couples that were older than them as well. And so people look to us as a mentor couple these days. So I think that is sort of the way we used to operate when we were more tribal, when we were more based on a community, where we would get our wisdom from elders that we believed were good models, that we believed were the real things, right? And I think we naturally gravitate to those people. Found family, we tend to do that. I have always looked for mentors in my life, and I'm grateful for that capacity that I got to reach out and look for people to study under and to admire and to want to be like, even though in the beginning that was a little bit painful, but but I believe in mentorship, and mentor couples, I think, can really help other couples as well as couple groups, people being together in couples. Um, One last thing, because this is about healing the world. This whole idea of independence is choking us to death. We live now in a society that is ever more isolated, much more mental health issues stemming from that. And so it's kind of going against our nature to be the independent types that we're becoming. We're not built for this, we're built for community. And this goes all the way back to the raising of babies, that couples being isolated and no longer in clutches, no longer in other groups where the children and the parents are together. So they have adult interaction, and they're also being able to watch each other. It takes a village kind of thing. We're losing that, and we're starting to see what is the chickens are coming home to roost, in other words. And I think this denial of our need for interdependence and how dependent we really are in nature, we are. There's too much evidence for that. That our idea of separateness, independence is going to kill us, spiritually, physically, health-wise. We know that loneliness is becoming a number one killer. We don't live as long. We're more vulnerable to mental and physical maladies. And this is a result of our attitude towards relationship. So I'm very much an advocate of relationship first, above everything else. I think is what makes us happy in the end. I think the families that are oriented that way are the happier people. And that's what I hope, to do. And Tracy and I, it's sort of our ministry. We really want to influence people to start going back to relationship as the core value.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I know a lot of this is encapsulated or in your latest book, Wired for Love, second edition. And you very kindly offered our audience a discount code of 25% off of that book. So thank you very much for that. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about the book and the gift that you're offering.
It's really nice to look back at 2012 and to see how stupid I was, and to be able to have the opportunity to correct it a little. Probably still stupid, but less so, maybe. And this book is much more inclusive than I was thinking at that time, which was about heteronormative, basically dyadic systems, when we actually have much more variety in how people are unionizing and grouping together. And so this is also a necessary update to change that from being inclusive instead of so narrow-minded.
Wonderful. Well, I really look forward to reading more of it. Started into it myself already. And people can learn more about you and your work at thepactinstitute.com. So maybe the last thing you can say, because you feel, and it sounds like you and your wife, Tracy, kind of do this ministry together and this work together, and you've talked very eloquently, I think, and also very in a heartfelt way about the primacy of the couple relationship as a healing for society. It's not just like, well, we have a couple who are now doing better, but like if we had lots of couples who are functioning in a secure way, that builds a healthy environment. Do you feel that your work is kind of taking root? Do you feel there's a kind of optimism in you about a kind of broad adoption of that? Or how do you sit with that? It's a kind of closing.
I do. And by the way, I'm sure you would agree, so much of our passion about our work, we're in the service field, goes back to our own fears, right? I've always been a very fearful person, and this is one of the ways that I calm myself by thinking about the human condition, my own in particular, and what leads to happiness and what doesn't, and what's going to be most important. So I think that everywhere we go, I'm teaching in China now, and now I'm being asked back for another year. Taught in Russia. All these different places you would think that, or in Africa, I didn't, but my colleague did, and that they wouldn't be interested, and they are absolutely interested. Sometimes at great peril because it goes against the prevailing culture, even the government, in terms of male-female roles and so on. But they're attracted to it. And as long as people are attracted to it, I'm willing to talk. And so I think this reaches to basic human needs, absolutely, of justice and fairness. All of us know what that is. An 8-year-old kid knows what that is. A 5-year-old kid knows what that is. And so this is not so much cultural; it is speaking to the human condition. That is us. Anyway, you have a voice I would love you to record just to put me to sleep at night. You have such a sweet and calming voice.
Well, I've really enjoyed this interview a lot, Stan. Thank you so much. And I just really want to honor the work that you, Tracy, and others in your band are doing. It feels, as I say, a kind of quiet radicalism, I would say, to kind of challenge some of our hyper-individualized notions that we have, particularly in the West, and placing the primacy of the couple as a building block towards healthy society, I think is a beautiful framing. And I just want to honor the work that you've done for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for spending your time with us today. I know it's going to be great for our audience to listen to you and find out more about your work as well. So go well with all your future endeavors. And thank you so much for this time.
Bless you.
To learn more about Stan and his work, please visit thepactinstitute.com. Stan has generously offered our audience a free gift of a 25% discount off of all formats of his book, Wired for Love.